It's Crash Bandicoot. Hey, look, I found the head. I'm also fussing with things.
It's Crash Bandicoot.
And we're getting ahead of ourselves.
It's Crash Bandicoot 2. Cortex strikes back.
Crash Bandicoot doesn't get one. Oh, he just doesn't say it twice. Well, that's nice. Good to see you, Neon Man. Bob says 24-hour way of the Samurai stream. That'd be one. Hey, Andrew. Hey, Austin. Thanks for the sponsorship. Tyler Zedden, Switchblade, and Anchor. I have not played this game since 1995 or 1996 or something like that, which is a very long time ago. And this came out 6 years ago. So there's that too. I like the music though. It's like got a simplicity to it. It's pleasant. Also, I'm a head in a jar again. That's much easier to manage. Hello, Feather. Yeah, we can just overwrite.
But Dr. Cortex,
That's cool, Anthony. Hope you're doing well.
determined the cause of past failures. Moron! This Bandicoot will be my general, and he will lead my Cortex commandos to world domination. This time, I shall reign triumphant. We are closer than ever before. Quickly, into the vortex. Dr. Cortex, the vortex is not ready. We have no idea what it could do. Failure again. Capture him!
Uh-oh.
Prepare the female Bandicoot.
Uh-oh. Oh, that's not good. That seems so threatening. Was that in the original? I don't remember that. Hey, Smiles. Hey, Neon Man. Oh, yeah, you gotta bounce off these sumbitches. Inventory. Oh.
What have we got?
I don't even know why we're killing the crabs. They didn't do anything. Just standing there being crabs. I forget if some of the pits are like secret levels or not.
What have we got?
Oh yeah, I need to use the D-pad. That's right. So you can use the analog stick. This was made with a D-pad in mind. The original PS1 did not have fancy analog sticks until like 1998. I mean, I guess you could use the analog stick. Look at it. We can do have full analog movement now. Isn't that a nice fancy little upgrade? The dead zone's kind of thick there though. Here we go.
What have we got?
But then you gotta go back because you want to get all the boxes. And it's hard to go back because the cameras make you remember everything. If you don't remember everything, you'll die. You'll fall. Oh, fuck. 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 All right. You know, I did that before. I was just trying this out. I was tired as can be. And we nailed that. First try. This time, no good. You almost have to use the D-pad at that part. It's smarter to, I think. It's one of those weird games to where it's like, no, it does. Wait, I had to restart the whole level, don't I? Because I died. Is it one of those games? I forget. Nah, doesn't matter. Let's just play the game. If it comes down to that, we'll just have to replay a level or two, maybe. Never was a fan of like the Banjo-Kazooie, Donkey Kong 64. Gotta collect a million things. One of the nicer things about this game is that it's more about like, hey, do this trek and do it right. And 100%, but you know. There's not like an open world with 5 billion golden apples buried everywhere. See, that ain't so bad. Just press up a few times. Not this version. Oh, we got a special guest.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, look, it's that guy. Hey, how's the Next Tunes Talking doing?
Oh, it's going good. I wrote that whole fucking script, though, while you were getting ready.
Well, now I'm at Jungle Rollers.
That's a good one.
And you're sitting there writing with your fingers.
I'm writing a manifesto that just hasn't happened yet.
Man, the last kind of manifesto I would read is a cartoonist manifesto.
You have all. This is exactly what you deserve.
Like, every manifesto's bitter. But I want to be like...
Hey, animators.
Everyone did favors for everyone else. No one helped me in my times. And
It was all about me.
I worked the hardest, actually.
I made Crash Bandicoot.
They won't
Dude, how
tell
are
you
those
that.
Crash 4 people feeling? How do you think they're feeling?
Oh, yeah,
I've
there's not
made
going to be
Crash
another. Wasn't Crash 4 okay?
Crash 4 might be my favorite. They did a weird thing where formula a lot more, where it's like super duper hard. I liked it. It's a spicy game, but like I've never finished it in more than like 8 sittings.
Waiting for my mask to wear off because I want to go up there.
I don't think you can go up there until like
I can't go up
thing.
there.
Is that what everyone else is saying? Brian is the art friend.
Yeah. Brian is the art friend.
I'm the art friend.
I hear it every day
Dear
from
diary.
him. They could have been nicer to me.
Why weren't they ever? You sound like Master Shig. Why weren't they ever nicer?
I did everything for them, and they just sit there and act like I do nothing. When I do a lot of things.
This is my debutante ball for the coming out party for my microphone that Hellbent recommended, where now I am able to do exactly what he does and go, why wasn't anyone nice to me?
It's so liberating just to be able to speak at any volume.
Yeah, it is.
And not get treated like that one friend with like the Bluetooth microphone.
When fucking Stevie has a meltdown and you can hear it crackling.
Where it's like audibly painful. Like it's like not. It's not great. Oh, dude, I got the sexy rat lady. That means I can go on the transportator tater pod. That's what it's called, the transportator tater pod. Oh yeah, don't
They
fuck
added
it up.
that. They used to just suck you the fuck out. It would just go, oh, we got you now. You got the other box. And you couldn't just imagine Will to like leave the level. It's like, you're going now.
And now she has to flash her tits. Nope. Never mind. That's later. That may have been a mod.
Man, that was back in the day. That was back in the day when it was like, you gotta save the babe.
There was nothing
Well,
wrong with that, by the way.
Blue hair.
Oh yeah, it's better now.
It's
Well, you
just
know,
a trope.
it's not bad.
Yeah.
It's not like the new
It's
one's
just a
worse. I don't know.
No.
I
That's
can't.
fine.
I think characters being attractive is fucking offensive and hurts my feelings. Because I'm an ugly piece of shit. And I need to be represented. I missed boxes.
They got my Crash Bandicoot body type right.
Why don't they put
I feel
ugly people like
perfectly-
me in media, Brian?
I don't want to be mean, but I've met kids with eyebrows like Crash Bandicoot.
I've met adults with eyebrows like Crash Bandicoot. You know what? That's okay. Because you're
You
represented.
know what? I used to dress like that. Yeah, I used to dress like that in elementary school with the shorts and the fucking gloves.
And the fingerless gloves. I used to dress like that, but reverse.
Fingerless shorts.
And fingerless, I'm toeless,
Gloves and
toeless
chaps.
shoes and a shirt and arm guards.
Later.
Well, and how do I get all the stupid?
That one you got to get the gem later.
Huh? Okay. Well, then it's to
That's
the
why
great
there's
gate.
the little mesh of. Yep. Here's something fucked up. I remember one of the last memories of my grandpa, my World War II grandpa. I remember him watching this level. I mean, this is what, 1999, and he was looking at this. And video games are stupid, and I'm like, will you at least read the title? And he goes, "The Great Gate," and then he's like, "I'm going away now," and I guess he
Time to
was.
die.
He had time to die in 5 years.
If you had to pick a time.
He fought Japanese people so I could be able to play this.
Yeah, the last thing that you did was play with a Japanese toy.
yeah, I love you, Grandpa.
That's funny. Was it on a Mitsubishi TV?
It was on his Zenith.
Funny.
There will be
Topical.
no pal color scheme in this house. Red, green, and blue, young man.
Oh, I hit the fucking.
Remember that?
I fucked myself.
No. Oh, yeah, you did. Oh. No other way out,
Whatever.
buddy.
I'm not gonna get prolapsed by that thing. I'm jumping over it.
That's the small model.
Oh, he's got. Die, human being.
Yeah, not so brave. And murdered.
I don't. Crash Bandicoot doesn't care how long these ruins have been here. People have been here for years. Oh, get out of here.
You don't like when Crash comes to the zoo.
Well, I guess Crash
He's in the
counts
lion
as wildlife, right? So that's like if the gorilla like got out in the tiger cage and killed the tiger. It's like, eh.
And it's like, or it's like when there's a wildfire at Yellowstone and they're like, well, we really can't let it kill everything, but like we can't stop it.
Oh my god, it's a bonus.
I don't like that the bonuses all take place in the same asset reusable spot, but I totally get it.
It was a different time. They didn't have the money.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh, you missed the box. You missed the box. You missed the box.
I did not miss a box.
There was yeah, you did that. Yeah, you missed a box. Go back. See, that says 10 out of 11.
Yeah, you're right. It's the
I'm always
jumper
right.
box. I didn't consider
We
it
got
a
a
box.
jumper over here.
I was trying to be open-minded.
You're filling your brain with like work information and friends and a social life, and I'm like, I know exactly how many boxes.
You missed the Wumpa fruit box, you fucking idiot.
Your family, actually.
How fucking sad. You know,
Whatever. You would have had to get that gem thing right there anyway. You're fine. You didn't even need the box. I was wrong.
You know.
You missed it.
You know, when I was a kid, I got all the gems on the first level, and it wasn't even hard. I did that all while being brutally beaten by my parents, and I still got all the boxes.
Man,
it's about cool reflexes. This is a song that they'd whip me to, too. Run around the house. That was my bonus stage.
There was no babe at the end.
No, just a belt. It says go this way. I don't know if that's true, though. I think this is going to be an easy level.
Don't believe everything you read. I do like, I listened to how the devs made this, and they just, it's a good writing tactic too, but they just took away one element. So they're like, just think of a dimension that you're allowed and then remove it. And they were like, the dimension of seeing in front of you, we just decided to fucking ruin it for you.
I like this because it reminds me of those weird arcade games from like the 1970s to where it was just like a piece of plastic in front of another piece of plastic and some like motorized bullshit.
Oh, I was thinking of the trackball ones.
Yeah, well, you know, to where it's like the vague idea of a game, but actually it's just this weird like mechanized gimmick, and you could pull off weird visuals like this. What I'm saying is it feels cheap.
Oh, good. I think Sonic did it better. Remember when you run from the truck and then you run into the truck and the truck just starts auto-loading backwards? Do you remember the truck going backwards? You just keep following up, like, keep going away now, truck.
I killed the rat.
You didn't win anything.
No.
I would actually love a game like Marble Madness, but you're chasing down Crash Bandicoot.
Oh, like role reversal's fun. Oh, I missed a fucking lump of fruit.
Oh, well, you don't need the
What's
fruit.
the point of being alive?
Da, 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 da.
Hey, Brian, I have a similar story. Like, when I was playing this game, my grandma was having a heart attack, and I was like, hold on.
Wait, Grandma.
Please dial 911. This is the last breath I have in my lungs. And I couldn't hear because I was like,
hang on.
Long story short, she survived. But, you know, it made Christmas really awkward afterwards.
Well, fuck, she just got you the PlayStation. I mean, like, can you give it 5 minutes?
Nope.
What's a bifurcated dong?
Hey, the HR $20. He says, I enjoyed playing the original Crash Bandicoot when I was 5 in the early 2000s. And I enjoy seeing people play the remake today. I still prefer Crash 1 and 2 over Crash Warped and 4 any day. I agree with that, the HR. I got the idea to play this after just booting it up randomly. On a little stream I do where I just, I don't know, taste test games, I guess. And I was playing this, I'm like, oh no, this is actually good. Now I have to play it.
That's one of my favorite things.
I don't think I got around to playing Crash 3, though. That would be a new one for me.
3 is a good experience. It's a lot easier.
Oh, yeah, the water levels. I remember people crying about these. Like,
oh, this?
Yeah, these are the hardest things you could ever do because the platforms don't stay, they go away.
On a D-pad?
Yep.
It is weird how much cleaner this is than if you play the original. It almost feels like you're playing through a slideshow. Like you move at the same velocity no matter how fast you push the button and shit like that. Like this feels a lot more natural and fun. I don't know how you determine that, but
you just have to move very deliberately.
Yeah.
That was always the trick with this game, and a lot of people didn't like that. Like I say, this fish is gonna jump up and try and get me. But I'm gonna be like, nah.
They cut a whole level out of this that became DLC, and they did the math. Well, they're like 9 out of 10 people can eventually beat it in like an hour, and they're like, yeah, but for how many hours it takes to beat the game, people are just throwing the controller.
No, that's how you ruin a game. You put in like an end of the game level that's harder than anything else in the game and go, oh, it's just level 7.
Yeah, it's just, look, we're by the end anyway. Come on.
I mean, the testers are doing fine. It's like those people eat, breathe, and shit the game.
That's true.
These people with hundreds of hours of experience are doing just fine. I don't understand what you're complaining about. I'm trying to figure out the timing on this. My brain hurts. It's before the fish jumps, isn't it? Yeah, it is.
Well, you can spin and jump and get the fish. You know that.
Oh, no, I didn't. I just assumed it was invincible. Can I jump on those, or are those invisible? I can't even tell looking at them. I think I'll just die if I touch that. I'm just gonna leave.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
Oh yeah, we're on ultra low latency, so that's good.
What's ultra low latency?
I guess it's less latency than low. It's ultra low.
Wait, so is the game, is that a feature in the game, or is it like
Oh god, funny enough that's a feature in both, but let's just call it the stream for now.
Gotcha.
Honey for nothing and chicks for free.
Can we talk about
Microwave
can we talk about all the bands we've been watching?
There really does need to be a retro button on this, because Crash does look like that music video.
The little Bandicoot, the earring, and the makeup. We were looking up bands the other day. You might have already told people about this, but like, just seeing who's doing what now, people from like the 80s and the 90s. And the one who was surprisingly keeping it all together was Steven Tyler. Like, we're watching Aerosmith play. The guy who's, what is it? Ragdoll and Daddy Booty. Yeah. Let's give it up. Yeah, and he's
Brian,
like
your
900
dad
years
is a little
old.
cutie.
Oh, thank you. He's 900 years old. His jaw's falling off his face. He looks like the Crypt Keeper.
He's
And
like
he's
a
still
Revenant
throwing
from
the
Doom.
microphone. Yeah, he looks like the Revenant from... When you're being chased by a skeleton in a dream, it might as well be going, a skip it up a doobie. But he's
Just
like,
the Aerosmith kicks on.
he sounds exactly the same. It's so weird. And then Motley Crue sounds like he's tweaking. Guy's going like, oh, that hurt. No wonder he hurts. No wonder he's all old.
Oh, I gotta
Steven
jump on
Tyler,
his stupid
man.
head. Booga booga.
They did a good job, like, I don't know if the camera shakes or what, but it's very clear you're beating the shit out of this guy in this version.
Man. They didn't send out their best and brightest, did they? Yes! Stomp on him until he... Oh, I thought he was going to keep jumping on him until he exploded.
There you go. It turns into just a blood splat.
Yeah. What if Crash Bandicoot met Shrek? I'm sure...
We just saw it.
I'm sure that Shrek would just immediately fly into a blind rage and just pull his little arms off and just start eating him like a rabbit. What the hell is Coco's time machine?
Oh, you can play as Coco.
No,
She
I'm good.
retroactively comes back into the game.
Out of here.
Same hitboxes.
No, I want to play as the mentally ill raccoon thing.
I do like that Crash Bandicoot seems to have no skills other than running forward and spinning into shit. He's like really good at it.
I think his skills is that he's the only one who cares. It's
Yeah.
very short list.
He's not even I don't think he cares. I think he's just going forward. He's got nothing else to do.
Oh, yeah, it's fair.
Gonna get the box now.
I'm just gonna leave. Oh, I can't. Okay. Then Mario 64 came out and just wiped its ass with this. Stood no chance.
It was the same year even.
Oh yeah.
Well, they basically, if you want me to get into my nerd shit, Mario
we're playing
64.
Crash Bandicoot. We are already there.
All right, so Mario 64 was designed to have very little geometry, but you can walk in almost any direction. And Crash Bandicoot was designed to show as many triangles on screen as possible, but you'll see how the hills kind of go up and down. Those are literally designed to block out the objects behind there, so you can have optimal rendering for all the stuff. It's basically a big hallway.
You don't
And
see
so
it ain't there.
Yep. And so immediately when you see those old interviews, they're like, all right, so is this a 3D game? And they'll say yes. And they'll be like, well, since this isn't a real 3D game like Mario, how do you feel that Mario 64 is doing? I gotta say, I like the hallway levels better. I like free roamers, but...
That is what got my interest when I picked it up and just messed around with it, was like, oh, this is an open world collectathon.
Yeah.
Like, I personally can't stand Banjo-Kazooie. Everybody loves the game, and I can see why. I'm not even ignorant to that. I get it. But collect all the things. We hid one under the waterfall where you have no reason to go there. It'd be a waste of time. Put in 5 other waterfalls with nothing. Or worse yet, every waterfall has one. It's like there's way too fucking many.
Well, I was playing we were playing the new Sonic, and as cool as that is, there's so much fucking space to run around that you're kind of by the end of the level and you're like, oh, gotta go up that loop-de-loop again. Gotta walk into this now. And then you still have 900 more gears to collect or whatever it is, and it's like,
oh, and then I just feel nauseated at that point, dude. I'm like, oh man.
Yeah, I like when Sonic games are little obstacle courses, you know? Like, if every game was like that scene from the new Mario movie where it's like, all right, run over. I like that better. Just
and chicks for free.
Nice and simple, yeah.
No, shut up, Brian. The key to between with $150. That's a lot of money.
That's a
Key
lot
to
of money.
between says Crash 2 is my favorite purely for nostalgia. Played it at my dad's apartment every day after school when I was 6. That sounds like some good times.
You made more than I made selling NFT commercials this week.
Yeah, art's kind of bullshit, isn't it?
Art's a bunch of shit. By the way, Progress Season 5.
Remember when people gave like the Game Grumps shit? It's like Aaron Hansen fell off, you know. He used to make cool cartoons. Now he does these stupid game videos. I don't get it.
Yeah, why? Why doesn't he just animate for no money all the time forever?
Meanwhile, he has like a house and like health insurance. All sorts of shit like that. You ain't ever gonna get that animating things.
I like their Obama thing. Why doesn't he animate anymore? I don't understand it.
Why would he stop? Those were the best.
Why would you make 2 minutes of material when you could make 5 hours that people will listen to and dump money on you?
Why use your hands to? Why give yourself arthritis with a pen when you can do it with an Xbox? Sleepy Dog Zone.
Exactly.
With that, have it $5 tip. Thank you, Sleepy Dog Zone. He says, Hellbit, you're just afraid of the witch in Banjo-Kazooie, afraid of her gawk capabilities and that one tooth. It is funny that when you lose the game in Banjo-Kazooie and then they take the animal and they throw it in the thing and turn it into a big fat, like, obese 600-pound life monster, and then the witch walks out and she has huge tits. I thought that was cool.
Isn't that when I thought that's when you beat the game.
I'm pretty sure that's when you lose, but then again, I didn't like Banjo-Kazooie. I think I played it and tried to win, and then I lost, and then I was like, oh, that's a cool ending, and I just stopped playing.
Now you're gonna fuck me.
Wow. Yeah. 10 out of 10.
That's pretty good.
If there were no censorship, that game would have ended in a complete strip down. Very long dance scene. It's like hold down A during a game over to activate a special 30-minute long cutscene.
Have the witch start stripping. Ba ba ba.
Game over. You lost.
You lost the game.
You
won this booty. Yeah, you naughty boy.
Hope your mom ain't walking in during this cutscene.
Push the start button. We'll make the game look educational.
Yeah, there's this like button that turns it into math problems. Recurring Math Blaster
Death by
mode.
Snoop.
Hell yeah, Temple Run would do this later and make lots more money.
I remember the first time I saw freemium because I remember I had an HTC, you know, the one you got your contract with, the HTC Android, and I died and it went, oh, you died, and then it said right under, for 99 cents, you can keep going where you left off. I was like, oh fuck, people are gonna be doing that, and now I guess you just buy shit for no reason.
Yeah, it's
Like
back
people-
to the
they
arcade
get, like-
style.
Yeah, no, arcades are back. And you don't have to touch people's dirty... People don't put their snotty fucking fingers on everything.
Yeah, it's part of the charm.
It's kind of nice. Yeah.
They control better,
Why didn't
though.
I used to go out
Damn
to,
it, I keep dying.
Yeah. Why didn't I used to go out to the what is it? Pike Place has the Simpsons game still. Like, they have a
No!
perfectly restored version of it. Oh,
I like
okay.
it when they're non-functioning and like the letters and numbers are all over the place. Like Homer comes out and like the top left corner of his head is like a C45.
Yeah.
Weird font. Or just Japanese letters.
And then in the corner, it's like, this game doesn't work properly, but for 99 cents,
For 99 cents, you can unlock a patch.
You're right that like they should have stretched the level out by a foot so you have a little space to move past that thing. I'm looking at that and that seems like they accidentally made it. They're like, well, gotta put it in the remake.
Oh, I know the trick on this. Like a few of these are just
intuitive.
tight. They're just close calls is all. Real close calls.
Yeah.
They're trying to. It's like you want to get all the boxes. Well, this one guy's definitely gonna get in your way. So I hope you're quick. And I
Well, it's
missed
one of those things
box.
too where they're replicating kind of shoddy coding, like very bare bones. Like it goes to the left and the guy immediately moves to the right. Like there's no lag between it.
Bare
They
bones
were really
coding is some
hacking
of the
away.
best. Did you know that the flickering light code from Quake 1 is used in Half-Life Alyx?
That makes sense.
Yeah, no, just
They just
nobody
did it right
bothers
the
to
first
change
time?
it. Like those games all have Quake 1 DNA in them. It's like, well, this is the light flicker. It's like, yeah, why would
Well, it's
you
sort of how
change
Windows has the same scores of shit that go all the way back to like right after DOS. You know what I mean? Apple does too. They just try to hide it a little better, but it's all, you know.
that? Well, no,
You're
why would you
using
redo
DNA
it,
that's older
right?
than you think.
There's
Yeah.
a reason why everybody used DOS back in the day. Oh, I just got him killed. I did not play Ratchet and Clank. Maybe I could enjoy that, at least compared to like Banjo-Kazooie.
I never got into Ratchet and Clank, but not that anyone asked. But Jack and Daxter was some cool shit.
I like this game because it's mean-spirited and it doesn't like the player very much.
I like that it looks like Animaniacs.
I like that it looks like the
think they
money for
hired-
nothing and chicks for free thing, but that's the
Well,
old
it
version.
doesn't.
Well, the
Yeah.
new one doesn't. The new one looks like DreamWorks.
What was what was the music video that we watched where it's like 3 CG it was like Soundgarden, right, with the 3 CG shots over
Oh
and over.
yeah, that's super unknown. With
That was awesome.
with the Silicon Graphics Instruments computer.
So back in the day, kids, things used to be made using something called the Silicon Graphics Interface, or an SGI. And it all ran like shit, and it was a big Unix box. If you don't know what Unix is, look up Linux and then try to look further back.
Nobody's ever cared what Unix is. Not even people who use Unix care what Unix is. Oh my goodness. We got a tip here from Neon Man with $5 says Ratchet and Clank. Jokes make no sense to them as a kid, but they're very friggin' funny. They're mostly sex jokes too. I remember storing those at GameStop and it's like up your arsenal. And parents would buy that and go, I love these wholesome games. And it says, whatever. And then there's like Jack and Daxter, Fist Your A-Hole. I thought that one was a little overt.
That was a little much. But,
Time to
you know,
jack your
the country was
Daxter.
going through tough times. Yeah.
That one was weird, especially the cover because he's holding him like by the face. Can I make this jump? No, I can't. His little feet don't make sense.
Why don't? Oh yeah, his shoes wouldn't fit on him.
Ah! No, I'm just.
hold the jump button. What the fuck are you? Hold the jump button. There you go.
Oh, I am holding the jump button. I just keep overshooting and undershooting it because I can't tell where his center of gravity is.
Oh man.
I keep undershooting the damn thing. Okay, there we go. This game's painful. I love it. It's just the right amount of painful though. It's enough that I'm holding the button down hard enough that I'm cutting off circulation. My thumb, I'm like.
So you're just one of the few people I watch you play who don't just keep the button held when you're bouncing, and every once in a while you do a low bound.
I don't know. You could just hold the button down the entire time. Well, that changes things.
Yeah. Maybe I'm lazy.
Nah, they should have left it the old way. Oh fuck! Where you had to just tap the button at the exact right time. That was like a Super Mario thing.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? You're right. I wasn't thinking that way.
Yeah, I was thinking like Mario 3 logic or World Logic, where it's like jump right after you hit a Goomba and you go fucking flying. It's great. Oh.
I think you do that in that too. Just hold it.
Oh, you mean the difference between a short jump and a long jump? Yeah, you got your little hop and then you got this.
Yeah, your little extra.
I was holding it. It's a little precise.
Oh, maybe I'm wrong. The Dark Souls of platformers, holding.
That was King's Quest. No, that game was... King's Quest is slow. Hey, you're not allowed to do that. I'm gonna ban to kill you. He's got a funny little hitbox, so yeah, it kind of is like Dark Souls. You gotta remember, he's like just this rectangle. That's all he really is.
Well, and the hitbox is different in this version because you're the Unity pillbox. You're not the one where you're like... On the PS1 one, the edges of your toes can clip an object and you can just hang over the edge. As if all your body strength is in your fucking toesies.
That's how it ought to be.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm used to.
No, this is like a game show. That's the other thing I like about it. It's got a real game show quality to the obstacles. Why am I not hitting that? It makes no sense.
You can do it. You can do it. Hey!
I fucking hate that monkey.
He's showing off.
If I could roll around like that, I would.
Jump into him.
Hell yeah, Pussy Zone, let's go. You've entered the Pleasure Dome. Remember the Pleasure Dome?
I don't remember the Pleasure Dome. I like the idea of Crash going there, though.
He's about to.
What do you
No,
think of
not
my
again,
wife,
every time. He is like a dog. His motivation is just to get laid. Otherwise, he wouldn't be out here.
Can I talk about my dog and his ability to make blanket tools?
I figured that's where you were gonna go. How did I know?
Because I love my dog. My dog used when he was like a few months old, he would run head first into blankets as fast as he could, and then turn them into a little mound. So you'd see him on one end of the living room go, meow, and then on the other side, meow, and then finally the blanket's now a mound, and you see him just waddle up with his hips thrust in. My dog's smart.
Well, that's a lovely story.
I just like when animals are smart enough that they've invented. It's like that Rick and Morty, like when humans can have enough sugar that they can get diabetes, they've officially mastered life as a species.
So as long as a dog can like make its own hump tool, it's fine. I guess it makes sense.
Rosie Becker gets full credit. Are you saying your dog is naughty? That's good. That makes.
I kind of figured that was a basic dog quality. Like they can't help it. It's like we're fiercely loyal, but we're a slave to our wants.
I've met humans like that though.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying people are that much odd. Damn it. There's no God.
This is one of those parts where I realized that they painted the backgrounds. This is not a 3D render.
And okay, I got it. Yeah, it really stands out in the 4K.
Yeah. You can see the Photoshop airbrush texture on it.
Ooga booga. That sound is like ingrained in my memory, even though I didn't play this very much. It's a good sound. Means he's helping you. Why would anybody speedrun this game?
I kind of like speedrunning because you get into that. Crash 4, I didn't get careful with. I just kept dying over and over because it was just easier to fail 40 times than it was to like. All right, we're making a game plan.
New games
it
are
became
nicer.
Easy muscle memory. Yeah.
They don't send you back quite as far. They don't limit your lives so much. And, you know, if it's really, really getting you, they'll be like, look, here's the easy way
extra
through.
box.
Would you like a hint?
I do
I
like
love that. That always makes you feel bad. Oh, he's fucking dead.
The toxic positivity hints. Did you try jumping on it in the right order? Yeah,
Try
maybe that would
slowing
help.
down. So, Kai asks, what do I think
Maybe
is better,
think
Crash
about it.
Bandicoot, Banjo-Kazooie, or Super Mario? And Super Mario's got more, like, quality to failure ratio, you know. Like, Mario 3 is still really good.
Yep.
Mario 64 holds up in its own way, but dated as it is, there's still some interesting stuff going on.
Mario 64 still strikes me as weird because it's definitely got that like we don't know what we're doing feeling. It's like now you go in the back and there's a ghost and you punch the ghost and it releases a bird cage. Now in the bird cage is the level that you teleport into and it's like what? How many steps did that take?
Oh fuck, why'd I do that? Oh! Now I gotta find out the pattern to get past the 3-piece over there.
You should just play Crash of the Titans.
Oh, he's fucking dead. He got ate up.
You didn't play Titans, right?
Oh no, I didn't play any of the PS2 or Xbox ones. I assume that one was bad.
That's the one where Radical bought it
Son of a bitch.
before they became like a phone company or whatever. And they made Crash like a 3D beat 'em up. And they redesigned every character.
That's
And
always
they
a
made
good
Crash
thing.
talk. Yeah. That's one of my favorite things they did is Naughty Dog said we specifically didn't make Crash say words because we didn't want you to dislike him for any reason. And that's why there's no random dialogue in the game. And then by that game, the developer said, this has more game lines than Grand Theft Auto 4. Like, they went out of their way to do the exact opposite of what the developers wanted.
Yeah, I can see that. Alright, we killed a plant. Oh, not there. Oh, I see. I'll give myself as much time as possible, though.
You know, you can go around it, too. You see that spot where there's no spike?
No. Sorry, you son of a bitch. What do you mean?
There's a spot with no spike that you can, in 3D, walk into. You see it? You give yourself more time.
I do not see it.
Okay, hang on. You see those spikes in the background? Like on the logs?
Yeah.
There's a spot you can go into that you can buy yourself another second. Oh, was that what the guy said? No one tell him?
Oh, that's rough. Yeah, I see. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's what I meant by mean game design. Like, no, it's totally 2D. We swear. It's like, you know, don't worry about the back and forth. Don't just forward and back. It's fine. Like, except for this part. I was like, what do you mean except for that part? Back in the old days when they didn't have to tell you how the game worked. Oh, look at all these extra lives they knew.
Well, and the thing that's fucked up about this game, by the way, is that they reward all the good players with extra lives. That's why by the second one they give you bonus levels. Like there's a whole extra world in number 2 for all the good players, because they realize that if you're really good at the game, you don't need all the extra lives. So why are we rewarding you with them?
Yeah, that's kind of a conundrum. They kind of have to give you tons of extra lives just for doing things that aren't impressive. Then, I guess if you do the impressive thing, good for you. Kudos.
Yeah, pretty much.
Get all the Wampa fruit, you son of a bitch.
Eat the slop.
You love it.
More Crash. Yeah, we were looking at that new one. It's a game.
Oh, yeah, people said, how about what do you think of CTR? And I was like, well, I think Critical Race Theory, Crash Team Racing is a great game. And they're like, no, the other CTR. I'm like, which one? How many things have this acronym?
Oh my god, does it? Oh yeah, it is CTR.
Yeah, well, who
Cool.
decided that? That's such a stupid dipshit thing to do. It would be like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of a game with an acronym like that. I can't. CTR is like, it's on the box, right? It says it's CTR in giant yellow letters. I remember seeing it on shelves, right? I'm gonna look that up.
It was just the acronym. You're right. It didn't even have the name on it.
Okay, well there you go. Yeah, Crash. Tag Team Racing is bad. Okay, hold on. There's Crash Tag Team Racing, Crash Team Racing.
Nitro Fuel. There's Crash Team Racing Mobile, or
no, then Crash Team Rumble. So we got Crash Team Racing, Crash Tag Team Racing, Crash Tag Team Racing Nitro Refueled.
It gets dumber.
And then
it gets dumber.
Crash Team Rumble.
Here, hang on. I got the list. There is this includes mobile games in alphabetical order: Crash Bandicoot Nitro Kart 2, Crash Bandicoot Nitro Kart 3D, Crash Nitro Kart Mobile, Crash Nitro Kart 2, Crash Racing, Crash Tag Team Racing, Crash Team Racing, Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled.
Wow. You know,
just any combination of those two fucking words.
Woe be upon
Nitro
the grandma who was asked to get CTR. They're gonna show up at home with like a pregnancy test and go, I don't know all these kids these days.
That is really sad. I always felt bad, like they must know that as developers. It's like, Mom, can I have the new Crash game? Graham, can I have the new Crash game? And they're like, here you are. Here's Crash and Sane Trilogy. Grandma, I want it.
You dumb idiot.
You you failed me, grandmother.
And they play it anyways. It's like, oh, but I like this game though.
Pretty good.
I'll begrudgingly play this on Christmas. It's like, honey, you wanna come and have Christmas dinner? Shut up!
Dr. Cortex is on the loose.
And who's gonna stop? Grandma's like, is Dr. Cortex his therapist? Like, in a way.
Cortex is the name of the kid's therapist.
The kid calls his therapist Dr. Cortex because he hates him.
And then he thinks it's funny, and the therapist starts going. He slowly is morphing into. He gets jaundice.
Starts playing into it because he secretly hates his client.
Statistically, there's therapists who hate their clients, and they're just being like, "Well, why
it's gotta
did
be
you do
all of them, right?
stupid?" It's gotta be all of them. It's gotta be every single therapist must be like, can you just maybe having sex with 90 people wasn't the smartest idea there, was it? Huh? Was that smart?
I'm depressed because I don't want to work. It's like, you have to work though. I don't want to. Idiot.
I don't want to be talking to you right now when I get paid $200 an hour. I could be a Twitch streamer right now.
Give me drugs, Dr. Feelgood.
He's the one they call Dr. Cortex.
Oh yeah. I can write prescriptions for anything, baby.
Bandicoot's on the corner, always ignore. I'm just thinking about a Dr. Cortex song.
Oh,
Quick, get out ChatGPT. Feed in a...
There's an extra life there, but I didn't realize. Oh, fuck. I just got killed by a fish.
Oh, well.
A Twitch streamer therapist, God. I'm sure somebody
That's
would,
their Twitch
like,
streamer.
I'm sure somebody would market themselves as that, but their advice would be completely useless. I can't imagine.
Anyone with marketing goals in their life bio, you know, keep up that hustle. I've always found them to be hard to listen to because you're the product. You know what I mean? I've met so many people that want to get me Instagram famous, and it's like, there's just people who get famous and there's people who aren't. You know what I mean? It's not just, let me show you the trick.
There are tons of very personable and exciting people who have very interesting conversations and stream very frequently, and I know them, and they do really good. You know, as far as producing goes, with numbers, like nothing. Like nobody watches, and except for me, I guess.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
What are you gonna do? Oh fuck. Now, this
I've made
part's
some really well
rough.
animated stuff, but like,
This isn't about you, Brian. The
not-
Fat Pretzel
I know.
$5 says CTR crack therapist rapping.
rapping.
You know what? That could be a thing.
Now, would the therapist be on crack?
Or prescribe it, maybe.
Can you prescribe crack?
There's got to be like one case to where it's like, look, this was. Oh damn it! This
This
was
is the
best.
only thing we can do.
Yeah, this is literally all we can do for Crack Mac. He's been on the streets too long. All this
Look,
therapy
just
will
make
be
him
for
happy.
nothing. Like if
All
we
we
give
can
him
do
this
is
one
make-
crack rock, we might reach a breakthrough.
It will cost him less. It will cost us less in property damage.
And then some federal government employee has to like make crack, probably a CIA guy. He's
There
like,
must be
I can
somewhere,
make
yeah, that
that.
make
I got
crack."
the stuff in my car.
I like the idea that he's like, I already got the stuff right here. Don't worry about it. He's got a microwave. This is the microwave.
He's
we
got
use
a
for
microwave and some baking powder and, you know, the other ingredients. He's like, yeah. Oh, sure. How do I get all the fucking Wumpa fruit? I want it.
food. I'll make some more crack as long as that wretched Bandicoot doesn't get in my way.
Yeah, Dr. Neocortex microwaving crack.
I do like the idea of Cortex. You just see like a house of like heavy metal playing. Don't come in here,
The
crack
fourth game,
Bandicoot.
we got no sequel, and, you know, got to keep the power on.
It turns into Breaking Bandicoot.
They're perfect. That may as well be
Crash,
the level of level name or something like that. Breaking Bandicoot. There you go.
Breaking Bandicoot.
You're welcome, Naughty Dog.
Oh. No one involved in Naughty Dog. No one involved in Crash Bandicoot works at Naughty Dog anymore. Not a single fucking person.
Really, I couldn't tell. I was watching Last of Us. I'm like, oh, these guys made Crash Bandicoot, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean there could be someone who's like the level geometry renderer that.
I worked on the lighting, featuring the original design team.
Oh man. I remember in high school we had a guest speaker. He was the lighting refraction guy from Toy Story 1. And what I remember about it is that I took a selfie with him. Like I bought a camera just to take a selfie with him. So I'm like, no one will ever believe I met the lighting guy from Toy Story. And you know what? He
They
didn't take
did.
the picture. He hit the power button on accident. And I didn't
On
see it.
purpose. I don't want to be seen. I'm the lighting guy for motherfucking Toy Story. I can't be seen with this common trash.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because at the time I was like, I guess no one will
Give me a
believe
fucking
that I
gym
met the
roll.
light. Yeah. Exactly.
And I got all the sexy rants.
Woo!
You should poop out the next one, like in prison. I'm just gonna leave him there for a
Pooped
second.
out
Look
the
at
wrong
him.
direction.
I like that he's just stuck there. That's a nice touch. Like, how do you?
Look at his little eyeballs. Like, can we go?
He's like, please press A. It's like that. It's like that Uncle Mo bit in Simpsons.
Oh yeah.
Please take the fry basket off my head. It is very hot.
Please take the gem. It's hurting my ass.
Yeah. Please
It doesn't
press A
feel
button.
good to
It
go
really
through my
hurts my
teeth.
knees.
Oh, Crash's teeth are kind of yellow. I just noticed that. That's funny. A little detail. He ran sideways up that waterfall.
Whatever works.
Realism is just shattered. Oh, anyway, yeah,
He
the
kills
nature
you.
of success. Think about all the people that we know that have worked on shit, and they finally get their big job, and they're the one who designed Elsa's eyelashes.
Yeah, I did
Finally,
the.
I got the Hollywood call. Yeah.
I'm the one
I
who
designed
drew all
Rip
the
Rue's toenails.
buttholes in the cat movie that got deleted.
Oh man, dude, if you don't think Hollywood and animation is turning into such a nightmare now, just imagine all those poor people who made the Crypto the Super Dog Scooby-Doo crossover.
Oh
No,
yeah,
that's
like,
going right
all
on
that
the
shit's just gone.
Just
Oh
gone.
man, Ripperoo's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, Ripperoo's kind of a... You'll get it.
It's
I would
just-
advise not dying.
You just got a shitty hitbox is all. There's no
I
safety.
know. There's nowhere to hide from Ripperoo.
This character definitely gave kids like anger issues.
I really like his character design.
It works. Jump over here. It's fun over here.
It'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
You shit lord. Ah, eh. And then he drowns.
Tag Team was released just around Mario Double Dash. That's not true. I'm not talking about outsourcing. I'm talking about like HBO and Paramount are using animation as like tax write-offs. So basically, they don't have to pay as much in taxes if they pay for an animation project, finish it halfway through, and then just abandon it. And I have a feeling that Courage the Cowardly Dog movie might have had something to do with it, because there was no announcing that was coming out, and it was just one day. Oh, there's
It
a new.
just kind of drops.
Yeah, it's like everyone was waiting like 20 years for a new Courage thing, and they didn't get the creator. And it's not bad. It's just it's easy cheese. They got some guys they had lying around to make it. It wasn't the big event that it should have been. So there must be some weird thing to that, or they're just terrible at marketing. Because
I
I should have
You get
known.
new CEOs in charge of things, and they'll cancel and change all sorts of shit. So like, it could just be as simple as like, yeah, that is the financial plan. They're more interested in live action stuff, or maybe it's just easier, and like you said, tax write-offs and all that.
yeah,
I believe it. It does make the prospect of creating anything animated kind of unappealing. Oh, he's on a fucking pattern. Now he's dead. Okay, I was about to say, do I have to press a button? Because if I was gonna die there, I would like it to be by my own hand, not by me not touching anything. Yeah, I don't know. As far as cancellations and all that, tax write-off makes sense. Making money off of animation's tough too. Like, how do you prove people subscribe to HBO to watch that kind of thing? They had like the Adult Swim catalog in South Park. I think South Park's a get.
South Park's a weird get too because it's grossly expensive to make, but also like they only make like 10 a year. They're down to 6.
It used to not be grossly expensive to make, but yeah, now it is.
I like that comment. I am Brian. The co-commentator is Brian. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, he doesn't get ahead
No
on
watch
this.
talking. Yeah. Yeah, no, animation, it's weird. A lot of people I've met are like, the most successful guy I know is like a storyboard artist on Family Guy that I kind of knew from back in the day, very casually. And it's not like I've ever gone and, you know, here's a job, Brian.
Oh,
But
God,
I've met a lot of people who do like one thing and that's kind of it.
I hate it when you run across the person who's like, yeah, this is where you get me a job, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I figured it out. I'm a genius.
What, ask people for jobs? Do you need a job, Hellben? Are you okay?
Yeah. Give me money. No, you just jump around it. The game
Oh yeah.
game's making fun of its own design. 3D. It's like I'm playing a game that's mocking itself. Like, ha ha. And then you'd probably do this, right? Oh, except we just go and put it in there. You know, I like it though.
South Park may be less expensive to produce, but I know that they keep 80 staff members on call, so I'm not sure.
That doesn't sound cheap.
That doesn't sound cheap. We know a little bit. You know, when Hellbent and I hang out with Matt and Trey, they tell us a little bit, but like, from my understanding, it's a big nightmare to work there because you got to sleep in the office for like 6 weeks. But also, it's got to be a lot of fun. But then the rest of the year, all those people are kind of fucked for work. So they're either paying rent or owning a building with 80 people at any given time. I don't know. It's different now that they're making movies, though. Who knows how many people they're working with? They must have like
that if you
friends for
interrupt
life
Matt
by
or
now.
Trey during a recording session, they just start losing their minds.
I thought you were gonna say farting intensely.
They got a colon issue. Both of them. They ate like some really
got a
bad
room
Mexican
for-
food.
They got a room for people who talk like Tally too often and talk like Cartman too often. They have a special dunce hat.
I'd be furious if I worked on that show and I heard somebody doing like Tally all the time. I'd be like, it made me
That would be
angry.
the coworker you don't keep around.
That'd be the one who gets fired. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
Like Mr. Hanky from the show, do you get it? It's Pat and Oswald. I'm a Hanky. I'm gonna take a bus back to Reno. You do scream like Pat and Oswald, Hellbent. You got... Hellbent doesn't have a very high
That's my
registry.
goofy scream. That's not my.
Yeah.
That's not my normal scream.
No, that's...
If it gets shot, I'm
I
like,
don't know.
"Ah!"
Every once in a while, you snap into a voice where I'm like, I did not know he sounded like that when he's not talking all normal.
Well, you know, there's this thing called mic presence, Brian, and I know you don't know anything about that because you're running a Blue Yeti like some kind of chump.
Hellbent talked me into buying shit with money I had.
But when you're speaking on broadcast, especially on YouTube, there can be people from other countries listening who aren't familiar with the English language.
Oh.
You know English, so when I like go stand blah, 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 you get me, right? But
Oh,
if I do
yeah,
that
yeah.
here, somebody from another country is going to hear me like we hear the Scottish.
Oh, that's really offensive.
Okay, the Irish.
Scottish.
I should be able to interchange those because the only people who'd be upset would be the Scottish or the Irish, and they hate each other, so.
Well, yeah, and they're always angry.
Yeah. Van Oswald plays Crash Bandicoot.
I'm going to get up here.
Time to get up! Up,
Every-
up, up!
What if it was one of those games where they only have like 3 sound samples, and every time he does that animation where he hits the ground, you just hear,
I would have actually enjoyed if it was like, if it was like, to where I could tell like the actor definitely threw his voice out a little bit doing it. Like when you can tell someone suffered for it, just a little bit.
I don't love the Peaches song in the Mario movie. I love Jack Black singing, but the thing that makes that song work really good is when he goes like, yeah, and you're like, oh, Jack Black's like 60. This isn't cool. He's not okay. How the fuck old is Jack Black now?
Oh, he's 72. Same age as Bam Margera.
Jack Black.
I think they should have had Bam Margera in the Mario movie.
Who's that?
I think he's running away from the police right now, so he's a wanted fugitive, actually. But he also used to do pranks.
Google describes him as American skateboarder.
Yeah. He used to skateboard.
I don't prefer any version of Tana. I will not play this game. I don't like that Tana talks in the new one, though. They didn't have to do that.
Fuck! Yeah, this plays like a Japanese game show, funny enough, and I do like that about it.
I do like the idea of putting a real person. Dude, can we like
get hurt?
Replace?
You'd fuck him up.
Crash. Replace Crash's model with just a normal dude running around.
Normal dude, like
get me on a green screen. Oh no!
Normal dude would get hit by these pillars right here and fall and hit like his neck wrong, and that'd be it. That'd be it. It shows.
Well,
done.
have you? Yeah. Well, there's this Sonic game. Not that I'll ever bring up Sonic. There's a Sonic fan game out with 90 characters, and they're like the human models from like Sonic Adventure 2, of like the president, and, like the military guy. But they can run around and spin dash and shit. And it's really funny watching these ugly PS2 models run around going, ah!
That is pretty funny.
Yeah, just replace Crash with like a human.
Fuck your extra Wampa fruit. And eat them. Because I'm dying, so I actually do need the ups a little bit. I only have 31 lives.
Sister A, that's incorrect. They always do the voices first. They always do the voices first. Always.
There's like a few cartoons where they do the animation and the voices, but you can super tell. Like it's very obvious.
Well, there's so many
dubbed.
fucking timing issues. Pixar movies, they do they do temp first, I know, where they like actually dub in the actors. But even that, I still think you do the voice first. Now, I've animated like running sequences and fighting sequences where there are no voices, and then you add the voices in later, right?
Yeah, an action scene's a little different, that's for sure.
Yeah. You kind of learn this, you pick this shit up doing it. Where you're like, oh yeah, maybe I don't need to record them before I have them punch each other.
Like The Simpsons, for example. I remember hearing people go, oh, they animated before The Simpsons. They animated, then the actors talk over it. I'm like, man, you're just guessing.
Oh, God.
You're just guessing. There's no way.
That's just not true. Can you imagine? We would have noticed after 34 years of The Simpsons that Homer sometimes goes, "Hello, Marge. How are you doing?" It would sound like that.
How are you doing?
Yeah.
Money for
they do the lip
this
sync
every time, Brian. I go to the bonus level. I hear money for nothing and chicks for free.
We got to go collect a Wampa. Yeah.
I did it
Crash
the
and
stupid
Cortex
way.
delivery. Wow.
Movie.
Yeah, you did. Put your
Waiters.
We got to move these color TVs.
A color TV back in the 70s cost $1,500 dues. Hey, I want up there. Oh, no. Ah.
You have to jump on the top part first. What the fuck are you doing?
I'm trying to. It's hard to get up there.
You can spin one of them, you know.
Yeah, but then I don't get all the Wumpus.
Why do you need they're extra lives? That's all they are. You get 100 for an extra life. You get no collecting points for getting them.
Well, that just hurts my feelings.
Oh, I just want you to feel better.
Oh.
Yeah, replace Crash with Steve-O. That is a good idea.
Yeah, Steve-O's doing okay.
Sticks, what is rigged animation? You mean like motion tweeny stuff? Is that?
No, it's like when you frame somebody for a crime.
Yeah. This animation company's rigged. I do rigged animation because it's easier for like retakes. I just did a project. Hellbent saw it. I just did a project for this NFT dude that, like, one of those NFT bros where after the first round of notes were just on sketches, I was like, I'm gonna get notes for every pose. So I just eventually built them into little models. But I built a rig.
What the guy's probably doing, which I can just tell you from experience, is that you probably nailed it on the first take, but he's like, well, I paid him such and such money, so I'm gonna get my money's worth out of this work. Oh,
money for animators.
Fuck shit.
Yeah, I like puppet animation. I grew up in that era where everyone hated it and it was the devil and it was the worst thing in the world.
Oh yeah, don't twin anything ever. That's not what Walt Disney would have done. And as we know, Walt Disney, real good guy.
But the thing about getting revisions is that, you know, when people talk about that old-timey Simpsons squash and stretch, that was because they didn't have time for retakes. They didn't give a fuck what those in-betweens looked like because they just had to get it done. And there is a certain amount of time animation takes, and that's why New Simpsons, you know, is either really, really, really bouncy and Disney-like, or it's very stiff, and it's usually depending on time constraints. But 9 times out of 10, they just want it to be nice and stiff. So I don't. Yeah. I don't know. Rick and Morty is fine, and I am impressed in the newer ones that they still, like, when a car turns, they kind of do it off camera, so you don't have to watch them animate it.
No, that's just smart. I hate to say it, but, oh fuck. Well, you know, that's what I get for having an opinion. I hate to say it, but when somebody does something animation-wise that's impressive, I'm happy. But it's not like the old days to where we just had no cartoons, you know. So
yeah,
you don't need to draw the car and do. You don't need to draw the car doing shit to impress me. I'm like, yeah, whatever.
I do. Rick and Morty is good, but everyone's doing it.
And I can complain when that My Little Pony show did it, and that made tons of money.
Wasn't My Little Pony always Flash, or is it
something like that? Oh shit! I don't really know too much about it, but I remember seeing like clips of it. It's clearly like tweened, right?
Yeah, it's very tween. I did like that it was done in like they had a special, I'm guessing a pirated build of Flash 8, right? Like with all the extensions preloaded.
Probably like in-house their own thing a little bit, maybe.
We can talk about, if you're cool with it, I can talk about how I animate stuff for like Christmas stuff.
Yeah, ain't nothing wrong with that.
So what I use is something called Absinthe. I actually film me and some actors in my room basically with a big green screen. And we film it at like 100 or 60 to 100 FPS. And then you just pick a frame.
I'm an idiot. I didn't jump off the fucking chameleon, Brian.
You did it wrong. You did it wrong.
Oh.
Stupid.
Stupid.
Stupid. Okay, so the way I do it is now you run it through Absinthe. What's cool about Absinthe is that you can use any graphical editor. So you could make it pixel art, you could make it in Paint, you know, you could make it in Photoshop. You run it through Absinthe and it'll start matching the drawing to the video. No matter what you paint there, it'll copy it. And then you could run it back into Flash, and I have a command that'll trace bitmap it. It'll turn it into vector art. And then now you have a vectorized animation of like a real person moving around. And that's super useful because it doesn't quite look shitty, but it looks, I don't know, it looks like a moving comic book. It's really fucking cool.
I like it when animation excels, but also I'm a big fan of good enough. That's just because I know the
program.
Okay, well, what do you want? Do you want a 6-episode season or you want a 12-episode season? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, you know, you can do it. Well, you can do it all by hand, and don't use any shortcuts at all. Get your Disney disc and all that shit. And sure, it'll look great, and you might even get an accolade or an award. Who knows? You might even be a breakout hit, or you could do double the story. And you know what? Writing, acting, all these other things count too. So,
It is
I
a
feel like-
balance. It's,
Yeah, I feel like funneling all of the budget in animation, not like thinking about the bigger picture, is admirable.
yes, back in the 80s, cartoons were made to peddle toys to kids. You guys should look up Clutch Cargo
They
if
are
you want to see
today.
some bad animation. Yeah, I know. My Little Pony isn't selling figures. There's no Ninja Turtle toys anywhere. That's one that made it, but it's still selling toys.
They even got Ninja
But
Turtle
even
sex
now-
toys.
Well, you know.
I hear most ladies
have to
prefer the
mention my personal
Raphael,
life.
but the guys like the Michelangelo because he's the party dude.
The Raphael one, I just picture it being shaped like the size.
That one's pretty
It
rough,
goes
yeah.
out. Ding!
Jagged.
Yeah, that's not fun.
Not a fan of the Raphael.
I remember ordering a pizza at one time, and they had the Raphael pizza. And I'm like, "Can I get the Raphael pizza?" Yes, I'm a grown man talking on the phone to you.
Yeah, it's always.
Yeah.
What 5-year-old is calling
You ever
pizza
hear
and be
that?
like, "Yeah, I want the Raphael pizza."
I know, you have to make a grown up be like, "Can I get the Raphael rockin' pizza, Roni?"
I'd say I always do that kind of stuff with pride anytime, especially if I'm getting like a toy for like a Christmas thing. Like, what was it? It was Bionicle I was getting for a nephew one day, and it was a bunch of them. And I was like, "Hell yeah, all the Bionicles!" And like, "These for you or the kid?" I said, "They're for me." And they didn't go too well. They looked at me kind of concerned, but whatever.
Would you like to find out? Yeah.
I was proud. It reminds me of that 1-hour photo movie with
Robin Williams.
Yeah, Robin Williams going Neon Genesis Evangelion. That was awesome.
Did you say that?
Yeah, he
Put his
says the
thing in
name
your
of the
mouth.
He says the name of the anime, and rumors are that he personally watched it and brought the figure from home like it was his, like he's a collector.
Oh, that's cool.
I don't know if that's true or not, but I kind of don't care if it's true or not because I just want it to be fucking.
I like Robin Williams playing a weirdo. I'm probably not allowed to talk about that movie too much, but there's a shot where the camera pulls out and you see all the photographs he owns, and you're like, "Oh, this is awesome. Thank you for being in this, Mr. Williams. This is fucking cool."
1-hour photo was better than the Truman Show.
I don't even know if I could compare them, but they're kind of the same time period, right?
The only reason I can compare them is that it's two comedians playing like a more serious, like dramatic role.
Oh yeah, I do like dramatic Jim Carrey and dramatic Robin Williams actually. I don't like goofy.
I didn't quite classify 1-hour photo as horror. I heard other people do it. I'm like, I don't know about horror.
Kind of like psychological horror.
More like psychological, like psychodrama maybe. But shit, not
Yeah,
horror.
it's not very scary. It's
Somebody gets hurt.
It's. Oh yeah. Yeah, but Robin Williams plays crazy man.
Which is totally not his cast type, you know.
I know. Next thing you know, Jim Carrey will play a crazy guy. Who knows? Remember
Rob
when Tunes
Schneider
talking?
is gonna
we were-
play a
Yeah.
nice normal guy.
We were talking about like people getting mad at Jim Carrey for being goofy in the Sonic movie. Like, can he just calm down?
Yeah, it's like that's the pet detective.
We hired Ace Ventura and we need a. Look, we're trying to do a little more serious with our Robotnik character. Can you scale
Lower
back
your
just
voice.
a little bit? Lower your voice, Mr. Carey. This is a film set.
It's a little annoying.
I do like that Jim Carrey. There's that video about Jim Carrey playing Andy Kaufman where he basically. They were like,
Yeah,
"Are
Man
you
on the
gonna
Moon, that
do
was a
the
good one.
lines?" Yeah, but like he was calling Andy Kaufman's like illegitimate child like, "Hey, it's me, your dad. I'm channeling his spirit." And everyone's like, "Jim Carrey, can you calm the fuck down a little bit?" And he's like, "Well, if you don't want me to do it right, I'll just get every line wrong and cost you millions of dollars until you let me do what I want. Now, thank you. I'm
You
gonna
know what?
just do
I'll give
whatever I
him-
want."
I'll give him credit on that because he was on In Living Color, right? So he did
Oh yeah.
he did the TV show weekend comedy thing before. So maybe, and he was a comedian. I don't know if he's a stand-up comedian or not, but he was a comedian. Like at least he had some
He's done some good stand-up.
yeah, he had some like reasons why you'd want to do that. It's like I want to make sure it's done really right because he probably watched Andy Kaufman growing up, right? Be like if they told you to do a Don Bluth thing, and you'd be like, you would probably put more effort into it, I would guess.
Sure. There's a good bit that Jim Carrey did. I remember my mom.
How did I not die?
It was like,
it's awesome.
That's the name of the new show.
How did I not die?
There's a bit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. How did 1,000 Ways Not to Die? They're all survival stories, and you get mad at the end. Man, look at Crash. Look at
Jim Carrey came out of the closet. I just assumed, I don't know. I saw that scene where he crawled out of the rhinoceros's anus, and also the end of Ace Ventura 1. And honestly, I could go either way on that assumption. I'm not sure which one.
Jim Carrey's not someone I think of as a sexual being.
That's true.
Actually,
I never tried to picture Jim Carrey fucking somebody.
Right after the Sonic movie came out. Yeah, but now you're laughing.
Now I'm thinking about it.
Well, alrighty then.
Somebody stop me.
When Jim Carrey was confronted. Well, somebody stop me.
Really?
Jim Carrey was in an 8-hour armed standoff. He's like asking for like reasonable shit. He's like, I need a helicopter, and I'm gonna need like $10,000 in unmarked bills, and I'm gonna need a pool of gelatin. Mr. Carrey, calm down. Nobody stop me.
Oh.
Oh, you
want to make
seen
this
the
a
video?
little easy? How do I make this easy, Flirth?
Oh no, never mind. They'll tell you.
Yeah, don't take this away from Flirth, you jackass.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Booga booga. Jump on the ropes? Oh, that's so cheesy. Cool. Oh, these programmers.
Just right.
Oh, fuck! You killed me, Flirth.
Yeah, do it just right. Use the D-pad. Use the D-pad.
I am. One time I mentioned the D-pad at GameStop, and a lady looked at me really confused because I think she thought I meant like, you know, like no, the D-pad. It's something Nintendo called it, the D-pad. It's like, why do they call it the D-pad? I'm like, okay, look, it has nothing to do with.
Look at Crash's little leg go. Look at him. He's like his leg's asleep. Oh, whoa, whoa. No blood's going in there.
Ow. Booga booga.
Okay, so right after the Sonic movie came out, Jim Carrey did an interview with Mark Maron, and he talks about he talks about the first time he had sex, and it was to that song. Who does that one? Is that I couldn't remember. And anyway, he goes, imagine exploding to that, and I'm like, Jim Carrey needs to calm down.
Somebody stop him.
Somebody taught me.
I don't know. I would love to hear a whole stand-up routine of Jim Carrey going over every sexual event in his life.
Just every single bit.
I'm gonna like hear names I didn't think. It's like, and so one day me and Weird Al were hanging out, and
they're talking to Weird Al.
Steven Seagal were at a spa.
At Weird Al's
you know,
Coke party, yeah.
Towels fall off and emotions run hot. One time, me and the lead singer for Motley Crue.
Yeah, I can tell you a little bit about Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey's a bit of a crazy man.
Got a big old dick. I'm talking like this long, baby.
He's the one that called Dr. Feelgood. Yeah.
He's the one he called Dr. Ow. You gotta call the doctor after.
You gotta call Dr. Feelgood after Jim Carrey's done.
Yeah, call Dr. Feelgood for therapy.
He's the one that called Dr. Carrey.
Well, anyways, good for Jim Carrey for having sex.
With whomever the gender may be. I got one thing you'll understand. That song is so awesome. I'm gonna take Sonic the Hedgehog out as fast as I can.
Ow!
When's
Like
the
I'm
Crash
just saying,
Bandicoot movie
Jim
coming?
Carrey taken into the hospital for a prolapsed anus. How do you not laugh?
But then Jim Carrey looks up and he's also the doctor.
He looks up and he's doing
Takes
the mask
COVID
thing.
mask
I keep getting myself killed with
They
this all my life.
They weren't. The mask was originally a drama about a loser, and then they just put a CGI mask over his face. And they were
Fuck.
like, "This is just how Jim Carrey was acting that day."
They finished the CG and somebody said, "Hey, that looks just like Jim Carrey."
They just added his face in retroactively.
This level's funny. I like the design. This is like one of those mean Quake levels I'd make.
It does remind me of that. How come the Game Grumps get through the level faster than you do?
Oh shit. I don't know,
And
probably
they do
because
it
they
live.
play classic games all the time. I kind of play variety.
No, they do it live.
Oh yeah, I guess that might be the other thing.
We were talking about if we were gonna do Toons Talking live, and we realized that people actually thought the Game Grumps are live, and that they don't cut any of it, and like they're somehow able to beat a game that fast.
Creative Dude says Suicide Bandicoot. Fun fact, Brian, the guy got banned from AGDQ because he kept going, "What do we love here?" I'm not even gonna say it now. I'll get in trouble if I say
Crash
it once. We love ooh-eyed.
Yeah,
Ooh-eyed.
Soup.
I love those banned from AGDQ videos. Those are so fun.
That's cool.
My favorite one is the lady reading her poetry while the guy's speedrunning Link to the Past, but he's dressed up like Link. So this lady's giving this very tragic story, by the way. You know, people shouldn't have been laughing at it, but like, the problem is, you're telling us about somebody who passed away while like, ching, 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 ah, yeah, ah, yeah. And there's a guy in a little magical elf costume and a bunch of greasy
that's
nerds
awesome.
sitting next to you. It's like, the framing was so fucking funny that, like, yeah, I get it. I get it. Like, how? How is that ever going to be taken seriously? Oh, I hope I get to go to Candyland. Yeah!
Oh, but
Oh,
did
fuck.
you know in Hollywood oh, okay. In Hollywood, it's more of a gambit to come out as a Republican.
Oh, well. Am I dying on purpose to get more Lost Souls? Yeah, this is my speedrun tech. I'm changing the RNG of the level every time I die.
There's gonna just be one where you clip forward like 2,000 feet.
It's gonna go, and then I'm gonna get right at the end of the level. And then everybody who said I played like shit, I'm gonna be like, you just don't understand video games.
You guys need to really get together. There's a famous speedrunning thing where like a dude played. All right, that turtle Hellbent. There's that turtle there.
Look at that! Look at that!
Go and jump on that turtle. Look at that Bandicoot. Cooking some crack in Cortex's castle.
I do like the crack cooking Cortex. That was fun. Oh fuck!
That's my favorite action figure is crack cooking Cortex.
Yeah, the rare variant.
The rare variant.
And you have like the regular crack cooking Cortex, but then you have like the smokes his own supply crack Cortex, and he's got a more
Right,
hardcore
with
look
extra
about him.
shadows painted under the eyes.
Yeah. Money for nothing, trust for free. How am I supposed to do that? Oh.
Cortex, cook some crack for the Bandicoot. Save me!
Oh, what's that song? Save me.
Yeah, save me! Come together with your friends. That's from Seattle, Spoon Man. Spoon Man!
Oh yeah, I've heard that on a Sick Animation album, and I keep forgetting he
that's cool.
samples like other bands all the time. So I find
You thought
myself
he just
humming
made it?
tunes. And people are like, what are you humming? It's like, oh, it's a song about
Why'd you
fucking people
spin
in the
into the-
ass.
Oh yeah.
And like, no, it's
Run
not.
on them
That's
ropes.
Save me. Oh, I see. Shit.
I remember playing this. Just Time to go and make some crap.
Oh yeah. That's about the kind of music you'd be listening to when this game came out.
Yeah, no, we got to put ourselves back there.
Alice in Chains.
All that she wants is a Bandicoot,
baby. Dr. Dick.
Help me, Dr. Dick. This
There's
Bandicoot's
Wumpus
awful
fruit over
quick.
there. Son of a bitch.
You jump over there.
I can't because I finished the level and I can't go back.
Oh, you got to go get those fancy gems there.
You know, I could put on that really awful ray tracing thing I did on
You know-
Family Guy in here.
I'm gonna go get in a fist fight for about a minute and a half.
That's fine. Was I supposed to do that? Was there something fancy back there? Booga booga. Like Tool and Napalm Death and Korn and all that, yeah, all the weird new metal bullshit too. Which I grew to like more in time. You know, when new metal hit, I was kind of like, eh. Now when I put on like a Korn song, it's kind of nostalgic and it's like, oh look, nice rhythms that I dismissed because I was like, oh no, it's only pure rock music. Which was a mistake. I got over that pretty quick though. I'm proud to say that wasn't like the entirety of my high school career. It was like, no, I don't like new things. I hate new thing. Oh fuck. Megadeth had some good albums, even like going past the 90s like that. Not bad.
Yeah, you know who I hate is Korn. Oh, hi,
Yeah,
Helmet.
I can understand hating them because, you know.
No, I actually listen to Korn like pretty fucking consistently. Up until the dubstep era, and that feels like it just happened. But that was.
No, I ain't heard any of their newer stuff, but no, I understand, like, you know, the songs being good. I just remember.
I play Crash Bandicoot.
And I was like, what are you even fucking singing about?
I play Crash Bandicoot, and that kills Sane.
But then I realized that they were like just having fun and expressing themselves, and it's like, oh, okay, that's a lot more interesting. I'm sorry, but between country and rap, it spoiled me on like, or not spoiled me, but made it hard for me to take a lot of lyrics seriously because I just hear so much complaining and like, oh, the only one I could tolerate was System of the Down, and even then, after a while, it's like, did you know in 1904 there was a kind of shit for so long.
True. Did you like the Korn one where it's like ring around the rosy?
I sometimes like those. I've listened to some Insane Clown Posse and grew to appreciate it on a fun level. Like, you know, it's insane, and the clown is a posse.
I've
what you
never listened to
expect.
ICP. I know so fucking little.
Oh,
Little.
you don't need to know much. They just sing about, like, you know, huffing spray paint's bad, but I do it. My uncle, I hate him because he's a fucking stupid asshole. And I stab him in the face.
You sound like a lot of nasty young men with aggression issues.
Well, they sing like they're a gang, but it's, you know, it's just a bunch of people that wear clown makeup and go to concerts. It's not really a gang, but it's like, and then you stab a bitch. I cut her face off with a fucking chainsaw and I piss in her mouth. And then you hear the guys like, yeah, I love my kids, and, you know, I had a pretty good music career. It's fun, you know. You know, the little events we go to are nice, and we like raising money for the kids. And honestly, I'm just happy to have this opportunity to entertain people. He's like, how the fucking magnets work? Who knows, bro? To get drunk and shit on the floor. That's not a lyric. I was just, you know, letting you guys know.
That was just you sharing.
Yeah. My contribution to tonight's festivities. I'm missing boxes. The game's punishing me for it. And, you know, this makes me sad.
There's so many spots where they're like, you're just gonna have to go replay that later.
I don't mind it in this though, because the levels are mercifully short.
I like shorter levels like this, especially that bridge level. That was nice and short.
Yeah, well, it would have been shorter if I died less, but it's, you know, even on that, I'm not stuck there forever though. If this were like God of War or something like that, and it was a hard level, and I want to get 100%, or if it was that would just be really hard. If it was Banjo-Kazooie, I'd have to go over that level and collect like 400 pickups. You know what I mean? Enough to make it not fun.
Well, how about Spyro, where you have to walk over and someone's like, "Hey, Spyro, do a mission."
Yeah, and I couldn't get into Spyro for that. I got into the worlds. I'm like, oh, collecting gems. I know this, and things like, I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, as a kid, I found that more exciting. It's like, oh, now Spyro goes in a sub. Now Spyro's flying a plane. And then you play the first one again as an adult, and you're like, this is all concentrated Spyro, and I like it. And then you get to the second one, and it's suddenly like, collect 500 things that I dropped over here, and you have to do it in a time limit, and then go back to your normal game. And you're like, I just want to collect the shit and go home. I don't want to knock these monkeys out of trees and find pieces of popcorn and.
That's what I'm liking about playing Crash 1 again in retrospect. Like, yeah, there's multiple game types and there's a few different things here and there, but it sticks to its formula really well.
Yeah.
And whatever it teaches you is applicable to other areas. And you know what, the 2D platformer, but I can go into the background thing is a good idea.
No, I like this. Go ahead.
It was done in other games, but it was like just a 1-to-1. Like Fatal Fury or Wario or whatever. Pick your poison on
I wish there were more 2D games that were actually sprite based, where you could do a little bit of back and forth. I still wish there were more games that were half sprite but rendered in 3D. I always liked those.
I've found some in the indie scene that are like that, but you know, they're never like big full releases. They're in some cases shorter than the retro games would have been.
God, if we ever do that game, man, we should hold a poll and just see what people think.
Well, doing a game would be fun, but doing a game is not something that you put up to an internet poll, that's for sure.
I know.
Brian, if you ask people, hey, do you want us to make you things? Their answer is going to be like, yes. It's like asking a dog, hey, you want walkies?
You want food?
Walkies?
Yeah.
You know,
well, I mean,
I just want to see the dog's opinion on it is all. And the dog's always going to go, yes, I do.
I guess so.
It's like, hey, chat, you want to see me punch Brian?
Yeah. Ow!
There's gonna be like one person who says no, but
yeah, I don't actually think you should hit him.
That would be wrong. I'm like, you're boring. I hit you twice. And this one's because Reginald said that it shouldn't have happened.
Next tune's talking is Avatar, which now feels like old fucking news. That's how slow I'm being on it.
Well, yeah,
and that's the original.
And this is oh fuck! How that? Well, that's my fault clearly. But fuck you, video game.
Finally. I had my first day off in like a month, and all I did is I walked around town yesterday just in the sun. It was so awesome.
Yeah, it's
much like James
reality.
Rolfe. Yeah,
you neglect your works because you have a life outside of things. I'd fucking dare you, you know.
Yes, James Cameron's Avatar, not good Avatar. We wanted to do one for Way of Water. We found Avatar to be even more pretentious than we remembered it being.
Nah, it's exactly as pretentious as I remembered it being, but
it was fucking top shit. Yeah.
It was, yeah. I did expect less. I don't know why I expected less of this, but I
big render test.
I expected like less just dialogue that led nowhere and just more 3D shit. But in addition to the 3D stuff, there's just a bunch of corny, dumb dialogue that means nothing and goes nowhere.
There's a lot of scenes where they're in the Avatar suits for no reason other than it's fancy. And you're like, these giant blue people are like manning gunner turrets for no reason. I'm like, why? Why any of this? I don't like seeing them next to people.
And I ended up asking myself questions that were like, I'm right, but unfortunately, James Cameron wins. Like, if this were real life and aliens came down and like genetically modified meat puppets, people wouldn't fuck them. Like, damn it.
That's not worth it.
Yeah, they would. So of course the Avatar people do the same. I like
the thing about Avatar,
the whole like the fuck braid thing, the penis braid.
Oh yeah, we watched the version where they didn't have the sex scene. That was weird. There must be a version somewhere with it.
Yeah, probably
that
like
movie
a
was
cam
still
rip
2.5 hours long. Do you remember when we were checking to make sure it was the right length and it was the 2.5 hour and we're like, oh, that's the extended cut we just watched.
Yeah, and
then
it was
we
like,
found
no, that's
out
the regular one.
Yeah, it was like another extra couple hours.
Yeah. I understand, like, hey, if we took all the stuff off the cutting room floor, it'd be a long movie, ha ha ha, and then...
Patton Oswalt always says movies have editing for a reason.
Yeah. Movies always have editing for a reason!
They don't have to be so long! Yeah.
People gotta pee!
Man.
How do you make a movie like that and not realize they're gonna put this in theaters, and theaters live off selling concessions, so the theater's gonna try really hard to sell them an icy. And we're just gonna play this 3.5 hour movie.
Yeah, movies need intermissions again if you're pulling that shit.
Yeah, definitely.
The thing about intermissions though is like even when a movie ends and I go to the bathroom, there's still it's like, oh, one stall, I can go take a piss. And then like a kid's kicking. Last time when I went to go see Mario, a kid tried to kick my fucking stall in. I think there's someone in here. It's like, you want to ask first, or so maybe an intermission would be a problem. Maybe I'm not a grown up and I should just get over it. That I'm missing part of the movie.
If they're gonna do intermissions, they need larger bathrooms.
Yeah.
What they need to do is take one of the you know, like areas where they show the film, one of the theaters, and just like take all the seats out and replace them with toilets.
I would totally watch movies that way. It's dark anyway. Like
yeah,
that should just be
the yeah, the whole theater. That's where you watch James Cameron's whatever the fuck. He's here.
James
Somebody
Cameron's like, I have provided the. Yeah, I provided the built-in film diapers.
It's like they're having like the braid sex and somebody's just grunting out like a sloppy one.
And James Cameron's like, well, I have a section. I paid AMC Regal Theaters to have a section of the theater just for the people who need to grunt one out.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Cameron.
Do you have toilets for larger folks? Like, oh yeah, we have a completely separate theater for that too.
Film's been dead for years because you can't do it in 3D. All right, Mr.
And you know, we weren't gonna do this. They said it was a bad idea, but you guys been good, and you know what? I'm feeling good. So, yeah, this has jerk off tubes. You just pull it on up and
tube.
Yeah, it makes the sex
We're trying
scene
to
really
fill
fun.
that. Oh man,
they would.
That's just, I know it just sounds horrible the way. Well, if James Cameron said it, yeah. James Cameron is the kind of guy who would be like, I just want to introduce the porn element to it.
I wish to make a pornographic film, but I need special apparatuses to complete my vision.
James Cameron has a lot of vision. I gotta say I don't know how much of the world is truth anymore. I mean, it was those 2016 elections that made me realize both sides are lying. Yeah, everyone's fucking lying.
I nailed it.
Everyone's fucking lying. Yeah. Ah! You fell. So,
you fell for my trap.
But like James Cameron shit, whenever I look it up and I'm like, Avatar wasn't that good, or you know, what do you guys think of Avatar? It's always like, James Cameron is a genius. he has reinvented cinema. I didn't know what a movie really was until Avatar happened and showed me just how evil humans can be. And it's like, yeah.
Could it be any more obvious that these are paid for? It's too
yeah,
ass
but
kissy. Someone missed the part on propaganda to where it's supposed to be like believable.
For that shit? Who's in charge of saying that shit? That's so obvious.
Yeah, it's like they hired like the propaganda minister in North Korea to do it.
Yeah, it's like the Russian bots are
Cameron?
real and they're doing Avatar.
James Cameron was sent here from the clouds above, and he has the power of fire and water, and he can control how fast plants grow, and he can cure cancer just with his touch.
I'm gonna go look at the Avatar 2 comments and see if we can get a little
Way of the water or whatever. What's it called? What's the
way of the water physics. All right.
Someone showed James Cameron like a water shader, and he's like, oh yeah.
Oh, actually, wow, there's a lot of angry comments on the actual Facebook page saying it's the same movie again. That's pretty
that's
cool.
funny.
So that's where you need to look.
It looks like it's gonna be the same movie, but then they go into water more. Which is kind of like a video game thing. It's like, it's the water level.
Man.
You know, they say the water level in Avatar is the hardest one.
Oh, man. What is this?
It's Crunch Bunder
Man,
stunt.
I know, I'm just trying to look at these. Let's see. It's like the same 5 people. This is bullshit. See, all the stupid Avatar ads I was getting where they say how smart it is, they're just gone. Okay, here. I want the physical copy so bad to match my original collector's edition. I'll have to buy the online version first, but then the second version I'll have to buy at Walmart.
That's just somebody who likes collecting discs. He's like,
Yeah,
oh boy,
right,
oh boy, now the A's will look even more healthy. Because we'll have Avatar, then we'll have Avatar 2, and then we're gonna have like another movie that starts with the A. And for whatever reason, I can't think of one.
These
Hurry, Brian,
comments,
name a movie that starts with A.
so... American Psycho.
Fuck. Addams Family.
You're welcome.
That's my go-to. Yours was better.
Yeah.
It's more popular.
Good, all the
in
comments are
meme
gone. Now I
culture.
can't find them. But maybe
James
now that I've
Cameron
clicked
went
it,
over them one by one. Molten Amber with $2. Hey, thank you, Molten Amber, for the generous contribution. He says, I was over James Cameron after watching Titanic. Titanic was good.
I've
I'll
never seen
stand by
Titanic.
that. I like it.
I'm sure it's good.
The romance plot is good. Leonardo DiCaprio draws that lady naked. He's like, draw me like your French whores. He's like, can do. And they fuck.
Ooh-wee.
Ooh-wee,
the ship's going down. Ooh-wee.
And they fuck in the car, and the windows get all steamy, and they fill it with butthole stank. And then, like, after Leonardo DiCaprio comes inside of her, they, like, go, oh, fuck, the ship's sinking. And then they gotta go.
Right. And then she's like, I have bad news. And he's like, what? And you just hear, I'm Mr. Frundles.
I'm Mr. Frungles.
Mr. Frundles, stop eating the ship.
I see what they want from me. Booga booga. Oh, fuck you. How does he? Oh, okay, fine. Fine.
Was Titanic one of those 2-tape movies? I remember the Man with No Name one.
It was long.
Damn.
Yeah, it was like a fucking 2-hour-long movie, something like that. 2 hours 20.
Man. Oh, good. I really like all the Avatar comments now because they're like, part 2 of Avatar Water was not as good as 1. Was too excited to watch, but disappointed. No storyline. People are actually finally shitting on this movie. Now, I don't know. I haven't seen it, but I heard that, like, the Colonel dude, there's like a blue guy version.
Yeah,
and he's out for revenge. It looks so stupid.
I like his haircut.
Oh, the villain's clone. Yeah, the Navi haircut of the.
It's like I'm gonna be like this Navi, but I'm still gonna keep my fucking haircut, bro.
Does he have a head? Wait, hang on.
I'm gonna kill myself.
Does he have the hairband thing
in the video game? I don't know if he has a hairband thing, but he has Oakley's.
Hang on, I gotta see that. What's the name of that guy? What's the sergeant?
I don't know. He's the son of the guy who like got his butt kicked in the first movie, I think.
Yeah, he's the wait. He must still have the neck thing. That's funny. It does just look like him in CG. That's really funny looking.
Oh, I'm fucking.
Oh, he's
I'm gonna kill myself again. Die.
There is a really good scene in Avatar that I remember laughing at really hard, where he's so pissed off he leaves the airlock and starts shooting without a fucking mask on.
Oh,
and that made me laugh so hard. That was such a good little character.
It was like it was supposed to show how badass he is, but it just made him look like a fucking idiot.
Is it? Because it does make him look really like, really impulsive, and I like that. That was a good detail. Oh,
well, there's
Mario
impulsive,
movie.
right? But then there's like Neil Armstrong being angry that his instruments don't work, and then he just goes, "Oh, I need a breath of fresh air." Like it's just exits the spaceship or something like that. It's like that's stupid.
That's true. The humans you recruit when you need to fill a whole colony ship in the future is probably not. It's not the same as getting like 5 dudes on a shuttle.
I do like to imagine that even that sergeant guy was like the budget discount option for the army. They're like, well, we got this guy. He's kind of prone to anger, but I mean, like, you know, price is right.
He's a little grouchy.
Ah, fuck! He should fall and his pants should fly up. Because I've seen people fall on the internet and they often have their pants fall off. Like that video of that guy with the beer who falls over and then like the dog starts humping him and he can't get up and the dog's like, don't stop this.
It keeps coming back to dogs fucking things, don't it?
Well, that's only the second time.
For the Oscar, that's more than what happens in my usual week.
No.
For the Oscars, we have Avengers, Infinity something, Avatar, Endgame, and man gets hit in football with groin.
Man gets hit in football with groin. Wait, what? He's hitting football with groin. Did my brain break or did you say it that way?
I'll never tell, but it was me.
Okay.
But man hit with football did have man getting hit with football. Isn't that what Homer says?
Yeah.
Is my brain decaying? It did have a football in the groin.
That's what happens when you make cartoons.
Oh, fuck.
Hey, Big T.
Oh, man. I like the one where Nelson on The Simpsons is talking about how sad his life is when they went to the film festival. Then they just did it again, but with like fucking Barney's life being sad.
Son of a bitch. I would like to play that Simpsons game, but it's like expensive.
Which one is it? The
361.
I was about to say Back to the Multiverse. That's how smart I am.
Oh no!
Don't cry for me. I'm already dead.
When I say I want to play the Simpsons game, it's the one titled The Simpsons Game.
Yeah. The Simpsons Back to the Multiverse.
It was good enough that they knew to like actually just call it The Simpsons Game.
I think Hit and Run still does a lot better.
Hit and Run's a good title. But the Simpsons game is like a real good all-arounder.
But the Simpsons game is the Simpsons game.
How'd that do? Whatever.
I remember in that game you could punch Flanders, Bomb Shelter, and Rod and Todd were in there. That way they didn't have to model them for the game.
I remember there was a Homer stress relief ball that came with the game. and I just thought that was the coolest bonus.
Oh, that's cool.
They were so cool that those eventually got repurposed and sold because everybody liked the pre-order bonus so much. You're like, why aren't we just selling them?
I have every Simpsons on DVD, and I also have that, I think it's season 8, where it's Homer's face. And, like, they mostly only release the Homer's face DVDs. So it'll be like, DVD, 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 Homer's face, DVD, DVD, DVD. And it fucks your collection up, and there's no way to get the original back unless you just buy, like, a $200 copy. They used to have a thing you could mail them in, but it just fucks up your whole DVD library. Season 6? Oh.
I had to use my brains for that.
That's true, it is season 6. I do love the pattern of that thing fucking with you. We're like, go over here now.
Well, no, I tried
I
tried to do the fucking box jump, right? But I got the invincibility power up. And it like, it does some kind of interrupt to you. It fucks with you.
Yeah.
So you don't want, it's like you got invincibility. Oh, that sucks for you. It's like, yeah, I guess it does.
Yeah, this game does kind of fuck with you like that. The game has like a sense of humor in how it's designed, which I really like.
Oh no, it's definitely, it's not as sadistic as like a fan-made Mario game, for example. But it is more sadistic than like maybe Donkey Kong Country levels of sadistic, to where it's like, haha, you would have never seen that coming.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Marge was a rabbit. Uh-oh.
Marge was a Life in Hell rabbit. If you've read that comic.
Yeah.
I like Life in Hell, but I also get people's recent complaints I've seen anyways of it having way too much fucking text.
It is a text dump, but you'll never.
What was it, the
By the way,
causes of ways to die in LA? That was a good one.
Yeah, suicide by failure and success.
Death by failure and success. I didn't see the big titty one here.
Oh.
That was a Cortex one, rip off.
That was a murder mission. That was a murder. You were an assassinator.
I had to kill Dr. Crack.
That was his meth lab. Oh, his crack quarters.
Yeah, he dabbles in meth.
I dabble, Mr. Bandicoot. I love that
Crack's
voice.
my game, but meth could be my name.
Crack Bandicoot.
Dr.
I love
Amphetamines.
Dr. Amphetamines.
Money for nothing and chicks for free.
I cook it in a microwave oven. Dude, that voice actor from Rocco is still kicking. You never hear him in shit anymore, but the guy who played Mr. Big Head, that's not who played Cortex, but I love that voice type, like the baboon.
Oh, yes, where he talks like
oh,
this.
Yes, when we put our voices out like this a little bit. Yeah,
but a little angrier.
But a little angrier, Mr. Bandicoot. The guy who plays Cortex now doesn't do a lot, but he's really good when he does voices, and he does that one so good.
Yeah, I fell really far. If you refresh, you might even be at further up to where I'm playing the game.
Are you that far back?
Well, there's like a buffer on streams. It's not like streaming something on Discord. YouTube gives you, oh fuck! I did it again.
Oh.
No, I landed.
Oh, now I see it falling. Yeah, there's a little. That's a little better actually. I try not to comment because I never quite get it up to date.
Yeah, I need to set it up to where I'm like actually streaming this to you via Discord if we're gonna do this. This is kind of off the cuff.
No,
Thank
dude,
y'all for showing up today,
anymore.
Especially Brian. It's nice to see a big
great
turnout for Crap fucking Bandicoot.
See, I would watch if you did Crash every day. You should only do Crash.
That's the problem. They only made so many of them that were good. That's why you save games like these for rainy days. Like, this game came out like 6 years ago, and I was like, oh, cool. I'll play that when I have nothing else. And then I keep forgetting to play it. Thankfully, I got this one off Humble Bundle, so hey.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
I remember when this shit came out. I remember, God, it was right after I lost all that weight. It was like right when you and I met, and I remember.
Yeah, you lost the baby weight.
Lost the baby weight, dropped some parentals, and then I had my own place for the first time. Fuck. Nice. Here comes the slam.
Now I don't get hit with no crates.
Man.
He said a thing. Brian, I'm 40% complete.
And the game's almost done too.
I'm gonna grab a beverage. Continue your train of thought that I interrupted so violently.
Yeah, you're pretty rotten. Oh, he gets to grab a beverage. I have my fridge right here, so I don't gotta deal with that. You guys play Crash Bandicoot? Did you guys play Twin Sanity? I like Twin Sanity. Yeah, who would be Cortex's Skylar White? Tana's like, I don't like what you're doing, Cortex. You need to stop it. The lady who played Skylar got fucked so bad on that. You ever seen those interviews where basically she because you're so in love with the main character, even when he starts doing horrible stuff, that by the time she's like, all right, we really do need to stop doing horrible things, you're like, no, go away. I don't like this actor. I
hate recasting so much. I understand when the actor's like, hey,
who got recast?
Can't, or maybe when an actor says no, or it's hard to get him in, or it's like we're filming across the country, or even like your voice just ain't the same anymore. I get that, but then there's some recasting they just do like for no damn reason. I remember in Dead Rising 4, they just replaced the main character for Frank West, and they called the actor. It's like, did you turn down that role? He's like, no, they didn't even call me. I didn't even know they're making one. It's like, I would have done it for free, basically.
Clancy Brown, that's funny. The Clancy Brown thing with Cortex, though, from my understanding, there's an interview where he goes, the guy who does it now, he likes doing it for fun. But I like doing it for a living, so I'm just going to keep playing Mr. Krabs till we're all dead. I'm like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, how many voice actors actually do it for a living? No, I'll narrow it down, because I bet there's ones in like commercial and radio that do just fine, but how many cartoon actors do it for a living?
Yeah. What about...
I bet that's a short list.
I got to work with the guy who played Sonic. I got to work with Jason Griffith for this Christmas thing, and he was telling me, you know, he got that job when he was like 23. Think about what you're doing when you're 23. He just got a phone call basically as he was acting as his own agent at a temp agency, like, hey, tell Mr. Griffith, you know, he's gonna be playing Sonic and we're gonna call him back. And he's like, oh, okay. And eventually and now he's like a day player in shows. Like, he's actually in a lot of shit. But it took him how many years? And he didn't just do it for fun, you know what I mean? He didn't do it for money, though, either. He had to really hang the hell in there.
Yeah, for the raw sexual thrill.
For the raw... And then we know people like Fox who, like, you wouldn't catch him dead living in L.A. Because just what a big nightmare it is to be cast in anything when you have this wonderful little thing called...
Have fun watching every dime you made in acting just get funneled up the butthole of L.A. because you had to live local.
Yeah. Oh, you know, for the Jason Griffith stuff, I know this might be old Sonic culture. I don't know what the fuck Sonic culture's like now, but for all the bad acting he was accused of doing, you should get better at this. Yeah. All the bad acting, he said he had 5 voice directors for every Sonic game, especially as they got more money. Yeah, but so just picture the 5 people have something to say about every fucking line of dialogue you give out. I like small film crews.
Paid hourly for that.
Oh, I'm sure he was. You get paid by the voice director. Like, for every voice director, they increase the percentage, because that's why the Sonic stuff sounds so much like this, because he has to steer just in such a way it's like a straight line. You can't be unlikable from 5 people's perspectives, or you'd be Crash and not talk.
Oh, fuck. Okay, well, now I got part of the pattern down.
Oh, you're learning.
I wish this boss to be replaced with Jay Sherman.
Crash Bandicoot, we meet at last.
My old foe.
You can't have any of my crack.
Why have
Every
they
time
not
you
put
hit him,
John
he goes-
Lovitz in a video game yet? Why are they not doing that? Such a fucking
John Lovitz
waste.
is Crash Bandicoot. Achi machi, we got an
Please,
adventure.
Please have John Lovitz play Luigi.
Mario, get the fuck over here.
It's the Brooklyn accent. It fits. Or
Just
Wario.
redo the whole movie. Look, you can have your Charles Martinelli as Mario through the whole movie going, let's go over here, Luigi. And then he can just be like, that's some bullshit, Mario. Mario, the thing is that Mario immigrated here when, when he was 20. I immigrated here when I was 2. And now I sound like this. This boulder's so heavy.
Oh, son of a. Okay.
Son of a bitch, Sonic.
No, I wasn't gonna say bitch. I was gonna say gun. Son of a gun.
I don't talk about weapons in streams. That's not cool. You can only throw that one rock.
Son of a cunt.
Aren't we all?
Ah, I did it
Like
again.
his pecs twitching. Oh, you'll get it.
I better get it. I got 13 more tries. Oh, look, it gave me a pity mask.
Oh, did it?
I think so.
Look at him trying.
Like, oh, you're struggling there, champ. Here's a little mask for you since you suck so fucking bad. Thank you, game.
Oh, man. Anything for you, buddy? I remember my buddy Paul when we first.
And he used it up.
When we first started hanging out, I remember he couldn't stop talking like Zap Brannigan. I went to bed and I had the door open while he's watching TV, and I just hear from the other side of the room, "Have a sexually seductive slumber, Mr. Shickley."
That's pretty
Didn't sleep
creepy.
after that. It's like the most happy.
I gotta let the carts get out of the way, I bet. Why couldn't I? Oh, whatever.
I love the color scheme. Wait, did it? I don't understand what's
I'm pretty
happening.
sure I spun into it, but I must have just grazed it.
They should make a Luigi's Mansion movie, but it would all take place in the mansion, and you get very tired of it very quickly.
Oh, okay, I'm too late, so I need to immediately hit it. When it rolls away, I can no longer do the thing.
Oh, you timed it out. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I was trying to wait for the carts to get out of the way.
Yeah. Let's talk about that Sonic Project 06 thing 50 more times.
Okay, there's somebody remaking Sonic 06 in Unity, and it's completely pointless, but, kudos.
It's very well made, but the problem is it's still a Sonic game that's Sonic 06.
It's still a 3D Sonic game, and those are all universally terrible.
I
might
them.
play Adventure here, but I think I can only play it with, like, Brian as co-commentary, because doing that alone would be sad.
I have way too much to say about Sonic games. That's the problem.
No, that's
I spent a lot of time.
honestly a great thing, because I have nothing to say about Sonic games that isn't like...
That's a good...
Well, these
a good
came
combo.
out, and I remember watching the TV shows, and, like, I didn't like the cat segments, but I like fishing games now, so I guess these are cool.
Oh, man. Yeah, Sonic Adventure 2 was, Sonic Adventure 2 is a weird one, because I went back and played it, and the story was so fucking heavy-handed and serious. It's like, girl has space camp... Evil Professor Grandpa makes guy who looks like Sonic, and then the government comes in, and they send him to... They get the little girl, and then they shoot him into space to the Earth. And then Eggman finds him and thinks he's Sonic. And then he doesn't do anything to, like, frame Sonic for shit. He's just stealing stuff. And then they get the Chaos Emeralds, and then he blows up part of the moon, and then the game's kind of, like, over. Go to space.
Dr. Robotnik
Like,
really loves his vague world domination stuff, but oh shit, that kills me.
Yeah.
Okay, I do like his shoes falling all over the place. That's fun. His vague take over the world stuff is really strange, though. It seems like he's already the master of the fucking universe anyways, right?
He has space stations. He just wants people to like him.
Yeah, it's like, and then all the people who have free will like me.
Yeah, he just wants to be loved.
I can lead you. It'll be fine. He's like just bad at that. He's good at all the other parts, but making people happy, no. Just like my whore ex-wife.
Yeah, why did Eggman get Eggman land in Sonic Unleashed? I don't know. Was there time for it? He has his own continent. That's true. He has his own fucking continent.
Not
he wants
enough.
to conquer the world because he wants to be the superior power. Yeah.
I want to prove to people that just because I'm a fat guy doesn't mean that I can't rule your ass. It's like Master
as
Shake.
Silly, yeah. As silly. It is. If Master Shake played Eggman, I would like it.
Dr. Shake.
I always thought
Dr.
Gilbert
Shake
Gottfried would have been a good. Yeah, Gilbert Gottfried could have been a great Robotnik back in the
That would
day.
have been really hard to tolerate, but I see what you're going for there.
He doesn't need to talk. He's one of those yeah.
I'll get you next time.
Yeah, I'm into it.
And you know, after our fun cancer AIDS debacle, we still outlived him.
God. That's true. We should have gone down for that. We should have gotten both of those things.
We should have gotten a YouTube award for it.
Did he retweet us on that, or is it someone else?
No, we gave one of my friends like a mild panic attack.
That's not cool.
Because you're so obnoxious. And honestly, that is kind of cool. I'm rarely on that end of it, right?
We have powers
giving
that we
someone
don't
genuine
comprehend.
fucking. Yeah, I'm like, you're causing genuine distress. And it's like, I'm really happy you invited me here. This is fun, but you are. I need to go lay down. You know?
Well, I've needed to go lay down, but I don't think I've ever gotten a panic attack from. Maybe it's because I didn't have the condenser at the time.
Maybe no, it's neither did I don't think, but no, it's more likely that we were just screaming for like an hour. Jump on these fucking things? No, I can't. Okay. Most people don't like being screamed at for an hour. But then you get two people screaming and they're enjoying it.
Being horrible to each other. I remember the first time I thought you and I could ever do something together was we were talking about, like, everyone was talking about fucking Sonic and Crash Bandicoot and Nintendo, and then I was like, you ever see the movie Cube? And you just go, yeah. Like, you said it in such a way that I was like, oh, this guy knows movies. Really stupid Brian-y movies.
Well, the Cube is a funny movie. There's a video game based off the Cube. It's called Half Dead, and you just run through a cube.
Oh, that's cool.
Like a bunch of different
there's
cubes.
There's a Sonic fan game with a cube level. With like pressure plates in every room and all sorts of different shit.
This one has like pressure plates, and you have to solve some of them with math. Like you have to like literally like do math equations to figure out which room to go in. If you do the math right, it's just like in the movie. If you do the math right, you'll live. But if you fuck up on the math, you go into that room, you just fucked. You die.
That is the ironic answer that everyone was wanting. What are we gonna do with all this algebra information? Is some crazy man, gonna kidnap us? And yep, that's what's gonna happen.
Hell yeah, titty level, let's go. Money for nothing and chicks for free. Look at that, look at that.
Look at that Bandicoot. That's the way you do it. What is Cortex pumping out of the island that's green? What is he making? What is that a byproduct of?
Oh, that's just the Wumpa juice.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, I love it. It goes so well with breakfast.
Oh, man.
I want all the Wumpa fruits. I need them because I'm dying a lot.
I used to think Eggman and Robotnik were two very different things, and now I don't remember when I say which.
I hate
a lot
it when
of
they call
shit
him
when I was
Eggman.
a kid. There you go.
Robotnik's
This shit
a
don't
way
matter
cooler
to me
name.
anymore. I like in the movie they gave a little explanation.
I always thought
What I
the
like
idea
about that
was like
movie,
his name is Robotnik, but Sonic calls him Eggman. And he's like, oh yeah, well I think your insult's good. I like being called Eggman. Fuck you.
That's called headcanon. That's more thought than they put into it.
I know, but you know, it makes me feel better. Otherwise, I'd cry.
I know what you mean. Why does he saying rehatched? Does he just go with the Eggman thing now? In between those two movies? By the way, as a dog owner, I just realized in the second movie when Eggman kicks the door in, they just leave the dog.
It'd be funny if the door hit the dog.
Oh, that's not cool.
They just let that in. It's like, damn. He's like, I don't care. I'll hurt the dog all I wish. Man, people would hate
I'm
the movie.
evil.
That would actually lose a lot of goodwill. Oh, fuck.
Just unedited Jim Carrey eating a dog scene. Or, like, he got hungry.
Jim Carrey
like
insisted the dog's like trying to get away from the door. It's like, oh, he's gonna kick it open. And Jim Carrey's like, put the dog in. Very real
This
problem.
dog is a paid actor. And he looks at the camera. We just like to spread awareness.
It's actually
This
a fun way to
happens
do it,
all
and
the
that'd be
time.
like get like a plush dog and put it in front of the door, so when he like opens it up violently, the dog just goes. Wah! I've seen lots of movies do that. It always looks fucking hilarious. I think Toxic Avenger did that. They had the golden retriever and they like just slid it across the floor after it got shot with a shotgun. And you can tell the dog's having fun. It's like, wee, wee.
Yeah, I do like a really
show
bad
it to
edit,
friends and
like-
they'd be like, I can't watch the scene where the dog gets shot. You can see the dog's like doing a dog smile as it's sliding. It's like, yay.
Have you seen like in Anchorman when Jack Black punts the dog off the bridge and it's like a Beanie Baby and you can see that it's like weighted incorrectly and it's going pew as it flips down the down the bridge. Those are always funny to me.
That's fun.
Man. Dogs are cool.
Dogs are always down to join in on our stupid adventures, and I like that about them.
That's
Go
true.
to war, can do. Be a cop, why not?
Well, we've talked about the dog bombs, right? Like in Russia where the beeping sound went off. The dog's supposed to run in the field and blow up, and the dog would get scared by the beeping sound and then run back to its master.
Oh yeah.
Like the guy who's detonating the dog bomb, and then they both blow up. He's like, no, no. I just want a hug, Daddy. Oh, that's always funny. Man,
one of my favorite details in GTA 5 is that if you threw the grenade, the dog would go fetch it. It's like, oh boy, ball.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
that's sad.
Yeah, no, it is
I like
sad.
how many
Like
times
just
you
about
blow
every, because they
Chop
give you
up.
the grenades right about the point that you get the dog, because they're like, we need to make them accidentally do this.
We gotta point out what details we can throw in.
Yeah.
Did I tell you the story about my dog locking me out of my apartment?
No. How'd that go down?
So, my girlfriend used to buy also these bones, right? Like these like frozen, and you know, if he was good, he'd get a bone. He would get the bone. We had a hardwood floor apartment. He would get bored with it and throw it across the room onto the floor. And so my neighbor came, you know, hey, there's this sound that keeps happening. And I was like, okay, go downstairs and call me. And I'm like, does it sound like this? And she's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, so Oso's throwing the fucking bone down the as hard as he can at the floor. I'm sorry. And we were talking outside about it, and we hear the dog. He's like, what are they doing? And he starts looking through the window, and he goes, oh, what are you doing? And then I try to open the door, and the lock, it's locked. And I'm like, oh my God, this is funny. And so I take the girl's phone, and I call my girlfriend. I'm like, hey, you got to get off work real quick. I'm locked out of the apartment. She starts laughing. She's like, what? How can you? And I'm like, Osa's on the other side going, Mom and Dad. And so she, you know, she makes it over. I'm in shorts in the snow, and she makes it over. She starts unlocking it, and then the door doesn't budge. And she goes, oh my God. And I'm like, what? And she goes, that's a funny pose on Crash. She goes, oh my God. I say, what? She goes, he deadbolted it. So the dog fucking managed to deadbolt the door. like there's no way in now. And by the way, it's really hard for a puppy paw to hit that deadbolt. There's no way he could have done it without practicing.
Either
So anyway, I had to
practicing or
break into
just
my
like 1 in a
apartment.
million, right?
So I now know how I could break into that apartment. Whoever lives there now better be worried, because I know how to get in through that window.
Anybody who has to leave a dog unattended at the house these days ought to have a camera there. Not for safety reasons, although that's a good idea, but just to see what the dog does.
It's funny. My favorite thing he used to do is stare at the camera while the power was the lights were off, and his eyes would glow in the dark, like the Goosebumps intro.
I've seen a video of one of those. The dogs just get on the tables and chairs and just sit on them because they're always told like, "Get off there," and they're like, "No."
They think it's funny.
Yeah, they're like, "This is great." And normally they yell at us, but they're not here to yell at us, so I'm just gonna put my butthole on this.
It sounds like Beavis, like, this is the life.
Yeah, they're so happy with it.
I can picture my dog sitting in the chair like, nobody's telling me no.
So it's okay.
Oh, that's funny. Lady.
How do you get 100% on this one?
You have to backtrack, and it's a giant nightmare. Oh, it's as hard as it looks. Getting kicked out by a dog is worse than getting kicked out by your parents. But I also would have got mad when the power stopped coming because I wasn't paying the power bill.
Okay, he's like, it's hot in here.
I don't like this, Daddy.
I'm hungry.
Where does the food come from?
It might come back 100% this one another day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you don't have to 100% this shit.
I get 100% this game, but yeah.
Don't hurt yourself right now.
No, that'd be a challenge. It's Sunday fun day, right?
Yeah. Hard part about having a dog, especially a husky, was that we lived in an apartment. So if we weren't around, it was really hard to, when he howled or like freaked out. They're very vocal dogs. When they freaked out that you weren't there, you get a phone call like, "Hey, can you make your dog stop doing that?" And you don't want to be the asshole with the howling dog. So next time I do that, I think wherever he is now, he's in a house, so I think he's in a better condition that he can just kind of freak out. Because you can train it out of him, but it's like, it sucks pissing your neighbors off when you're in such close proximity. I wouldn't
love
do
doing
that
it so much. You don't want to like be like, no, don't, because it's fun.
Well, he could do it on cue. We trained him to do it on cue, which helped him stop doing it accidentally. But you know, when you're in the car, it was so much fun because we'd be like, "I want to ride," or like any of those '90s songs. He really liked the Blur song. Those are good times.
Playing like Bush, and he's like, ah.
Oh yeah. He's listening to Glycerine, and you're like,
Glycerine. Oh.
Don't let the days go by.
I love things that ruin like somebody's lame whiny song, but the thought is like somebody playing that Glycerine song, and the dog's just going, ooh.
Yeah,
she left me roses by the stairs.
Ooh.
Oh man.
It's like the dog's going, boo, boo.
Yeah. Oh, I always loved it when he was, man.
This game holds up really well in the remake. I mean, good shadows, good lighting, all fun. I'm playing it at 4K on my end, and it looks nice at 4K minus a few details. These TV screens look kind of bad, but I feel like that's probably how it was on the PS1.
It is. They were designed to look like that.
Yeah, it seems intentional.
Now I don't know why they didn't make it look. Maybe they thought that was creepier.
Or maybe they're just like, why?
Yeah, why are they here at all?
They probably did a smooth one. It's like the smooth one looks weird. Yeah.
Oh yeah, probably.
Fuck.
No, by the third one, they started doing weirder shit. Like, one of my, there's a good interview where they talk about how the first one they obviously had the most time. So by the third one, they got to do what they wanted. And you see those, they have these big, the lab assistant characters. There's like a 300-pound one, and he hits you with like a wooden club, and they changed it to a turkey leg. And I was like, oh, that's nice, because that feels like something they would have done. Yeah. Instead of being a 1-to-1, this is perfect.
Well, it's done by Vercassius Visions, or it's Vercassius Visions, right?
You're fucking with me, right?
Vercasius?
Vicarious.
Vicarious visions.
They're having visions vicariously.
Well, they did the Diablo 2 remaster and the Tony Hawk remaster. Really good ones.
I wonder how many of those are the same people. Call of Duty.
Yep, Call of Duty. Not Call of Duty, but Call of Duty multiplayer maps.
Oh,
Map
really?
packs. Yeah.
That's depressing.
I know, right?
Oh, man.
Oh, fuck. Because the Tony Hawk games are really good. Except for that
Man.
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 5 or 6 or whatever on PS4 that that only had one level installed and you had to download the rest of it because they printed the game before the game was finished.
They did that with Spyro also.
Oh, really? They printed the disc before the game was done and just put the demo in? That's so cheesy. I can't believe they let them do that.
Spyro 1, you can play every level. Spyro 2, as soon as you get to the 3rd level, it says you need to download additional content.
Yeah.
But what's funny about that
like,
is...
good enough.
The Spyro 1, the remake, it almost feels like one of those Unity fan games, right? Kind of like this, where you're like, it's a little too detailed, and it feels like they're compensating a lot for, we're gonna make the best remake. And then you get to 2 and 3, they're all cartoony because they ran out of time, and they had to call in a second developer. There's weird, you know how you can see assets being reused from game to game?
Oh, yeah.
In Spyro 3, they have this weird thing where there's parallel development. That's a vicarious vision, is when they build shit twice, one for each game, even though they're supposed to be, you know, the timeline's different from when they actually made it. So like if you torch Moneybags in 2 and you torch them in 3, they're completely different animations, and it's little weird shit like that where you can tell different people are like, what do I do? What do I do? And they're like, just keep going. We're out of time.
Ah!
Anyway.
I'm never getting up there, am I?
Is there something up there?
I don't know. I give up.
Just don't go up there.
I guess not. But I want to 69% this. Oh, I fucked up, didn't I? Okay, no, we're good. Oh, I bet I go back.
You know, there is something
I
very
do not.
90s about this level
What?
design.
Really? You don't fucking
I love
say.
it though. No way. Yeah. No, I just love the aesthetic because like
The impossible
video
nature
game
of it.
levels. Well, just the weird, creepy, grungy look of it, as opposed to like a later game where it looks like an Apple store you're in.
No, this looks like a nightmare. And that's
This
what
is like
I
a
like about it.
horrible nightmare.
It looks like
Yeah.
some kind of really weird, specific nightmare someone had. And it's like that. It
It
jumped
does.
across this shit, and it was just dark, and then there's these vats. Oh fuck! Oh, this thing goes away. Ah shit! Fuck!
Exactly.
And then there's like little elements of cruelty scattered all about it.
Spyro has some of that too, where there's something about it. Bill and Ted 2 had it. I remember like weird industrial themed
Bill and Ted 2.
when they go to hell.
Oh,
Yeah.
you mean the movie? I thought you meant like a video game.
Yeah. No, in the movie they go to hell, and hell's like welded together metal pieces.
Yeah, just this strange, like, weird, imaginary bullshit world.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe that's a liminal space thing, I don't know. But there's something about these weird tubes and pipes that this almost looks like a creepy World War II bunker or something, right?
Well, it's a space that no one would live. Like, no work gets
Yeah.
done here. Nothing's really being accomplished. It's just like a real bitch of a thing to get across.
Yeah, for sure.
Doom did that to where, like, they had some Doom levels in the beta that looked like actual, like, bunkers and barracks and all that. But then you play
Yeah.
the game and it's like, none of this makes any sense. This doesn't look like a hangar. It's just a bunch of random rooms for you to fight stuff in.
Right.
And then it clicks. It's like, oh, that's why, because it's more fun to fight there than it is to see, like, look, it's like he's going through an actual warehouse.
Yeah, that's true. That makes sense.
Not fun to do that. Played games that have done
Well,
that.
so I'll date myself with this, but I'm writing a story right now that takes place during the fucking Kennedy assassination. You know how to do it this time. No, you did it wrong, Hellbent. Don't. Oh no, oh no.
I got off.
You're
the
probably
thing.
already dead by now. Oh, you did. I'm so laggy. Oh, good job.
That one's on YouTube, unfortunately. But what are you gonna do?
Whatever.
That's pretty
Yeah,
good
so it
latency
takes place-
for a stream.
That's not bad. It takes place during the Kennedy assassination, right? And so you were there when I did it. I typed Dealey Plaza into Google SketchUp, like the 3D warehouse, and they're like, oh yeah, we got thousands of models of Dealey Plaza and the grassy knoll. And
That is weird.
I was like, someone had a hobby.
I mean,
There's
if there's
one dude
anything
who had, like,
that
a
was gonna
different
be
version.
obsessively modeled, I figured it'd be that because there's like, you know, people think about it and talk about. Oh fuck.
Have you seen The King of the Hill where Dale finds out that it makes perfect sense, and he's like, his world is shattered that there wasn't
the
a second
Kennedy
shooter.
assassination makes total sense, and then there,
Yeah. He realizes that the bullet could snap back if he was wearing a back brace. Therefore, he's like, wait a minute, everything I know is a lie. It's such a good episode.
You know, this is one game that would benefit from VR. That's not a VR game,
Oh, I'd love to see this in VR.
or at least 3D. I don't know about VR with the headset. It might have to like put it on a screen and give you some barrier so you don't get motion sickness from like having it envelop your entire view. But I'd be able to see the depth of it all right. So, you know, for the forward and backwards moving parts, it'd be a little bit more obvious where I'm jumping. Like this right here.
It would be helpful.
I'd be able to judge this way better in VR. Spin in VR? Yeah, sure, why not? You can move this fast in VR. What would be the problem?
Oh god, I would not want to watch the world spin in VR.
Now, the worst possible thing is play a VR game, then use mouse aiming for the camera. And
I've tried that, yeah.
Yeah, like hurt your eyes. It somehow just actually hurts the eyeballs.
Well, like the GTA.
fucking-
How about the GTA one? Did you play the GTA VR mod?
I did not.
Okay, well they try to map it to the mouse, but the problem is it seems to move at a different frequency. So when you turn your head, it's constantly going jitter, 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 and it like fucks your vision up really bad.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
I forgot.
See, I
yeah,
just
they
want
did-
it.
they
I
did
want a
G-
VR
did-
game. Where,
Did they do GTA San Andreas on Oculus or whatever?
I'm not sure.
I think I remember hearing
That one I
something
missed
about
out on.
that.
The lower tech games are the ones that work better. I really like playing Dolphin games on it.
That's one of the fun things about the Dolphin. The Dolphin was programmed with 3D in mind.
You can do camera, boundary shit.
Yeah, they're gonna like have this attachment that goes on the front of your TV that like produces an extra layer, and you're gonna get 3D out of that. Yeah, but it proved to be, well, first of all, too expensive, and second of all, everybody has different sized televisions, right?
Right.
So if I sell this
God,
adapter
how would
for
that
your
work?
NTSC TV that does a little LED or LCD in front of it, it gives you a little bit extra perspective, but it only
Oh,
fits
that
on
was,
19-inch TVs. Well, that would suck.
Could have been fun. And then just put it on a DS anyway. The DS optical illusion.
Oh, fuck, 3DS
I was also.
sucks. Well, it was
I
fucking
know.
awful.
I was really into 3D movies at one point in my life. And I had a thing that would make almost any movie 3D, like it could kind of guess where things were in relativity, and your brain would fill in the rest. And I was so excited for VR, where you could be inside the thing. And then every time I've seen it, it's like you're in a giant porn theater, basically, and you're alone, and it's not very exciting, and you got to load the movie on your computer and set it all up. There's just no button, like, oh, movie's on. I think that's what fucked 3D up.
Setup destroys all 3D things.
Yeah, I hate anything with a degree of setup to it. Like, even mod loaders and stuff. I remember getting Steam Big Picture. I haven't had a gaming PC that I didn't use Steam Big Picture on, I think, in 10 years.
You're a fucking
I just
weirdo.
really like that. I know. I'm a fucking monster, dude.
Yeah, is that right? Say that's strange. I don't understand.
I like the console experience better. But you also know I'm a fucking weirdo because I have like a 6-7-year-old computer now, and I'm waiting for the game that I'm like, oh, I'm gonna upgrade, but
Hey, you told me your CPU was fine. I told you it was dated. You're like, oh, I'm 6, 7 years old.
No, it is 6, 7 years old. It runs everything fucking fine. I don't see a point in getting a new one.
Was it state of the art 6 or 7 years ago?
Yeah, it was like $400. It was an Intel i7 something. It was the one you told me to buy.
Brian, I hate to break it to you.
I know. It
But
still
that's
runs as
outdated.
good. I know. It still runs good though.
If it doesn't.
Okay, well when I first met Shock's had 2 computers since we've met, right?
Yeah, but like when your shit crashes, you're like, why is it doing this? It's like, because your poor little CPU, it's only got a little L2 cache. It don't think so fast.
No, yeah, but I don't use my fucking PC to do stuff. I use my laptop to do shit. That's a very different machine. And my laptop always crashes because fucking Flash has memory leaks, and it starts using 26 gigs of RAM immediately.
You know what? Your feelings mean more to me than you being able to accomplish things. So yeah, it is.
You're a jackass. Such a pointed way to say it. Your feelings mean more than your achievements ever could, Brian.
Yeah, you know, I want you to do well, but you know what? I feel more concerned about how you feel rather than what you do.
Yeah.
Hey, it says 52 out of 52, but I don't see no fucking Gemerald. What's with that?
Oh, man.
Explain this.
Oh, it's because you died. You have to beat it without dying.
Oh, okay.
But just
well,
this
fair.
one level.
That's okay. Yeah, all right. That makes sense. I'll buy that. That's okay.
Yeah, you need to upgrade your
and then
computer.
it told me.
Hellbent has the coolest computer.
For now. It won't be in about like 3.5 months. It'll be dog shit.
Well, because I did the Chrisman thing and I talked to the family. Remember, Chrisman's like, I got a gaming PC with a, what did he have? What's the one after the 1080? He's got that, yeah. And he's like, oh yeah, and my son's got the 4090.
The 4090 is not the one after the 1080.
I know. Because his son got the 4090 is what I'm saying.
Ah.
And I'm like, I wish I had
is really overpriced for what it is, but it is powerful. So you know they're not lying there. It's kind of like a.
If you pitched me that Ebsynth would run faster on it, I would buy it.
I guess I just jump on him, die. There we go.
You spin into him.
Oh yeah, I guess either way. Like, what's this place for? Who's pooping green?
Yeah, what part of the factory is this? What do they do here? All right, you throw the barrels.
Hurry, roll them down there so we can dispose of them. And what is he making to create all this toxic waste? Is he making action figures or like... This is the Etsy factory that makes all the charms.
It
I
looks
sure
like
put that
toxic
one
waste.
panel there.
It smells like toxic waste.
I like the bloom on the toxic waste. Like the art direction here is really, really good. Vicarious Vision's always been good with lighting.
Color palette's a little brown for me. I think
I don't think those handles should be orange. They should be like green.
Why didn't they use the Disney disc on this?
Yeah, I mean, you know, Simpsons only uses 16-bit color. Only 256 colors are used in The Simpsons. I don't understand why this game, even as a remaster, needs more than that. It takes away from the cartoon quality.
The original looked better. All right, I'm reading this OCD guys thing. I'm thinking about getting a 4090 due to having more VRAM. Welcome to the purple dragon that you will chase, known as upgrades. The rest of your fucking life will just be upgrades.
This is true, however, cool, I will say the 4090 is going to be industry standard for a while.
Oh, yeah.
I think the 4090 will be industry standard longer than the 2080 was, and that was a pretty good card all in all. So even though, like,
I remember when
the financial value of it's a bitch, what it will do is, if you get it now, it'll be, it'll last you.
Frankly, the 1080 is still doing okay for me. The thing that went bad on my computer was the fucking PCIe slot, and I just moved it to another one. It still works fine.
Oh yeah,
but I don't
also,
play a lot of 4K.
Yeah, if you're not doing anything in 4K, you don't really need more than a 1080 anyways. I missed one of the slutty rats. No, I got them all. Sleepy Dog's on with $2 says, help it. I'm insulted. I work in a place like that. That explains a lot.
Do they get Wi-Fi there?
Money for nothing and chicks for free. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, fuck.
Look at that toxic waste.
That set off a chain reaction. I think I want to set that off the other way.
If they remade this game, the level would be called Toxic Work Environment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember a big benchmark for my computer because I remember fucking Fraps not working. I don't mean now. Hellbent's gonna say, you mean right now because your computer's so old? I remember Fraps not working on like consumer grade laptops back in 2007. Like you
I
couldn't even get the
remember
frame rate
using
counter to work.
Fraps to record Command and Conquer videos on a 2.4 gigahertz Duo
God damn.
with 8 gigabytes of memory on Windows 7.
That's pretty good.
I managed to get it
I
to work, but
remember
only just barely. Like I had just enough CPU cycles to make it happen. However, I was
God, I'm trying
recording
to-
at 24 frames a second, which helped.
Yeah. Well, I've built I think 3 PCs in my life that were like I'm throwing as much as I can in, and finally this one cost like $2,000 to make, and I was like, $2,000 just to fuck around and play video games was too much for me at the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
I
too much
get
at
it,
any
though.
time, really. Like
It
again,
is.
It's good to
it's a
look at it
creature
and go
comfort
like,
thing.
hey, how much did a color TV cost in the 70s? $1,500.
Yeah.
Are you gonna spend $1,500 on a computer? Maybe that's okay. How do I kill this son of a bitch?
You wait till he stops shooting and then you spin into him, but you really gotta wait. It's gonna jam and he's gonna reload.
Oh,
They couldn't do this now. Shit.
why?
Because I don't think people know what Coke movie is.
Oh, everybody knows the
Scarface
scene from Scarface. They don't know the movie, but they know, say hello to my little friend.
That's okay. I know in Spyro they got rid of all the guns.
This character took 9 months to program correctly.
And he's still bouncing around like a dummy.
Or are you gonna call him? What was it,
A
Brian?
blockhead. A blockhead.
A boner.
He's bouncing around like a big old boner.
A big old boner. Boing.
Oh, you get a coffee machine? Is your coffee glow green?
I want to get behind that other chair, but I'm not convinced it's gonna protect me. I guess I have no choice. Damn it.
I like that painted Cortex poster.
I like his little teeth.
Poster painting. Just a painting. Yeah, with real teeth. Because you know someone looked that they couldn't get the render going right, and they were like, we'll just repaint it, make it look like that.
Okay, I got this
Wait.
little jerk.
Crash levels really got more high concept after this. This feels so fucking quaint compared to like
Well,
Crash
you know, it
3 that
had
got
to be.
characters
It's-
sticking the lines out. Yeah.
This was one of the first. I mean, I'd say it's like the first 3D platformer in the sense that it's effective and accomplished what it set out to do. There's other 3D platformers from older ages, but
Yeah, definitely has a. Even Mario
Okay.
64, for all the tone issues, it is amazing how quickly they
figured it
they
out.
figured out. Yeah,
Oh
like
God, what
like
am I doing? What's wrong with me?
level boss, you know, that structure. Oh, you can't hack your way into them either. That's funny.
Yeah, I was thinking let's brute force. I was like, no.
Hi, Diana.
Hey, Diana.
I'm Brian.
doing good.
We used to know
Fighting
each other.
Pinstripe Potaroo.
I met the lady who did Outcast Bandicoot, which isn't a brag. I don't know what she's doing no more, but she made a thing about Crunch Bandicoot and what his life was like as a teenager. And I remember like the internet really liked that.
These are fun characters. I can see this being made into some like movie, and now I'm thinking about it, like, why not?
Yeah.
It could work. There'd be enough slapstick, you know. It's not like the Super
I am
Mario Brothers
amazed.
movie wasn't wall-to-wall slapstick.
I like that Mario movie. They played a lot of cards kind of just right.
It's simple but fun, yeah.
It has to be a little non-objectionable. Yeah.
Oh, they took some jabs at the Italians.
Yeah, take that.
Like, look, they all live in the same house like monsters. Look at how many family members under the same roof. How sad.
That's so classic, though. Do they still do that? I picture that in a 1980s movie.
No, it's like a Depression era thing, which is kind of funny when you think about it. Like the Mario Brothers family still living in the 20s.
Creative Dude says the old PS1 pinstripe laugh was like one of those like royalty free, like ha 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 ha.
Oh, it was free to use, man. Usually what happens, I don't know about free to use. Usually they are, they just all get the same audio CD.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Asset CDs. Well, because there's these cool guys on YouTube who like, it's not data mining, is it? But where they go and they find like the samples for Spyro music and stuff and the textures, and I love that stuff.
Oh, it's always fun. They find the sources for things.
Yeah. Oh man. I do
This
like
level.
that Crash also very smartly used assets. Like the bridge and stuff like that, where it's like, we'll do another bridge one.
Yeah, they had to have this done for Christmas, you know. When did this
No,
release
I don't-
exactly? Probably
Oh god, let me find.
probably like December 95.
That sounds right. It's one of those things. Every level should be totally different. Yeah, September 9th, 96.
Ooh, 96. Nice. Ah!
Man, it's weird seeing you clip through that. Like, I can tell your little pillbox hitbox is like slipping.
It's doing its best.
I can tell you how to do the platforming part, but you know, that comes down
Why
to how
bother?
you play it. Yeah. Well,
If there's a
'cause-
better method, who cares if you're doing it the right way?
Oh, I just always miss the fucking. I had more luck
fuck.
actually spinning into shit. Yeah, than hitting the ropes.
Now I can figure out the ropes. Every time I play
Helen's
first
gonna
person
show me
shooter
the
game, I
ropes.
jump on the rails. I'm like, I'm Tony Hawk. Ah!
Oh, look at him go. Hellman, every level of Crash Bandicoot should have different assets.
What a nightmare. The thing is, you'd also lose readability.
Oh, that's true. I do wish
If-
they had more time of day stuff.
You know, that's one way to get around it is like have daytime, nighttime, and all that. And I guess I could have done that
Well,
here,
but,
but
Not that. Well,
Not
it would
that
be a
anybody
change.
would
The
notice or
Nitro Kart
care,
thing does
right?
that. Yeah, Nitro Fuel does a little bit of that.
it's always
Which,
a
why
great thing to do
not?
with racing games.
Well, it's just something to add that you already have the pieces. You can just change the lighting engine a little bit. If you do a game right, you know, you don't even have to change the textures. You just make it a different lighting issue.
Well, generally speaking, a lot of lighting is still baked in even these days because, like, you got to get it running on the Switch somehow.
Oh,
So
that's
seeing
true.
all this dynamic lighting is always impressive, and I like seeing it.
All that Switch lighting I've been seeing too. They have like preloaded shaders, like for the emulators and stuff like that.
Well, at the end of the day, all of it's like OpenGL, Vulkan, and DirectX. So, yeah, when
Yeah,
you put Breath
that's
of the
true.
Wild in there, if somebody knows how to like work DirectX or work their OpenGL, they're gonna put ray tracing in there because it's not
Yep.
it's not as simple as just a toggle. But if you know what you're doing, it may as well be.
Well, back
Oh,
on that
fuck.
Sonic 06 thing, that fucking guy, they've remade everything except like cutscenes and like the open world part, like the hub worlds. I don't know why they don't just release it as a complete thing now. You know what I mean? And also,
hard to say.
they have different times. They have different times of day for the levels, which is super cool. Which they added in themselves. And I wish you could do more of that. Doom could do that, I remember. You could do time of day mods. But Doom didn't have lighting. It had
Actually, Doom 3 or Doom, the original Doom did have dynamic lighting, but
did it?
it was primitive. Yeah, it was one of the first games that was like a big selling point, and it was like, it's one of those things people don't compliment Doom 1 for enough, is it could just shut the lights off on you and put them back on.
Well, that's true. I do remember having like 1 to 255 lighting variables that you could set back when I used to make Doom maps.
Yeah, so it had some dynamic lighting, but it was like software driven and very inexpensive.
Well, see, when you say dynamic lighting, I think more of like color shading. But I guess you're
now,
right.
You're thinking like Quake 1 to where they had
yeah,
a lot of things that were just not hand drawn in. Okay, I'm going to pause the game and explain something. So it loads in the levels, then it calculates where the shadows would be one time, and then it just sets them.
Okay.
And then when you boot in the game, it just paints them in by hand, so it auto paints them essentially. To where dynamic light would just be painting it every 60 seconds. Older games would just paint it during the loading screen, just whop, and then that would be it. It'd all be static.
Well, that's pretty cool.
It gave the illusion of in-game 3D lighting.
Huh. I like that.
Oh, okay, I get how to do that, but that's rough. I'm gonna do it. Money for nothing and tricks for free. Look at that.
Money for nothing and the tricks are free.
Put my carrot in a microwave oven.
Shit. Custom kitty delivery. We've got to move these souls to Satan.
Time to watch pornography.
A little hellbent with the earring and the makeup.
Hey, you know that song didn't mention, porn, and I find that to be a mistake.
Is that song about my friend who has like the dopamine problems, where like all he does is play video games?
Yeah, if you just video game and porn out to the point to where you don't feel anything anymore, then they're like, why don't I like things like I used to?
Yeah, why isn't happiness what it once was?
Like every day is like just peak apex climax with your really specific pornographic stuff, and video game, and then purchase, buy. And they're like, why am I depressed? I just do everything I want all the time.
I know. Do you guys do stuff you want all the absolute time? Like do you have days where you just sit down and like don't change your clothes and just play video games like you want to? Or do you like, I guess I'm saying, is it like a daily thing for you, or do you like save it as one big splurge? Because I've been saving it. Like I'll have one day a month where I'm just like non-stop video games, movies, fucking around. And I want to know if that's weird.
Nah, I don't think so anyways.
Alright.
It's kind of like, damn it, I fucked it up again. But I'm able to make it. Nope. Okay, I'm breaking the wrong box in that one bounce. But, no, I remember there's a period in time to where I smoked cigarettes, but I only did it at work.
Yeah.
And I found that I actually enjoyed cigarettes significantly more when it was like a reward after work or during work rather than like something I do at home. Because when I'm at home, I'm not as stressed out. But then if I, there's one or two times where I'm like, I'm not feeling good. I'm going to have a cigarette like I do at work. And then I did, and I was like, oh, this isn't doing anything for me. This is confusing me, Brian. This level's hard. What's with the spike in difficulty?
So Sleepy Dog writes, the message from Sleepy Dog. I haven't been able to play games for 2 months because I keep putting back getting a new console. Does that mean that you play no video games? Like, not on your phone? Not, right? Like, or does that mean that you're not playing new video games that you want to play? Because I don't have any new consoles. I just every once in a while play anything.
Look at all what's her name. She looks so frustrated.
Are you gonna fuck me or what?
I just like that they gave her huge tits and she's like human sized, but Crash is like little gremlin cartoon guy. And it's the same thing.
Short kid.
Except this works better. Like that character looks reasonably like, you know, it's like, oh, I get it. It's like Lola Bunny or whatever. The person who designed her really liked what they were doing. But then you play Donkey Kong Country and you get Candy Kong. It just looks like a chimpanzee and a
dressed up. Yeah.
And it's like, oh, that doesn't work as good. Diana says, I wish I could live like that. Usually save that for a couple hours, maybe a day on the weekend.
Oh shit, that is Diana. Yeah, I know what you mean, Diana.
Yeah, you think you want it, then you get it, and you don't want it at all. It's like, I found myself doing a lot of manual labor lately, like more so than usual anyways. And I found that the pressure to do manual labor is so much less than it is to do entertainment, because all I have to do is make the thing right.
Or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
where in entertainment, it's like I gotta
it.
dig into my psyche and then the psyche of others.
What do they want? Well, Hellbent and I both have this. We have this thing where we do stuff outside of entertainment, and then we realize that there's different benefits to it. Not the least of which is that we don't have to worry about what makes other people happy. It's just sort of like you get up and you do something. Even the South Park guys, they build Lego kits and shit like that, and play Xbox because it's they consider it an alternative to, you know, Googling stuff and figuring out what your show is going to be. So it's good to have that kind of duality.
I think in art, a big portion of art is experience.
That's true.
So if you do nothing but art, you rob yourself of the daily life experiences needed to create interesting art, because you end up getting kind of isolated. The next thing you know, you don't know what to write about.
Yeah, remember we met people who like want to make their cartoon series, and it's like, well, what's your life experience? And they're kind of like, well, I just want my characters to go on adventures. You know, they learn a lot more from TV than they do from life.
Their life experiences, Nickelodeon marathons, and playing the shit out of video games on the weekend, which is fine, but that's just not enough to do anything long term. At best, you'll have like a derivative, like, you know, oh, I get it, it's like that kind of product.
That's
like,
true.
Oh, I get it, it's Resident Evil, but you put it in a different country and.
Fuck.
It's not zombies, it's vampires, it's different. I was playing Dead Island 2, and there's a story like this revelation, right? And it's like, you all have the virus, the whole of humanity's infected, and a big thing is coming. I'm like, that was The Walking Dead season 2. 3.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Where like the reveal is like, we all have the zombie virus, and when you die, that's why you just turn into one. It's like, oh. So, you know, when the video game just takes that concept and goes, yeah, we'll just run with that, it's like, I don't care. Although I do have a soft spot in my heart for things that do a sequel bait that may never get a sequel.
Like
especially like when the sequel never comes.
Like when they're telling Mario and Luigi, like, hey, get out, we gotta go on an adventure.
Yeah, Princess Peach on the 1993 live action Mario movie is like, you gotta check this out. And they're like, oh, I believe. And then Bob Hoskins is dead now, and John Leguizamo would probably do it. But I mean, it was. I would watch Luigi's Mansion with John Leguizamo.
Oh my god, that would be so fucking weird.
Yeah, that's why I'd watch it and be like, well, you know, I can't say I'll be bored. I'll be like, where's this going?
It's his Better Call Saul.
Yeah, people are like, oh my god, it was life-changing. Or Detective Pikachu. Or people are like, Ryan Reynolds is Pikachu. He did Deadpool. That's a violent movie. He'll be an awful Pikachu. Then people are like, oh, actually, he can change. He can do more than one character. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that actors could do comedy and drama.
It's impossible. Every actor is James Franco. James Franco is Crash Bandicoot. That works.
I don't understand James Franco, but the last 5 things I've seen him in, I've really liked. But I'm cherry picking.
Well, you know, he probably gets typecasted.
I made poor Hellbent watch the James Franco cuts his arm off movie.
No, I liked it. I was just tired.
I know. Well, I like those movies where it's like you get to see how the character's thinking. That's why I like talking to you about Cube at the time. I love those, like, okay,
survival
how's this gonna
movies.
play out?
Yeah, I used to when I read books. Anyways, I don't read anymore because it's I don't know. I just can't stand it. But oh fuck, I got touched by the old man. I'm dead. I'm a no square. Well, anyways, no, it's interesting to read a survival book or something like that because you know it's like with Saw with mainstream audiences. What would you do in this situation? Fuck, or Final Destination.
Or The Mist, yeah.
Yeah, what would you do? Or what was that one where they all have to be quiet?
In a quiet place? Or
I think, you know, or else the monster gets them.
Oh, I don't remember that one. I know what you're talking about. What about It Follows? It Follows, you could just have a whole orgy scene. It's a sexually transmitted thing that follows you, and it's an abstract, so you don't... Sometimes it's a guy, sometimes it's a girl, but you start noticing a familiar thing.
I remember hearing about that.
The Tinder monster. Yeah.
It's fun. That's pretty much real at this point.
That's the most Diana message that Hellbent could ever get. I love Detective Pikachu.
Diana is distilled sugar.
That's true.
I still gotta watch the Detective Pikachu.
Speaking of Ryan Reynolds in the Buried movie, I made Hellbent watch Trapped in One Location movies, and we watched that fucking Buried one.
That was funny. I didn't like the ending was kind of cheesy though.
Oh, it was cheesy, but I like Ryan Reynolds panicking.
I feel like if you're gonna have a movie like that, then give me the multiple endings. Because there's no sequel, right? I may as well see what could have happened.
Well, did we ever talk about the movie Clue, where they showed different endings in the theater?
I know we haven't, but yeah, like, that was a really good gimmick. For it's like we'll just film a bunch of different endings and show random ones in the theater. Then on the VHS tape, they just put them all in.
Yeah, and the VHS tape, it has the little screen that's like, it could have ended like that.
And that was fun. I'm surprised more movies haven't done that. Just shit! I thought I was a hot shot.
I still think you are, champ.
Honestly, I remember hearing of a streamer, and I don't like going over names of that kind of stuff because people get in the circle jerky, like, you know, laughing at somebody for just playing video games of all things. Who cares? But no, the guy's like, I'm one of the top gamers in America, and overall, if you put me in front of a video game, I'll learn it faster than anyone. Which is just patently untrue, right? The guy's okay.
Sure.
He's okay at video games and has some foibles here and there. But yeah, I'll never understand the idea. It's like, well, I do this thing, so I have to be the best at it. I like this, so if I'm not the best at it, then my life was a waste of time. And it's like, yeah, your life was a waste of time. It's okay, champ. Most people...
Life is always a waste of time. Yeah.
Most people end up like that with their hobbies or whatever.
Yeah.
How many of you
I think the most dangerous thing we've ever been taught is that you have to be the best at something. Has anyone ever seen Whiplash? Hellbent, did you see Whiplash?
I didn't see Whiplash, but I'll add to that, telling everybody that they're special and that they're, you know, that they can be really, really good at something if they focus and just work hard enough, they'll be the best at it. That fucked a lot of people up.
Everyone in my life told me I was going to be like a huge Pixar director, and like, I can't wait to see you in the movies. And then life happened, and now I do commercials, and now I do storyboard. You know, it's not... My whole life is a big fucking disappointment. No matter what I do, it's a disappointment compared to what I was promised 15 years ago.
Or what your potential could even be.
Yeah, and life is just potential, and there's so many spots for so many people, but there's so many fields now. It's okay to try as hard as you can at something and just be okay and just be happy. And I find it kind of fucking shameful, all the people I've met on Twitter who were like, what do you mean you have a side job? You know, make it your full-time job to be a YouTube content creator, and then you find out those people live with their parents and they're not making enough to pay the bills.
Oh, they have
And
such a huge
turns
safety
out-
net. Like, you should
Yeah,
just try full time, bro. And it's like, this is coming from a person
Yep.
who like has never
Has
paid their own health
no-
insurance. Is that yeah?
God. Yeah, I jumped into all that shit, and now I do pay my own health insurance and my phone bill and shit. And it's like, Helmet said today, he said, you need to put your mom and dad on your credits if you're a YouTube creator who lives with your parents, because they are technically financing your journey right now.
Oh yeah. If you live with mom and dad and don't pay any bills or anything like that, and you're like, oh, 7 days a week streaming, big content creator, mom and dad ought to be on the credits for that. Because with that, imagine living a job where it's like, okay, so you only make $15,000 a year, right? But we pay for housing, food, health insurance, transportation, computer hardware, and everything else.
Yep. God, I remember buying all my own equipment and being so proud of it, because my parents were, we'll get you the shitty one. Which is nice. As a grown-up, it's like, even to give you anything.
When it's like this or nothing, you learn to appreciate it so much more, because it's like you had to bust your chops for it.
Fuck, dude. Well, now that I work full-time and I make pretty good, you know, I'm doing okay. As a grown-up, now when I do see the gaming, when I see the gaming PC, I'm like, I don't need that.
I may be dying in this game, but I succeed in real life so much better.
I know, you're doing good. Helmet's
Yeah.
doing extra good.
Oh, hey, Ripstud. Ripstud is a fun streamer. He's a good guy.
That's cool.
Key to between says Steven Universe have conflicting feelings about. On one hand, they get the importance of normalizing gender equality, but the other, they feel it's just attractive for potentially better storytelling. That's Captain Planet.
Huh.
Your soapbox is good, but like if your entire show revolves around one very specific soapbox, you've written yourself into the same corner that like Bugs Bunny does. It's like, I want to have a variety of Bugs Bunny expressions and adventures, and it's like, that's hard to do.
Bugs Bunny getting on a soapbox is funny. I like the idea of Bugs Bunny being like, and now we're gonna have a talk about gender equality.
They kind of had something like that, sort of, with the Looney Tunes show. What had like the Daffy Duck girlfriend that looked like the character from the Friends TV show.
Oh yeah. She did look like the Friends lady.
Yeah, that was kind of fun. I like that because it handled it really well. Of course, that got canceled.
I like their Lola Bunny character too. I remember finding out that show got canceled, and there were like 2 other Looney Tunes shows afterwards, and I was like, I don't remember any of this shit.
And like an oddly long running baby Looney Tunes thing.
Oh yeah, the baby Looney Tunes, where there's no conflict.
Yeah. Where it's literally, they were just doing the Muppet Babies thing. It's like,
Yeah.
that
But 20
already
years too
exists
late.
though.
Well, baby Looney Tunes, you know, Scooby-Doo, pup named Scooby-Doo. Looney Tunes, baby Looney Tunes though was like 2000. It was like 10, 20 years after that era.
Yeah, I feel like that
Gonna argue
cartoon was
when it started.
definitely made to sell merch.
That was the one though that I remember. That's weird because all the merches of like Tweety as an adult with like slut written on it, or like in a rapper
Call the cops,
costume.
I'll have sex with them. That's my favorite.
Is that a Tweety Bird one?
It's not a real one, but it's, a fan-made one. It's like, go ahead, call the cops. I'll have sex with them. And it's Tweety Bird with a handgun and like
That's funny.
gay clothing.
Oh
I
man.
love go ahead, call the cops. I'll have sex with them. It's a really.
I remember. That's really good.
Solid.
I know people like that.
That might be a credible threat.
That might be something to pay attention to. The Baby Looney Tunes, I do remember, that was the show that was on whenever you were sick. And Roly Poly Oly. I'm in a weird, not everyone was born the same, obviously not everyone was born the same time as me, but I don't know a lot of people who remember the Roly Poly Oly, Blues Clues, What else was there? Baby Looney Tunes.
I remember hearing the theme song to Roly Poly Oly, and I thought it was a drinking song.
It. He's the swallowest kid around. It sounds like a South Park, like Jacking It in San Diego. Got something in my front pocket for you.
Yeah. There's a swallowest kid around, and then like somebody vomits.
It's kind of like it's like an Irish drinking song when you say it like that. But now I'm thinking about I'm going or that Canned Heat song.
Man, old timey music is weird. Yeah. No, it was like Pizza Tower.
Going up a castle and gonna stop his crystal meth.
Pizza Tower has like a boss song that's like a remix, and it's like.
Oh really?
I'm trying to remember the old timey song they wrote, but it was something the lyrics of like. Damn it! It's escaping me. I just want to beat this level so damn bad.
I do remember PBJ Otter. I think that's the one that goes "Who could lay you out?" That was like the weird intro. Oh, Diana Woodland's really Poliola.
I remember Bananas in Pajamas.
That must have been right before me.
Those character designs were freaky.
Let me look it up.
Bananas in pajamas are falling down the stairs.
Dear Daddy, I'll write you bananas in pajamas.
Bananas in pajamas sounds like a euphemism for like morning wood.
I was gonna say it sounds like a
bananas in
Whoa.
pajamas.
What the fuck? Are they puppets?
It's a fucking weird show, man.
It looks like CGI. Are they puppets? Oh, they're puppets. Are they dudes in costumes?
Yeah.
What the fuck is this?
It's a lot of things, but it's mostly
Whoa.
bananas in pajamas. Like, you know, you get in the morning.
Whoa.
Bananas in pajamas sounds like a Ratchet and Clank like innuendo.
Well, you know, it kind of looks like Bear in the Big Blue House.
Oh yeah, I think it's like kind of the same like Disney, or I'm sorry, Nick Jr. category.
God, their faces don't articulate.
Yeah.
There's a bird. Its eyes go two separate directions, and it looks like it's about to predict when they're gonna die or something. You're gonna die on the 5th of April.
On the stairs.
Yeah, watch out for that skateboard. And then they do. Oh, dude, I jumped over my skateboard, and it's like, you bought yourself 3 more days.
Starts laying down tarot cards.
And they're all of like Grim Reapers and fucking skulls.
There's no Grim Reapers. Like, that's good, right? It's like, actually.
That means you're gonna super die.
Yeah, that's the worst combination.
We grew up on too much TV.
Better than too much internet.
I like the. Yeah, better than these fuckers. No, the Bear in the Big Blue House, man. I remember liking that. It felt so wholesome. And
Until you find out what
I do
bear
remember
meant.
that. Yeah. Come to my house. It's big and blue. Oh man, I really, when I did that first run of Frog Bros, there were supposed to be 6, and there's one where they blow up the house at the end. And my friend was writing the script with me, and he goes, "It needs to just end with them singing the goodbye song from Bear in the Big Blue House. Like, just don't do it anymore." It just ends with this giant firebomb, and then he just goes, "Hey, this was really fun. We hope you liked it too." And I wish I had done that. That was fucking funny. That was a good song.
Almost fucked up again. I like this game because it has a very strong fuck quality to it.
Yeah.
Like, there's just a solid quarter of a second when you fuck up. It's like, oh, there it is. There it is. I didn't scream it, but I was thinking it.
There is a big no quality to it.
Yeah, you get like a half a second after you fuck
yeah.
up. Just to reflect that right before it happens, like you just get to see. It's like it's like getting punched in the face. It's like, fight me face to face, and then you see it coming. It's like, damn, ow.
This is fun.
Fuck. Shit. No, I can't.
God. I remember when The Simpsons was on VHS. I remember you could get it from the library, and you had to get it in volumes, and you had to get it mailed to you.
That's awesome.
Or mailed to the library. Yeah, that was
See,
cool.
I just recorded the episodes off TV. That's how I had
what
Simpsons
my dad
on
had
VHS.
My dad had seasons 1 to 4 on VHS. And then he went like, this is going on too long. I'm going to stop taping these. But as a kid, it was like, my dad had all the Simpsons. This is really cool.
I was able to get all the Beavis and all the Beavis and Butthead episodes on tapes thanks to the Moranathon. Like you get almost all of them.
Yeah.
Like between like 1 or 2 Moranathons, you'd have the whole set. And it's like, yes.
God, that's really cool, man.
Somewhere in my old house. It's like
Well,
3
working with Pat
VHS tapes
Cashman-
with every Beavis and Butthead on it.
That's you might actually have some value there.
Yeah, well, too bad. I'm never going back for them.
Oh man, MTV is not looking to reclaim those episodes. We're watching the show on what, Paramount, and
Yeah.
they're down to like 5-minute. They're like Vine level. It's like watching YouTube shorts now. But they have the intro cut into all of them.
I think though I am against like Vines and like TikToks for how short they are.
You're very vocal against them, yes.
I do think that the 5-minute category for cartoons is perfect for comedies and a lot of other things. A lot of cartoons do not need to be 20 minutes long.
Beavis and Butthead's a weird one because I always get pissed off when it switches to the music videos, and then half the time they're funnier than the actual episode.
Oh, I love the music videos. It's some of my favorite parts. But yeah, I get it. You want your solid your solid humor, not like. Well, some of the music video ones in the past were literally just them. It's like, well, what do we have the rights to? Yeah, we can make fun of that.
Yeah, that's what made it fun. It's funny they can't release a bunch of them. The even the DVD versions, I think. Boy, I wonder what the DVD versions are, because I have that.
DVD
I know
versions
on the,
of Beavis and Butthead, yeah, they're missing music videos. Don't worry.
Oh, they're split up, aren't they? As like extras.
Oh yeah, and they did that too. Yeah, watching the old Beavis and Butthead episodes on Paramount's annoying because it's like a 5-minute Beavis and Butthead short, and they play the intro again and again and again, so you have to hear the intro like a fucking 100 times.
I know. Boy, that new show though. Speaking of rig animation, Mike Judge is the only one who said the most negative thing, and he said the animators are doing the best they can with what they got, and it's good. I don't mind it. The show is never designed to be fucking frame by frame, well done The Simpsons stuff. You know what I mean? Walt Disney didn't smile upon it.
I gotta watch it. It's the hand that hurts you, like even when it's attacking or not. I see. This is a game with funny hitboxes.
Goofy hitboxes. Oh, speaking of The Simpsons, I was at the grocery store yesterday, and I don't know if he's schizophrenic on a Bluetooth or just strange, but a dude was walking with an empty shopping cart going, "It's me, Krusty. Do you remember The Simpsons?" And he just kept doing that over and over, and then he started shouting that kids don't know what The Simpsons is.
Somebody probably told him it was a good impersonation. He's like, dude, I'm gonna whip this out at the grocery store, and everybody's gonna like go, "Oh my god, is somebody watching The Simpsons for real?"
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah, that might actually be it.
Yeah, if you really want to gaslight your friends with embarrassing themselves, like say, let's do cartoon impersonations, and then compliment them on all the worst ones.
Dude, bad cartoon impersonations will make a girl drier than a desert, man. It's like the worst thing you can possibly do.
Man, that'll make me drier than a desert. My butthole will just like become the Sahara.
It'll happen.
Hey, baby, here's my Eric Cartman.
I know, yeah. I think I've told you about all the where that fucking Tears for Fears voice we do sometimes. Have I told that story to people about my dad, and that he was like really angry that I was smoking weed? And I already told the story now. He's angry I was smoking weed.
There you go.
And then he was shouting that I had a problem, and we started going, "No, you're the one with the problem. Ooh, I'm Brian's dad." It became such a thing that now at work when a customer says something, "Oh, you're out of Cheez-Its," everyone at my job will suddenly go, "Ah, shit," and people in like corporate level management started walking up and going, "Hi, Brian. How you doing?" And that's fucking funny to me. I've like infected people with voices.
I think everybody can appreciate a good mockery of the customer at work.
Oh, I think that's true. Hatred is beautiful.
I don't even think it's hatred necessarily. It's just like eventually you get it. It's like, yeah, this one person is a moron.
Well, that's true.
The HUD got in my way from seeing that. That's not my fault.
I will be right back.
Okie doke. Ah, shit. You see, Brian needs more breaks than I do. How dare people criticize me for taking breaks? Not that anyone did, but I do in my own mind. Like, why not get a gamer bucket where you pee in so you don't have to get up and take a pee break? We can just keep the entertainment flying forever. Fuck! Get in between, I think. Melania from Elden Ring is easier than this. But she does have some bullshit. Like if you stack up against her and put some time in the outside world and like get the weapons and the items that, you know, counter her, she's not the worst. So for some of this, like, actually is a reflex skill issue. Hard to say though. Oh, I got 0 lives left. Ooh, neat, we're gonna get a game over. Maybe. Oh, no, we're not. I got plenty. Oh, and I get multiple ups on this no matter what, so yeah, it'd be kind of hard to fuck it up, huh?
Oh yeah, the beautiful part of that is that you can just keep coming back from the checkpoint.
So the more I fuck it up, the more lives I get. So this would be a level that rewards the player for being terrible. So that's good game design, like you're mentioning earlier, like the issue that they had to where, huh?
Oh, nothing. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, you're mentioning like they had an issue in the further Crash games where it's like, well, if they play well, they just get tons of extra lives. If they play terribly, they get game overs. This would be one that fixes that because you're gonna get the ups. The more you fail, the more you get a 2-up. Every time you fail, you get a 2-up if you do it right. Or in my case, even less. Damn, I gotta focus a little harder on this one.
Makes sense.
There's just all this text and shit on the screen. I wish I could make it go away. Let's see if I can do that. Oh, yeah. Pulling a Mimic Tear and Bloodhound Fang 1v1 is pretty tough. Mimic Tears make a lot of Elden Ring easy, which I like that. It's pretty fun. It's like it's like they put Pokemon in the game. I didn't hit the box.
Oh no. His shoes really, he needs to tie them.
Going again. No, he got exploded so hard that everything evaporated but his shoes. But you'd think that's bullshit, but there are some funny war pictures from World War II to where it's like it's just boots on the ground with like fucking smoke coming out of them, and you can tell someone got hit by something like they got hit directly with something that just like turned them into particles. Turn them into like a scattered bit of atoms.
They ran a 3D simulation.
I missed the fucking. Oh no! Damn it! I could have just kept going. Okay, that's fine.
Oh dear.
Conventions. I would do conventions, but man, you can ask me questions over the internet. I don't see what doing it in person would change. It's up to you get to touch me. Here, I got a little vial with my pee in it, and I autographed it. That'll be $50.
He didn't autograph it with a pen.
No, I autographed it in an invisible ink.
Yeah, burn this and see.
I'm out of here.
Way past cool. You just talk like Sonic the whole time.
Way past cruel. Ah, fuck.
I don't like the way that Hollywood is treating certain people. It's way past cruel.
Yeah, they got Sonic EXE, but where's Crash.exe?
Man,
He goes, I am Lord, and then he like, I don't know, rips
and then the realistic
Neocortex's
blood
face
comes
off.
out.
Yeah, out of his butt.
I was
Out of his
always
butt,
a
Brian.
fan of Crash Bandicoot. I bought the
Brian.
game at a swap meet. What?
The realistic blood comes out of his butthole.
Oh yeah, and then the realistic blood comes out of his butthole.
And there's like a 3D shot from inside the butthole and like Wipeout from the Beach Boys place. Wipeout.
Oh.
How about Elvis.exe?
Cocoa Palms, man. They fucked that place up. That is where all the Oh yeah, South Park did the Cocoa Palms thing. Remember when they showed the building? It was like, this is where all the choo-choos. That's a real place where they filmed one of the Elvis movies, and like Kauai is like this really nice area where no one knows what to do with the area, so they've just basically got a haunted house there.
Huh.
It's really weird. It's just like a fucked up hotel, I guess. But like every time I've ever gone, it's like, here's the really nice grocery stores, and here's all the beautiful hotels. There's Cocoa Palms. We don't go near it. Jack Nicholson would be in there working on his novel.
Oh, there's a picture of like Jack Nicholson spotted today. He left his house and he's looking like all
I
old
saw
and
that.
tired. And people are like, look at how old and tired he looks. It's like, yeah, no shit. What'd you expect?
We can't leave him alone. He looks very worn out by this.
I wonder what's wrong with him. And he's like 80.
I know. He's like a normal 80-year-old. He's like one of us.
Oh, why is it like the Hollywood juice that makes you not age? And this
It's
is-
like when my dad said the Hollywood lady was a crack whore. It's like when people I know do crack, they're addicts and need help. But when it's a TV person,
Yeah, fuck them if they're on TV. They got it good. They all live in mansions and have nothing but easy lives. I have to go outside and do nothing for a living. And they get to go on TV and laugh and have fun.
awesome. bunch of cocks.
A bunch of lebcocks.
Man,
I would love if they replace Tucker Carlson and Don Lemon with even more extreme versions. Like, yeah, we had to get rid of them because they weren't crazy.
so now
enough.
we've got Super. Yeah, now they've got Alex Jones on Fox, and they got who's the liberal Alex Jones? There must be one. Movie Bob.
Cenk Uygur.
Okay, that guy.
I just died thinking about that because I remember the time that like it was like
Christian
the
Chandler on two
Democratic.
separate ends of the political spectrum.
It was like the Democratic National Convention, and like the Young Turks were doing a thing there, and they had like a place. Then Alex Jones just crashed the place and said, "Tell us about the dead babies."
Is that true?
Yeah, so fucking funny.
That's so awesome.
Oh, and Chinky was like, "Get him out of here!" And then like Jimmy Dore, whoever threw water at Alex Jones, was like, "He assaulted me. That man assaulted me. Did you get that on camera?" And like everybody, it was just everybody embarrassing themselves. Like, you know, obviously it wasn't anything that serious, but it was just
But everyone was
bunch-
elevated to such a point.
it was a bunch of full-grown adults arguing about their politics so bad that they made like complete fools of themselves by acting like stupid children. So fucking funny.
Oh man. We've been watching a lot of videos of like couples arguing, and then one of them is obviously playing it up to the camera.
Oh, it's fun.
Where it's like, you're acting crazy. like
You're
like,
the crazy one. Where it's like definitely a setup.
yeah. Well, there's a really interesting dude that he like fucked half of America by like doing housing schemes, and he signed everything as C. Montgomery Burns. And he said that he knew he was being set up by a couple because he's like, well, we want to take you out to dinner, and he's like, yeah, you do this scheme. It's like a pump and dump like we did in LA. And then she goes, I've never even heard of that. like saying it into the microphone. I have no idea what I never would have done such a thing. And he's like, oh fuck, I'm being set up. Very obviously.
Yeah, I did it.
I'm proud of you.
I'll make Crash Bandicoot do a little dance to celebrate. Now back to the level. On the plus side, I came out there with more lives than I went in with.
Perfect.
Yeah, they really
just
did
farm
intend you
for
to
'em.
take a lot of time on these. I do like how the secret bonus levels function as like a secondary checkpoint.
Checkpoint.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little perk.
It's like if you beat it, you get yourself a little bonus checkpoint. So that's nice to reward like somebody who's playing poorly.
don't
It's like, oh,
think-
thank God for that checkpoint.
I don't think in the original you got to go into the bonus levels anymore. They didn't have a portal for it.
Yeah, I think in the originals, like if you fucked it up, you're just like, oh, too bad.
Yeah, can you imagine streaming the original game? Like, oh fuck.
Yeah,
we're not doing that.
unfortunately, I played it harder. God of War Ragnarok was like, I don't ever want to do that again. I beat it.
Crash just puts us to sleep again.
I don't feel proud of it. You know what I
Crash
mean?
is
Like,
like, ooh, 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 ooh.
I did something. I did it. It's really difficult, and very few people have done it, right? And I feel absolutely no pride about it. It's like, yeah, well, anybody could have done that if they didn't care whether they're having fun.
Yeah. Well, I've noticed the older I get, the less hard I play video games. Like, the less I focus my eyes and my thumbs. Which are both going bad, but it's like, if something I have to suddenly get crazy about, if it's something like that where I just need to go nuts playing it, I almost just don't want to play it anymore.
I
just
struggle with
not that
games that
important.
have like tons of buttons. Like if I'm playing a first-person shooter game, I have to hit 1 through 9 while WASDing my way around. I don't get up. People are like, "Oh, got to swap the weapon 8," and they do that without even looking, and their hand away from WASD is so short that it doesn't matter. I'm like, how the fuck do you do that? Or maybe they hold down forward with their pinky and tap 8 or something like that. And I'm like, that's gotta
Yeah.
be bad for your fucking fingers, man. I just don't want to put my hands to that because I don't want to have arthritis when I'm like 40. That would suck.
God.
All those Guitar
Everyone in
Hero
my life
players
who
are gonna
told me-
develop like horrible fucking arthritis.
Everyone in my fucking life who told me that I was gonna like, oh, watch how you do stuff, because one day it's gonna hurt. Like a few months after I was done with college, I was lucky. I got a fucking TV contract right out of college, but I had to do 90% of the work, right? Like everything except voice acting, basically. Yeah, I fucked my hand up so bad I almost went to the ER.
Yeah, forget that.
Yeah, and that was a show animated like Family Guy, so it's not like I was doing frame by frame for 20 minutes of footage, but like shit if that wasn't difficult.
Well, it's a
And a
20-minute
slog
show.
and not fun.
You know.
Gotta make it happen.
Fuck! Another one of those nightmare areas.
Yeah.
Why'd I try? That jump's a pain.
Does this game have dynamic lighting, Hellbent?
It sure do.
Whoa!
It's baked-in lighting and dynamic lighting, which is the best combination because there's some things you're just not going to cast any light on, right? So why render everything in dynamic? It's just a waste of processing power. Plus, pre-baked shadows can be a lot higher resolution, and you can still do fun texture and shader tricks to them to give them the illusion of being dynamic when they're not. However, the thing is, you could do everything pre-baked and it would look better. The problem with that is it's like doing animation without any shortcuts. It just consumes so much of your time.
I take so many shortcuts animating, and I still don't ever make deadlines just right. Actually, I want to celebrate. I just hit a deadline on an animation, and I still got yelled at for the deadline being missed. And I was like, this is the only time I've ever been 100% like on the early estimate. So I don't worry about deadlines no more.
Well, that, you know, like I said, even if you hit it on the deadline, there will be people that'll be like, I wanted this and this and this and this, and they'll pretend like you didn't meet their requirements. Really, you did the entire time. They're just, you know.
Gonna meet the deadline. Gonna hit a deadline.
It's like, why does it need to be turned into this day? Because that's when I said so. It's like, is this really necessary? It's like, yes, explain why. Fuck you. It's like, oh, all right.
Well, sometimes it's just because I want it, and that's okay, because at least you have a deadline. But every once in a while, it'll be like, well, you got it done on time, but there's like 90 things I've suddenly decided you need to fix.
Can you do everything but
Why?
completely different just to see? Okay, no, I don't like that. Okay, now you're done. Now you've hit your deadline.
Well, I just got one where it was like, this takes place in the country, but can you turn it into the city? Can I see what it would look like if it takes place all in the city now? I was like, no. And can you get it done early? Or redraw every background?
What if this was in Switzerland?
Yeah, have we considered that?
Can I see a demo?
Can I get some spec art?
It's like saying, I would like a red car. Can you make an entirely different car but paint it red? I don't want you to paint the yellow car red because I feel like the yellow car has its own unique properties.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, sure.
I like this Toyota, but can you make it a Honda?
Legally, no. Like, well, I think you can. Take that, Ricky Roden.
Yeah, no one ever told me that animators have fucking horrible hand problems. But you know what? It makes sense.
Yeah. They say video game folks got a lot of the people who played the Atari games back in the day are like, oh, my hands are fucking ruined from playing those arcade games, and I believe it. A lot of typists too, people who do a lot of computer work, where it's like, yeah, I gotta type all day, every day. And
I'm
the
getting a
writing's
little of
terrible.
that, but you're gonna get to a point where you can kind of manage it, and sometimes life is just about managing. I've figured out.
Yeah,
You're not
'cause
gonna get
it's not
robot
just
fingers
not just you know typey arty jobs to do that. You could be like somebody who mows yards or does a lot of lifting and like all the gripping and stuff really hard all day. They'll do the same. Well, it'll do a different but equally painful thing to you. Good night, Sister A.
Yeah.
Jaws of Darkness. I wonder how far I am in the game.
Oh, nice to say. I didn't realize who it was.
It's like the halfway point, maybe.
I don't know. I don't remember anymore.
I don't ever
Pinstripe's
remember
pretty far
fighting
up
Ricky
there.
Roden or Papa 2, whatever. The guy with the shot, the machine gun. I never remember fighting him ever.
Pinstripe drug pimp.
Yeah.
He's a portal wolf.
16-pound Quizimo.
That's kind of how he talks. Yeah, pinstripe portal wolf. I am a super pinstripe wolf.
I do find people who have like obsession with fictionally made animals to be fun.
I gotta be honest, they're living better lives than.
It's creative, and you can
Dude, I
tell they're
kinda-
so happy when they invent like an animal, and they're like, I invented this animal. It's like, oh, aren't you just a little god over here?
Well, it's like our buddy who, or my buddy who, he plays VR just about every day, and he fucking loves it. But he used to make content, like animate shit, and he went to school for it. And he's like, all I want to do now is get off work and go hang out with Sonic the Hedgehog. That's all I want to do. I'm 35, that's what I'm gonna do. And you know what? Props to him, because shit. It's a way to live your life. But is that happiness the same way that, like, I want to make YouTube videos that everybody listens to what I have to say?
Well, the
Are you
argument
happy
between
in the
that
same way?
usually falls between like, when you're dying, are you gonna feel like you did anything with your life?
Pump nothing but heroin into my veins, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, I guess personally, I'd feel like I entertained millions of people, and that's cool.
There you go.
And that does make me happy, but would that be like, was that the highlight of your entire life? I'd be like, yeah, that'd be kind of lame if it were. Shouldn't there be something a little bit more personal? Like, you know, people you care about, or maybe that like one time you helped somebody who really needed help. It was like tangible help.
It turns out dreams and goals in life are sort of a construct. I always wanted to work on a TV show that ended up on TV. I don't think I did that yet. I've been on TV. That's kind of cool. But is that like my life goal? I don't know. Welcome to therapy with Brian and...
I've been in newspapers, TV, radio, like pretty much every medium of entertainment. I was even in a PS2 game. And,
that's really cool. I was not in a PS2 game.
Yeah. Can't do that anymore. Not officially anyways. Maybe like a unofficial release,
it won't count if someone... Yeah.
Watch somebody be like, oh yeah, fuck you, Hellbent. And they'll get one. I'll be like, God, come on, let me have something.
Someone go put me shouting something into a PS1 game. Can you make me play
Son
Crash?
Of a bitch. Can't have anything.
Yeah. Everyone gets what you get.
It's not fair if I don't share. God, I can't
it's like,
tell
it's like the dinosaur thing. It's like, we thought the guy who was in the PS2 game was above having goals that other people didn't have, so everyone gets to be in a PS2 game now.
It shouldn't just be something you enjoy. Then it's no longer special because everybody's...
Yeah, exactly.
But then
I was on the radio and
now too. I'm not left out.
I was on a radio show.
Who does blue mean I can stand on it?
Let me talk about the radio show. I was in it. My friend gave me so much shit. He was like, "What do I turn my dinosaur into, you old fuck?" I was like, "Oh yeah, no one listens to the radio." I was on the front page of Newgrounds one time. That was kind of cool.
Oh, that's fun. I was too, but it wasn't like one that mattered.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, exactly.
It was
we
the
did
early
that
days
together.
when it's like, oh shit, someone tried. It's not just a shit post.
Yeah.
I was like, no, I tried. And they're like, oh wow, kudos. And then like somebody said, hey, you did something wrong. I'm like, no, fuck you, it was on purpose. Which it wasn't.
Yeah.
To be fair though, for my lack of being open to constructive criticism there, that was not even close to the meltdowns I've seen. I think my favorite one was old friend saying like, and if I'm not famous by the time I am 32, I'm going to delete my accounts and never do art again.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like, wow. Guess what? They're still doing art and they're all over 32 now.
Well, that's good.
Turns out it was a bluff. I think we were supposed to feel so bad that he was gonna quit that we were gonna make him famous.
Yeah, we can make you famous by pitying you. Matt Groening wasn't famous.
Until somebody felt bad for him.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You know what? If we just made a thinly veiled threat in a comic, maybe we could.
Yeah, Matt Groening was like, if you don't give me a TV show, I'm gonna kill myself. And the Fox was like, oh. Okay. That's how he got it.
Dear Fox Broadcasting, if you do not give me my show about rabbit people, this will be on your hands.
Oh, did you... I know it's a stolen joke, but did you like my joke about, like, Chrisman writing, like, don't go to Dealey Plaza or I promise Kennedy will die?
Oh, yeah? That was a good one.
That joke's been in so many fucking things, but I really like it.
I love the idea of warning somebody of a presidential assassination.
Yeah, but being like trying to help them, but just phrasing it like an idiot.
You're phrasing it in a way that's not helpful.
In no way is that helpful. That is funny. I didn't write a lot of Chrisman. I mean, this is barely a fucking first draft, but like him writing to people, like trying to explain, like, I gotta warn you guys, there's some crazy shit, is a very Chrisman-y, like, no one's gonna believe him. Like at a town meeting, all right, everyone.
Telling the person who, telling the fool a very important truth, but it's the fool you told it to, so, you know, no matter their attempt to get it out, it's just gonna fall on deaf ears.
That is a funny idea.
It's like, well, Dum Dum said it, so you know.
Matt Groening's so awesome. Matt Groening had a lady rub his feet on an airplane, and I remember reading about it and going, oh, he's canceled, and I guess he's still around. They were more mad that he said Apu wasn't that big a deal in the 90s. Apu is named after the Apu Trilogy, which is a very good series of Indian movies that no one will ever watch because no one watches porn films.
The only part that I understand about the Apu thing is that I do remember hearing like, thank you, come again, over and over and over from your, favorite cartoon impersonator friends.
Oh, yeah, that was okay back at one point.
No, it was never okay because it was fucking annoying, like, they never did the voice good.
Yeah.
If they did the voice good, that'd be different, or if it was, like, appropriate for, like, the thing, like, it's like I was leaving their store, like, haha, thank you, come again, like The Simpsons, man. That'd be one thing, but it was always somebody just, like, sitting there, and they eat a cheeseburger, and they go, thank you, come again.
Probably more people impersonated Apu in offensive ways.
Oh yeah, to like make fun of their Indian friend.
Than people watch like Simpsons episodes in the last 10 years. You know what I mean? It is probably a thing like that where it's permeated the culture so fucking densely.
Well, I mean, I wager you'd be hard pressed to be an Indian person in America and have not had somebody like do the Apu voice at you.
God, that would piss me off. Yeah, no, that's fair.
So he's like the only Indian character. But the dude complained about the wrong reasons, yeah.
Yeah, well, he complained. It was a very me. Why can't I talk to the Simpsons guys and tell them how I feel? And they did an episode with Aziz where he was Apu's hip young nephew, and he was complaining about what a stereotype Apu was. And you know what? That episode wasn't very good. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, because it's not a fun character study. It's just more. Like,
I thought Apu was pretty multi-layered too, and they kept Apu's wife, and they got her a voice actor, but not Apu. It's very strange.
That's funny.
Because I think they're just so afraid. They're so afraid of their own fans. You know what I mean?
I don't think they're afraid of their fans. I think they're afraid of people who have like sway in the same medium that they're in.
Yeah, but like, in what way is the
Simpsons
Simpsons the cultural? No, but in what way is the Simpsons the cultural zeitgeist that should? It's weird that they're making the Simpsons deal with these problems.
Well, the Simpsons aren't South Park, so when the Simpsons do an offensive thing, they should know better. But when South Park does it, it's like, ha ha ha. Which that used to not be the case.
The Simpsons used to be South Park. It was South Park for like 3-4 years. It was like, don't watch that naughty show. Bart Simpson's was dance. Yeah. And now everyone's South Park and the Simpsons. It's... I don't know. Here's something we're complaining about recently.
Homogenized hegemony.
People hated. We're talking about this. There's a video that just came out. Matt and Trey were so brave to keep doing South Park through COVID. Matt and Trey don't have to do it anymore. They're getting old, and they don't have to keep running the show like they do, but they do, and they make it work. Unlike The Simpsons, which is shit out every day. And then I realized they were making The Simpsons in their own fucking houses. There's Homer lines recorded on like cell phones. I can clearly tell. They were still making The Simpsons during COVID. Could you imagine how much work that was?
Oh yeah, that's the bad part about The Simpsons. They never. They never get credit for anything. It's like, well, you should have done that already.
Yeah, and if they do get credit, it's something like the Trump thing where they pretend it's from 1991 that this 4K HD video of obviously older Trump with like grayer hair.
Yeah, it was made in 1992.
Yeah, they predicted this. This was made 1992 on a 4x3 monitor. Well, do you remember I made a fake one where like it was like an old blurry screenshot of Apu, or not Apu, it was Bill Cosby in fucking the courtroom going, "Oh no," with like Lionel Hutz going, "Your Honor," and no one looked at it, and then someone did a paint drawing of Chief Wiggum stepping on Lou, and it was like it got like 1 million views, and I was like, why bother anymore? No one knows what 1990s Simpsons looks like. No one cares. It don't fucking matter.
Somewhere like the 90s and the 2000s just got blended together after like 2014 or so.
Yeah, people just it don't matter.
Like if I told people Crash
Watch out for
Bandicoot
that one.
1 came out in the 90s, right? There'd be a fair amount of people go, no, that's like 1999, 2000. It's like, no, I know
it's like when
we're
people tell
talking like
you-
we're talking just a couple of years difference, but still.
Those were bigger years in terms of tech development TV too. That is funny. The 6 years in the 90s felt like a long time. 6 years for my computer still feels like very little time. It's like, Jesus. A 6 year
Yeah, but
difference
then,
from like an SGI model.
The difference between 2010 and 2023, however, feels like nothing.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know if that's culture or like time or age, but it does feel like such a small gap between those years. And by
I
the
feel
way,
like-
I've been looking back at stuff back then, and I seem to remember shit happening in different orders now.
I feel like we've hit some cultural stagnation.
That may be. I think the internet may have unified us to a point too, where it's like it's kind of like the Starbucks thing, where culture's all moving together at the same pace, kind of.
Also, the World Wide Web, like everybody has a cell phone now, even in like countries that would be considered like too poor to have the internet back in the day.
Yeah,
So you're getting literal global, like World Wide Web in 2000s was worldwide, but this is like legit worldwide.
that's true. Yeah, things got I do feel like the world's not very different from when it was in like 2010. It's a lot less dramatic to me, but I hang out in different social circles now, but it's still I don't know how late that was, but I just saw you get burnt.
Yeah, I fucking made the. I was playing pretty smooth there for a second.
You were doing pretty good, yeah. I watched you do it. But yeah, the internet, I don't know, it's all more unified now, I guess.
And it's not the cell phone's fault. The cell phones are doing their job just fine. It's more rather that everybody got to connect to the websites. Everybody gets to go to Reddit. Everybody gets to go to Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, and it's multicultural, multi-country, all that. To where even back in the old days, there was like you'd run across a foreigner, sure, but it was way less common. Like you'd run across somebody from like England or Germany or something like that. But now you'll run into somebody from like Russia or India, which is it's just harder to get a computer in those places.
Yeah, but you know what? Through that whole time, The Simpsons has been shitty and needs to stop. Through
Yeah,
that
all
whole
those people
time.
that work on it should be unemployed because I don't enjoy it. I know people are watching it, and it's making its money back, and it's a profitable venture, and they're making money. But like, it
And
hurts
people
my
seem to enjoy
feelings
doing it.
that they didn't just
That it
stop while
still
it was
exists.
good. If they stopped while it was good, I could look at it and go, "What a perfect piece of media! They should have never stopped making it."
If my life was better when I was making money playing the slots, but now that I stopped making money playing the slots, you know, I wish they could have just stopped me when I was making the most money. Why didn't they?
I believe in like workers' rights, and I don't think like animators or anybody working in the cartoon industry gets paid enough. But cancel this fucking show. I don't like it.
Also, The Simpsons is one of those ones where it's like the most liberal show ever, but also it's like, in Korea we pay them $1 an hour, and they're fine with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're like, oh, it's just part of the process, sadly. It's like, what do you mean?
Yeah. But people in LA need to be paid more.
Yeah, we need to pay the voice
you
actors
imagine?
more. What about the animators?
It is weird the voice actors make some stupid amount of money.
Well, I can understand it. Like, if you're going to compare it to TV shows, The Simpsons was making more than all the other shows.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. But on the other end, like, usually the actors paying more is more of like an issue of like, well, they have to actually show up here and like appear and then like
Sure.
actually act and emote. And there's a lot more into live action acting than there is into cartoon acting. I'm sorry, that probably offends somebody somewhere, but sorry, that's
No,
the
it's
truth.
true.
Voice acting is easier than basic, well,
It
even
is
most.
less physical demand.
Yeah, I don't have to put on an outfit. There's no wardrobe. Don't have to worry about lighting. We don't all have to show up at the exact same time to do it. We could record all in different times if we wanted to. Yeah. flesh and blood acting way harder than voice acting. That's why you see so many like actors turn voice actor, because it's like, oh fuck yeah, this is way easier than doing those stupid movies, and probably more fun.
Corporations ruin everything for the sake of their shareholders. That's some commentary right there.
Key to between's not wrong.
No, but it's I guess that's a new thought to some people. Man, they really engineered this game to fuck with you.
Oh yeah.
But people really do
lives,
seem confused. Yeah, people do seem really confused at the concept that a corporation would. Of course they would. Of course they would. If AI gets its way, if we can create it the right way, and we can just generate pre-animated Simpsons stuff, and they want to quit, then, you know, there is a precedent for a world where we could just have, what was that, Go Animate? They'll just make that.
Go Animate, that was the program.
Yeah.
That was like, I loved it too, the Caillou ones. Caillou gets grounded, and it was just like kids who wanted like TV characters that they hated to be punished.
Oh, that's cool.
It's like, I want fucking Caillou to be grounded because he's mean. Fuck him. It was funny.
I'm 42, I'm Caillou.
I think it's funny, like, developing that much hatred for a character. I can't tell if that means that they wrote the character good or if they wrote the character poorly. Like, are you supposed to hate him that much, though, right?
Yeah. I don't know. I take
like,
good
imagine,
pleasure
Brian,
out of
that, like,
writing.
you get a message saying, like, yeah, people aged 5 to 10 fucking hate Crispin. They really, like, they get a really fucking visceral reaction. Like, this kid's never acted out in his life. But when he sees Crispin, he's like,
suddenly. I do like the idea, like, don't stop feeding him Skittles. He's watching Crispin.
Why do children just hate the sound of his voice?
They just hate his buttery smooth.
They don't get bored. They just get like angry. Yeah, I'm sure there's been more than one TV show that's done that.
That's a funny thought. Yeah, people get violently angry when they hear Krusty the Clown.
Yeah. Oh yeah, like some country, like in Mexico, they're like, "No, Krusty is evil,
like,
the demon clown."
Soccer riot. We do not like the demon clown. Oh man. Blood will run red like his nose. Hey, I guess people don't like Krusty because that stranger in the store shouting his Krusty impersonation with an empty shopping cart, he made me very uncomfortable.
Hey! It's like, yeah, okay, I get it. You figured it out.
That is funny. It's like that Joe from Family Guy joke. I'm gonna do my Austin Powers. Oh, behave. There you go. That is sort of what it is.
It's sort of that, but like people figure out one little facet of it, like the Krusty laugh, and I go, and they're like, "Oh my god,
like,
I'm Krusty the Clown."
It was me.
That's so easy to do.
Krusty is not inoffensive. Krusty is I like Krusty doing a lot more Jew jokes, but there's a really good episode where Krusty actually, there's Coke jokes lately, Jew jokes, and then there's an episode where he says "me so sorry."
Oh yeah,
and Bart's like, "Krusty, I need you to stop." Can I keep saying it? No, Krusty.
Yeah, it's like Krusty is trying to like change his act, and it's like, I'm gonna appeal to a more mature audience, and he just does racist shit.
He's just doing racist shit.
That's funny. Oh, how'd I get the diamond? I died like a million times. Oh well.
Oh, it's only certain levels that if you die, it's weird.
Oh, okay. I thought it took him. I thought it took sympathy. It was like, oh, poor guy.
The game was just like, here you go, buddy. Here you go, champ.
Struggling. Damn, I think I'm almost at the end. Like, this is the whole thing, right? Yeah, you go to the blimp and that's it.
Oh, really? Yeah, wow, shit, we made it through.
Well, we can keep on going.
Man, okay. I was gonna go to bed, but now I kind of want to watch you finish this.
Either that or I'll get stuck and it'll be like, let's just stop.
Hang on, I gotta take advantage of the microphone. Let's just stop. It's okay.
I'm gonna
Jump on
punch him.
Jump on it. What the fuck are you doing?
killed me.
Refresh this. No, not him. Just jump on the green thing.
Okay.
You got this.
Yeah, let's cheat so we can just get through this. Oh, it shoots him back.
I think you can jump in the corner and it won't hit him. There's something weird like that. There's a weird, like, he won't notice you. I like The Simpsons. I
Ever
can't
since they
picture a
got
world
rid of
without
Apu, I just can't watch the show anymore, man.
Apu's been gone for like 6 years now. It's fucking crazy, dude. It's again 6 years, man. Magical
Apu
time.
is my life.
Apu is my comfort character. I like the episode.
Funny though, like they
where
replaced the
Apu's-
actor for Cleveland, and he sounds just fine. He sounds just like the character, and no big deal.
No, and then they replaced Carl with the dude from something.
And he does a
He
fine
sounds
job
totally
acting,
off.
but you know, you figure he could try to sound like the old voice, right?
Or I don't think that I think the Simpsons guys stunt casted. I don't want to be mean, but they could have gone for someone that was a little younger. I sound like a dick, but the way the Jim Henson performers do it is they try to go for someone younger every time because they know they're gonna have to recast everyone at some point. And if you're doing a show that's thriving on 34 years, it's cool to have celebrity guests, but that means we're gonna have Carl recast more times now. That drawing of Embryo in the corner is so awful.
What the fuck am I doing?
Oh, jump on the block and then jump on his head.
I tried to jump on his head.
Oh, it didn't work. Should be able to.
There we go. He took his human growth hormone. He got his super male vitality in the
Marge?
mail. Oh, damn it. It's so hard to
forgot
tell
about-
where the fuck he is.
God, I forgot about Marge's voice. Helmet, do you think Marge Simpson should have a new voice actor because she's older now?
Nah, not unless she if she wants to quit, then sure.
But like, but remember, The Simpsons is real to the characters, so Marge just sounds all fucked up now. He's had a
Well, I
cold
mean,
for like
like-
5 years.
Homer is the age. Okay, if you swap. Okay, I'm trying to make sure you get the time right while I fight this boss. But the time that The Simpsons has been on, Bart would be the same age that Homer is supposed to be.
Yep. Oh no, he'd be 10 years older. Bart would be 45, right? They're on season 35 now.
Something like that.
They just did one where Homer grew a beard and it was gray, and I'm like, I don't remember it ever being gray. Oh, remember we watched the thing where he watched a show and it was like, this took place in 1985, and he goes, 1985, I was I was 2 years old, or maybe I was 35, I can't remember.
Oh yeah, and somebody's
And then,
like,
like,
that's
people were writing-
offensive.
That's wrong, you've ruined The Simpsons. There was a good episode where Homer's like, why aren't our kids playing on cell phones like normal kids or something like that? Marge goes, how do you know our kids aren't normal kids? And Homer's like, I don't know.
My
I like
favorite
those
thing
jokes.
is definitely Milhouse's parents looking like their brother and sister.
There's an episode that confirms they're related. There's also an episode where he says,
So do I gotta jump on him while he's
my-
swinging his arms? Because on the second thing, it don't do nothing.
I don't know.
I guess I got hit him directly in the head. I may run out of lives on this one. I may have to come back and...
Yeah, climb your way all the way back from the fucking title screen. Take you straight back to the level.
Yeah, well, you know, we can play levels again. The main... God damn it, I should...
Julie Kavner is welcome to leave The Simpsons anytime she wants. I think her voice is funnier now, but your voice just changes when you get older. It's not.
That's true too. Whether it's wear and tear or whatever.
We shouldn't be discriminating on race. We shouldn't be discriminating on gender. We shouldn't be discriminating on any of this. But age is something that they don't talk about a lot. People get too old to play shit. I think Christopher Lloyd is too old to play Doc, but he likes doing it. I respect that he wants to do it. You know what I mean? But anytime I see him as the Doc now, and he's what? It's been like 25 years. It's a little sad. Yeah, it's like go be with your family, dude.
Stop reminding me about how fragile life is and how we're all gonna be doomed to your fate.
Yeah. Well, I remember, God, that was 2013. Like my first girlfriend, we went to see we saw him at Comic-Con. It was like, and I remember looking back then going, oh, he's not doing so good. God, that's crazy, and he's still kicking.
Remember when David Carradine like choked himself to death with the belt while jerking off and died?
It made Kill Bill all the better.
My favorite part was people going, it must have been a ninja assassination. And it's like, what happened? Well, he had his belt tied around his neck and tied around a doorknob. Must have been ninjas who killed him. It's like, oh, that was like a really nice family member going like, I can cover this up. All right, well that's it. I can't. This game has a horrible fucking perspective issue.
This game needs to get a little perspective. I remember people complaining the bad mask was here, Uka Uka, because they're like, that spoils that he'll be in the next game. It's like, yeah.
I mean, but he would have still existed.
This game's 20-something, what, 96, so how long is that now?
96.
Almost 30 years old, almost.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, we're fucking old.
Mm-hmm. I guess we get infinite tries, so let's beat this guy.
Yeah. Crash is kind of like Stimpy, where if you tried to David Carradine him, I don't think it would like the rope would stick to his neck.
No, he'd just keep coming.
Yeah, you just keep on. I like that Ren and Stimpy where they try to hang him. Do you remember that?
I don't. Honestly, I can't really remember hardly any Ren and Stimpy episodes. I'm surprised that in my mind more than like 5 exists. I remember like the one with the
hanging one's really good.
Yeah, I don't remember the hanging one.
The cowboys are trying to hang somebody, and they realize that the town's empty because they hung everyone. They hanged everyone already. They like ran out of people, and Ren and Stimpy come into town and they need a job. And they're trying to frame him so they can hang him, and they finally do. And like Ren doesn't weigh enough, and Stimpy doesn't have a neck.
Oh, that's funny.
That was making me laugh. Yeah. No way you could do it. He's shaped like a pillbox, or a little tiny pill.
And you know what worked really good in the old game is that there's just like a little circle beneath you, I think. And that made perspective a little easier to...
Oh, and not these real rendered shadows?
Yeah.
Well, the new one, there's a target under him that you can opt in for.
That's a smart idea. It needs it.
Crash 4 has a lot of weird things like that.
I don't appreciate it. It does look very nice.
Crash 4 also has, like, instead of counting your lives, it counts your deaths. And if you die under 3 times, you get the gem.
Yeah, I noticed it gives you the mask, and I wasted it.
The other... I think that's really innovative that they count by death instead of by, you know, how many lives. And then the Sonic Mania, Encore Plus? Sonic Mania Plus came out. And in the Encore mode, instead of giving you lives, you unlock characters, and then you can toggle between them. And that's really fucking cool. Because whenever you die, you're like, alright, I'm back, but now I'm fucking Knuckles now. There will be no running for a while. Yeah, I'll just be... I think that's a creative way to do it. It's also sort of a story reason for the game, too. That's kind of cool.
Well, the key thing for a game is to be fun. If it's to be challenging, that can be a goal. It works for Elden Ring, a lot of other games, but generally speaking, people want to have fun with the game. Though challenged, they don't want to just be like, here's some torture for you. So I jump on them, huh?
Yeah, pretty much.
I just can't figure out the hitbox on this guy.
I swear to God. I swear to God you jump on this fucking guy. I swear.
This is one where I get caught. It doesn't help that the screen shakes. Okay, you gotta aim for his head directly. All right. Get your depth perception on, but the screen shake. Yeah, it was just a screen shake that was throwing me off.
Oh, he ain't going home to his kids. I can see the water.
I can see the water reflection repeating. I don't like it.
Yeah, it's cheap, and honestly, I expect a higher effort for this game I didn't pay for.
The Guzmo game. I remember my nephew getting into this game. I think I bought it for him when we first started hanging out. And it was the perfect. I was the perfect guy to buy the game, right? And I remember he's like, "Wait, there's PlayStation 1 versions," and I remember he got an emulator on his phone and played them all. I remember
a lot of
playing
people's
Crash
experience with
2
the
on the
PS1
toilet.
these days is over iPhone because the iPhone emulator for the PS1 is really good.
Yeah, all the Android iPhone stuff. Specifically Android. I'm an iPhone guy now, but like, I had a lot of good memories rocking the Android version of Crash 1. Or not the Android version, but like
The emulated version on Android.
FPSE, yeah. And I remember when the first HD fucking Android screen playing it, going, "Wow, there's a high res mode. This is amazing." And I'm gonna keep it in my memory and not be like all my friends who tried to replicate it, because it's never as good as you remember it in your head.
Oh no,
But I do remember
I like old PlayStation and stuff, but like, okay, Symphony of the Night looks a lot better on a NTSC television because the sprite art was made with the idea that there's going to be color bleed.
Right.
That's the only example I can think of, though.
How many people do you know that own NTSC TVs? Or not NTSC, sorry, CRT TVs.
About 5. Mainly
I've
for
got
light gun
one
games.
friend with. Yeah, I've got one friend who has one because he likes collecting shit, and then my roommate upstairs is really cool. He owns like a 60s. Is that a CRT still? He owns a black and white one.
Yeah, those are still
And he
CRT.
plays like Xbox. Those are cool. That thing's really crisp. It's crisper than a CRT, like a color TV. I don't know why.
A lot of that technology was just mastered back in the day. It was just fine. It's just, you know, we have cheaper ones more than better ones in a lot of cases. It's kind of like with the audio microphone.
I was gonna say I can go on a rant about my microphone.
Oh yeah, it's
this
not
microphone
hard.
was designed in '63. This microphone was designed the day Kennedy's head blew up, probably.
And they perfected it.
Literally the only thing different. It's the same kind the Beatles used. It's the same kind that Frank Zappa, fucking.
He probably did at some point.
Frank Sinatra. Yeah, Frank Sinatra used. Same exact microphone that fucking Frank Sinatra used is the one I'm using, and the only thing that's different is I plug it into a computer. That's it. I've had 3 Yetis, and the USB goes bad.
Yeah,
This,
the
you
SM58
swap
is
the
great,
box
but the
out.
Yetis are just, you know, they're good.
Hellbent-
They're good
Hellbent
dummy
hates
proof.
the Yeti. Yeah,
If you need
Hellbent's got a
dummy
real
proof
thing about
solution.
Yeti mics, but
Oh well, it's
Yeah.
just everybody asks. Well, not everybody, but anybody who's ever asked me is like, "Hey, Hellbent, I want to upgrade my audio. What do you think I should get?" I'm like, "Well, you should get."
I would like to upgrade my audio.
Hey, you should get the SM58, and you should get this. And it's like, well, the Blue Yeti's cheaper when you put it all together, and it's really the same thing, and I don't think I want those other audio features. And then they get the Yeti, and they're like, when I get on the Yeti and I start talking, and it doesn't work good, and it's
Sounds
like,
all
yeah.
fucked up. Yeah. Man.
Do I need all the boxes in the bonus world? I guess not. I don't want to kill
I thought you were
myself.
gonna say you do if you want to 100% it, but
No, we're probably not doing
you're
that
at the
tonight.
end.
Maybe we'll
No,
come back. Maybe we'll come back on stream 2, then finish off Crash 1 with 100%. The new Crash 2, maybe.
That'd be fun. Yeah.
That's something.
Yeah, that's been a whole thing with because I have the same problem where I'm like, get an iPad Pro, and they're like, well, I went to a pawn shop and got an iPad 3 from 2006, and it's not, the Apple Pencil doesn't work on it. I was like, yeah, it's gonna cost like $500
You gave me bad advice. It's like, no, I gave you good advice, but you only followed half of it.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, just because it's an iPad don't mean it got a pencil. You asked me what to use. Give me an Amazon link and I'll tell you if it works. Well, I got a Wacom from 1992 instead of just.
It was $5 off, you see.
Right, and therefore, if it doesn't do the thing I want, only very recently have they just started putting that in to bare bones shit. The Surface was the first thing where they're like, and I think it started with the 3, but all those Surfaces you can just buy the pen for. But the pen's now like $70. I think iPads now, like even the base model has a pen. Everything should have pen compatibility. I remember having to hack the shit out of my Surface to get to run like fucking Flash. I remember like downgrading my OS and shit because I wanted something you could draw on. And now it's like, God, my first iPad was in 2015, maybe? And they've only really upgraded it once, and it was to double the frame rate of the screen. And it's like, I have like a 4 or 5 year old iPad, and I made a whole movie on it, Works fine.
Yeah, well, the patent trolling is no joke. I remember when medical companies sued Sony, Nintendo, and Microsoft for their vibrating functions and a bunch of other things in their controllers. And Sony and Nintendo paid out. They're like, fine, we don't want to fight you in court. And Microsoft was like, no, fuck you. You don't own this. You can't own this. And Microsoft won. So Sony and Nintendo just paid this company a bunch of money for nothing. And then Microsoft came in and go, no bullshit. And also we can make all the controllers we want.
But also Microsoft is like, they have infinite power, So they are the big guys.
I think Sony can hire comparable lawyers to Microsoft.
Sony could have waited them out, I'm sure. Well, what about you remember the Wacom pen that was made in 1991 that they use on every Cintiq up until very recently?
Oh,
it's the same pen they use in the Samsung, like the Samsung Note. You can use a pen from like Surface Pro 2 it was on. Same pen. Fucking Wacom Cintiq up until 2010. And the new ones are still the same tech. They just use a different kind of magnetizer, I think. So they don't track on old ones, but you don't need a battery in any of the Wacom pens. None of them. They've never needed a fucking battery. iPads, Surfaces, they need a battery because Microsoft didn't have the contract with Wacom after that. Microsoft bought an indie company and Apple built it from the ground up, but like they both need pens that with batteries, and that shit's 10 years old now. Like 15, 20 years ago, you could still have a pen without a battery, and it had a button on it. So how did that technology get lost? Where'd it go?
It didn't get lost. It's patents.
That's bullshit, dude.
They can make the pen that doesn't need the battery, but the company that owns the pen for the pen that doesn't need the battery won't let them use it without charging a huge amount of money, so they have to build the same thing in a different way. And
okay,
to
I'm
do
gonna
that,
say
they
that
gotta like
it is
put batteries
Wacom.
in.
It's Washington. It's Washington Communications, because I had to call them on the phone when my Cintiq didn't work.
Oh, it's definitely Wacom's fault.
Well, no. Someone said it's pronounced Wacom. It's Washington Communications.
I say Wacom.
I could give a shit either way. They're still a naughty company.
There's no Y.
There is no Y, but they got rid of the dash, so it could be Wacom. Who knows? I'm not gonna win any arguments by arguing on how a company I don't like is pronounced.
Won't make you a better
I'll say
animator.
GIF and GIF. I'll be a better animator if I pronounced it. A little extra pretension in that the message says ... way.
Nuclear.
Wacom.
It's nuclear.
It's nuclear.
I didn't know what you were saying. You kept saying Wacom. Do you mean perhaps Wacom?
Oh man, it is Wacom. Whack 'em, stack 'em robots.
Oh yeah. Whack 'em
Whack 'em
in them.
Cintiq.
Oh fuck you, video game. That was bullshit.
I'm gonna call it a whack it Cintiq from now on. Spank 'em.
Yeah, I gotta replace that nub. You know what I mean?
You gotta replace the nib. You keep wearing it out, Brian.
I can't help it. I love working the nib.
You work the nib a little too hard.
How's am I gonna finish my art project?
Yeah. It does matter. Pronunciation is everything. Did I focus on the wrong syllables again?
Maybe if you're a weenus.
Yeah, maybe if you're a whinus.
The fuck? What?
Fuck. This is fun to watch.
Yeah, this is like a game show. It's just being mean.
I don't wanna sound like I could do this better, but like I have so much experience with this game. This is
I'm a little tired.
I know, but this is also like summer break. Like I'm not like finish it. Okay, you cannot bounce off the fucking thing. Just land on it flat.
I've been up since I've been up since fucking 2 in the morning. What do you want?
Oh man. What do I want? I don't want that fucking mask to spoil my game.
It's not the game that plays wrong, it's you. There's nothing dated about
It's a
this.
it's a bad carpenter that blames his hammer.
The bad controls are part of the appeal. It's part of the aesthetic and fun.
You just don't respect the 90s. Actually, the jump is all fucked up. Because I remember it playing totally differently.
Yeah, maybe I'm just playing it wrong.
No, you're fine. Have fun. If you don't have fun, it's not worth playing.
That's also true. That's why
Someday
I
this
don't
game will be
master too
nothing.
many games. Once you master a game, it becomes boring, just like a movie that you've seen a million times.
I've watched 127 hours, I think, 2 or 3 times this month. I haven't seen it in years. It was a good time. I think after that, it's gonna suck, though.
Yeah, you bounce on it once and then you don't.
Yeah, you got it. I see you learning.
Explosive crates are more durable.
It's true.
Oh, I gotta get my slut gem.
It'd be funny if the mask winked at you.
Nice tits, wink.
Just comes out of Crash's mouth. Or Bribber.
At least I can count. Look at her, she looks so fucking upset. It's like, I don't fucking want to be here. I hope they don't put me in the next game.
It's a good thing she doesn't have a cell phone in her hand.
I hope they write me out. Look at her long ass fingers.
Oh yeah. I hope they
You know what,
give me
they're-
blue
you
hair
know where
and make
those
me an
go.
adventurer. Uh-oh. Is dumb question, but do the bandicoots talk before they're zapped?
No, I don't think so. They gotta go to
Okay,
vortex.
so yeah, because his line is like prepare the female bandicoot right before you see her, which means that she always looked like that.
Yeah, that was the thing that I noticed. I'm like, wait, so she always had humanoid boobies?
Yeah, exactly. But like, maybe he already mutated her and he says prepare for a different reason. Maybe he's like, buy her some flowers.
Prepare the implants. This is going to
like,
be
I am as
so
God made
hot.
me. Oh, Crash Bandicoot, have you seen my new girlfriend?
It's bonerific.
Yeah, Tana does not have the mental acuity to say yes or no to anything Crash is thinking of. Hey, Hellbent, don't fall in the pits.
Brian, make more money,
I know.
fucker.
I know.
No, I'm kidding.
That's okay. I'm happy.
I got I've been tipped $188 tonight. How's that feel?
I know. Oh, you think I am unaware that you have been tipped $180? Oh. That's
Do the
it.
jump
I'm
better.
done. I'm leaving.
Oh yeah, you're laughing. I'm laughing all the way to the bank.
Oh. Well, if you're gonna be mean.
I'm like a Simpsons
He
actor.
jumped in the pit. He jumped. I know. Yeah. Here's some money.
It's some walking around money. Ah, fuck! Ah, fuck!
That's how I feel when you get the money.
Patterns are mean, and the doors. I don't like the doors that shut themselves. And
That's automated.
I guess that's the point.
Actually super useful. Man, how about you make money? Do YouTube streamers make lots of money?
Yeah, every one of them. And if you do it, you'll make money
Really?
too. I promise.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, but the first thing you need to do is spend a lot of money on equipment.
I guess.
Like,
yeah.
you should dump your life savings into it. Yeah.
I had a boss. I had a boss that was bragging to me about how many credit cards he got, and then was bragging to me he could like lease 2 cars. And then he told me like my gaming PC was out of date. This is 2 years ago, and that like if you wanna play and stream the Cyberpunk game, you gotta get the new da 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 da. And then he stopped coming to work because he didn't have money for gas. Do not do the Stormy Ascent one. That's I think you just do like the last 2 things.
Yeah, we'll come back. We'll on another day. We'll come back. We'll do Stormy Ascent, then Crash 2. That'll be fun.
Yeah. You want to do the final?
Isn't there like a bullshit cheat way?
That's the bullshit cheat way, the Great Hall, and then the final boss is Cortex.
Oh, don't you need like all the hidden gems, or is it just something you can do?
Yeah, you do. You need all the hidden gems to get to the. See, it'll stop at a point.
Damn it!
I wonder what's behind that gate.
No, it doesn't matter. Crash gotta get him some pussy.
Oh, hellbent. That's inappropriate. He wiped his brow. Like,
Time for Crash to find the clitoris.
oh yeah. I have a coworker that I was asking what all the clitoris is on, and he goes, "Where is clitoris?"
Dr. Neo
I'm not-
Clitoris.
Clitorcac. Clitortex.
Oh, I bet I smacked the green ones back at him. Get fucked.
That's pretty good, Hellbent. You figured it out.
Green good. Purple. Purple?
The animation of him in this is kind of funky. Like, most of it's so good. But, like, him kind of shooting, it looks like he's going, ah! Whoa! I hope that animator got fired. Actually, that animator probably did get fired. He's probably doing something.
Honestly, yeah, he
Avalanche
probably
Tales
did.
right
He
now.
probably did like a few things for Tony Hawk after this, and Activision's like, we're downscaling.
Yeah, we're done. Thanks for what you do.
By the way, excellent job. We actually like your work. Best
Yeah,
of
we
luck
don't
to you in
hate
the
your
future.
work. We just literally have nowhere. Can I have a letter of recommendation? No. I mean, that's against
No,
policy.
it'd be easier for us just to hire a new guy when the time comes.
Oh man. But I have kids. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, and
You
we
didn't-
kept
I didn't
track of
choose
them with their baby milk app. And you know what? Bobby Kotick was really impressed with how much breast milk your wife produced.
Yep.
It's a thing, by the way.
That's a
And
weird. That's a weird direction to take it.
In Activision, they're like, and if your wife takes this prenatal web app and you tell us how your baby's developing and how her breasts are doing and all that, you'll get some extra time off.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Bobby Kotick's like, yeah, milk production's good this year. Oh, your wife's pregnant? Take all the time off you need. Just download the app. It's required. Man, the hitboxes are real funny on that.
Darn you, Crash Bandicoot!
Darn you.
I'm getting tired of all these fake Beetlejuice 2 ads.
Beetlejuice 2. Who really wants to see that?
You, Crash Bandicoot!
I watched a podcast written by the Sonic movie guys, or hosted by them, where they go through screenplays that haven't been made, and I got to hear how the Beetlejuice 2 screenplay would have gone, and they better come up with a new one.
It's just the Beetlejuice story had mystery to it, and then after the mystery is done, it's like, who cares? Like, oh, that's what Beetlejuice is.
The Beetlejuice story is not tremendously good. It's a really it's one of those movies where it's just really enjoyable.
Good visuals, fun acting, but like, yeah, none of it seemed all that necessary. Or like, oh wow, mind blowing.
It seems so well, and it seems so set in its world. It's like Hangover. Like, why would you make another Hangover? They're not going to get hungover a second time. That'd be really stupid. And then you just make them do it again, and then you do Hangover 3.
The second one was really
there's no hangover.
egregious.
I love all three of those movies, but it's like when the plot is contingent on the hangover part. It's like how Trainspotting 2, you couldn't make it about them doing heroin, or you'd just be like, it's the same movie again.
I just thought the second one was like, and you had sex with the transgender. Ah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I haven't seen it in a while.
I was like, oh, that's fun.
Another Casper movie. Let's do another Casper movie. That's a good idea. Let's do another Space Jam. They need another basketball game. It's weird because Space Jam didn't do great when it came out. I think it did financially good, but everyone was kind of like, oh, okay, Space Jam, yeah.
Well, that was like a time, at least around or before Pokemon, where there really wasn't like, that was about as big as it got outside of Mickey Mouse.
It's so
Like
weird. I missed out on Space Jam. Everyone was like, it was the biggest thing ever. And I'm like, that could not have been. And I saw the
advertised
website.
pretty heavily.
Like, well, then I heard the theme song. Some things before I'm born I find kind of weird and like innocuous and hard to understand. That fucking Space Jam song hits so hard. It's so awesome. And I was like, man, I really did miss out. And then I watched the movie and I was like, it's kind of all like Ghostbuster actor dropouts. It's fine. I didn't get through the second one. There's too much diarrhea on my screen. But
I didn't watch the second one. That looked stupid.
I saw Rick.
Like even the first one looked stupid. Don't get me wrong, but at least it had some charm. Or the second one, I'm like,
how does Justin Roiland feel?
Well, I don't think that's his main concern right now.
In Space Jam 2, yeah. No matter what happens to him right now, he's like, lawyers, anyone?
Well,
I was in Space Jam 2.
Oh yeah, it's so much more honorable to be in Space Jam 2 than a Wendy's commercial.
Oh yeah, they're about the same.
Yeah.
My dad was so confused. He never watched Rick and Morty. He didn't understand that they had Rick and Morty shit at Wendy's now. I had to explain to him what Rick and Morty was. By the way, when you're blind, how do you explain
have promotional things at this fast food restaurant for, what is this, a cartoon? I don't understand. I've never seen this cartoon.
I don't understand what the fuck is this? Yeah, so it's like The Simpsons? No, it's different.
Unless I've seen the cartoon, I don't understand the concept of promotional materials.
Yeah, I don't understand bullshit promotional material that goes with food.
I had to watch the show to understand why it's there. And it's like, oh, it's a TV show. It's like, it's a TV show.
Oh, it's a green Slurpee like a portal. It was very fascinating. Very fascinating, Beavis. I wish I could do a good butthead. Can you do a good butthead, Helmet? No, it's not good. My Beavis is good, but my butthead's not good.
Die, you fetal alcohol syndrome nightmare man.
Hellbent, why are you talking about me like that?
Oh, shut up, Beavis. Nah, mine's okay, but barely. Yeah, motorboat him. Yay! Gonna get him some of that sweet Bandicoot pussy. Go get him, Crash.
Have you seen the cartoon cut?
I've seen the cutscenes for that PSP game that had the cartoon thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
I think. I don't exactly know what it was from.
People thought it was an intro to a TV show that never got made. They're like, where was the Crash Bandicoot animated series? They had a commissioned animated intro and then an ending where you saw what happened to Cortex, and it was really shitty. And
Oh yeah,
they
that's gonna be
basically
on
said,
Amazon.
oh, what? There was gonna be like a Skyland.
Yeah, there's gonna be like a Crash Bandicoot series for Amazon, and it like got killed as quick as it was announced.
That'll keep happening. But there was one in the 90s that was like not a show, but like the cutscenes for the game. And it's one of the worst things I've ever seen. But, you know, it's a cool idea.
Well, there we go. I beat it. So what, if I take the pad to the right, I just don't have to fight Cortex at the end, it just ends?
No, I think the girl makes out.
She takes her shirt off. That'd be awesome. Like, that's the big thing. It's like we added a special secret here for longtime Crash Bandicoot fans.
Yeah, the left control or the left joystick is like the left hand, and you can just use your shoulder buttons.
There's like two big water cannons you can spray her with, and she just shakes her boobs around, and she has like a huge health bar. You can't get hurt. It's just fun for you.
She has that.
Like, I don't know why a game hasn't done that. That would be awesome. You would hear no complaints.
Weird. Yeah, I didn't know I was gonna love the new
you think
Sonic
the game's
game,
cool? You should check out the secret boss. That'd be kick ass.
Well, it plays the Crash.
Yeah, it's gotta have the cool like little jungle music in the background.
You gotta satisfy that ass. Boop 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 boop. Plays the Space Jam theme. Everybody get up.
Yeah, it's just a Space Jam theme, and she has like 10,000 hit points that you gotta hit one by one with the water hose.
Welcome to the dome. Yeah.
This is hour 2 of the boss fight with what's her name?
It's like the boss fight in the South Park game with the parents.
Hey, thank you, Brandon.
Woo!
Ooh, we did that whole Crash Bandicoot in 4 hours 37 minutes. Not bad.
That's pretty good. They need to remaster the game though. It's getting a little long in the tooth.
Well, we are to the point to where the remaster is 6 years old, so it's not completely out of the realm of reality for them to go. And now that we've done the remaster, it's time for a remake, a reimagining of the first game from the start.
They did reimaginings before. I hope. I guess you're right.
I think reimagining this game's a waste of time, although adding more levels would be cool.
Yeah,
really,
they made one new level for the whole game.
And it's like a carryover from the old one, that like an incomplete level or unreleased one.
There's one for the first game, and then there's one for the third game that's like a brand new invention, and it's like stupid balls hard. It's really good, but like there's not one for the second game, which annoyed me.
Yeah, I feel like every remaster should add that. They should just do one bonus level where it's like, okay, all you guys that worked on it, go nuts on a level.
Even one level just feels like so little to add to the game, though. I mean, you could totally.
I think as long as it's super hard, as long as it's optional and like ball-bustingly hard.
How many people from this? Because I remember them going, "Well, you got it. You figured out how this works. Now make a next one." And then Toys for Bob makes the next one, which is a different developer. I wonder how many actual employees carried over from this to the next one, or if they just went, "Nope, we're starting over." Brand new team, brand new people.
I can see brand new team, brand new people, because publishers tend to fuck people over like that. It's like, let's try a different company just for fun, because
that's cool. Imagine if the Simpsons, if the Simpsons was suddenly like, all right, let's get this new company to do it.
They did that with Twisted Metal. They did that with this. There's quite a few other games to where the publishers are like, "No, we're gonna go with a different developer," and it's usually cited as like finances. Like the company that developed the first one's like, "Well, now that we're doing a sequel and we sold so many copies, we're thinking maybe you could pay us more for the next one." And they're like, "Nah, we're good." And then they just like go hire some other company. Go, "Yeah, it's your big break."
That's funny.
But
You
eventually,
finally got it.
after so much of that shit in the PlayStation 1 era, customers got wise to it. It's like, hey, you keep releasing these bad sequels and they're not made by the original company. So it became more of a badge of honor from the original developers, right?
That's funny.
So,
The original developers.
yeah, they cheaped out so hard that it became like the organic label for video games made by the original developers. Truly organic gaming.
Truly organic game.
Thank you, Doof. Thank you, Garg. Oh yeah, well, they're gonna be like that with AI. So this is an organic cartoon with no AI included.
Oh god. I just wrote something, and I'm not sucking myself off with this. Used no AI so far. But I've written other shit for the same series that uses AI. It's just better at certain types of structures.
It's like what I've heard about ChatGPT. I don't think it's bad, but it's best used as a writing aid. It's like a writing companion, someone you can bounce ideas off of, and it can bounce stuff back, and it just speeds up the process for somebody who may need to like. It's like, does the character drink orange juice or apple juice? And then like, maybe like the ChatGPT is like, well, if you drank apple juice, it went blah, 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 blah. And it's like, oh yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Or if you're just gonna do some shit posting. A special thanks to Bobby Kotick. Oh, it's funny. That guy's fucked. That guy fucked. Okay.
Wait. Fill me in on old Bobby.
Bobby Kotick. Okay, I'll tell you all you need to know. People edited his picture with devil horns on it and put it on the internet, and it spread around so far that he complained that he couldn't get any dates because women would Google him, and the first image they'd see is him with devil horns on his head. And that's just the funny one. But he's responsible for terminating thousands of jobs. Like, what we're talking about? Like, Toys for Bob, we'll put them in. Like, he's mastered that, like the bait, the swapping out. And Activision hoards licenses, they hoard developers, they do the EA thing where they'll buy up a development studio and then gobble it up and then spread everybody out amongst their own internal teams and tank the company, and you don't get any sequels. And or if you do get sequels, are all fucked up. It's a hell of a thing.
That's awesome.
I didn't realize it, but due to the time and the special thanks of us, there could be several felons. Special thanks.
Everyone start Googling and doxing every single person on here. Start with
oh yeah, with the guy who beat Temple Ruins there with the low high score. Why they put? It's nice for them to put in the high scores that the QA testers got on these levels, just for like speedrunners to annihilate it afterwards.
Oh no, I don't usually watch people react to, but I did watch the Crash 4 guys react to speedrunners, and they were like so embarrassed, and that was a nice feeling.
In what way?
Just the feeling. Well, just they were like, all right, well, here's the little trigger in the level that turns your mask off so you can't do the gravity cheat. You can like flip gravity, I think 3 times, like reverse, back, reverse. So if you have that and you're running as fast as you can basically glide up, miss the death barrier, and then just float over the level back to where you start. So I don't know if I'm saying it right. You can basically jump over entire sections of the level to the end directly if you go in the right direction. And the dude was watching them basically glide around the checkpoint that turns it off, and then just go whoop, and floating over the entire level, missing the death barrier, and then landing at the goal at the very end. Like in 10 seconds. Cutting minutes off the fucking level. And he was so embarrassed watching him, like, I guess we only, quality tested it for a year. I don't know what happened, but I thought that was cool.
I don't know why, but when we started this, I was like, yeah, there's multiple islands, right? And it's like, well, there's like 2, kind of. I remember this being way bigger.
Wait, how many islands are there? No, there's more than that.
It's just the one here, man.
No, there's another one. Go to the thing that says go back to Insanity Beach. You just passed it.
Oh, I'm gonna show you.
Oh. Really? Yeah. I guess that's a
fuck, you're
different
right.
island. Hang on. Yeah, and then it's like 2 more, right?
Yeah, I guess my brain was just off during that. You're right.
Wait. I'm watching. Let me see.
No, you're right. I'm wrong. I was just being stupid.
Why are those 2 islands right next to each other, though? What the fuck is with the last ones? That's weird.
It's
Yeah, now
shorter
players
than I
assist-
remember, but it's not by much. I do like that Stormy Ascent was definitely going to be the last level before you fought Neo Cortex.
Yeah, I like
And,
that level.
I played through a little bit of it. I'm like, this is beatable, but as I was playing, it's like, yeah, this is going to take forever.
Yeah. No, for sure it was.
I could come back and get more gems, or we could do Crash 2. There's options. Look, there's a little level up there I can't get to.
Yep.
I got to get more gems.
I definitely think we should just do 2 and 3. But if you want 100% it,
Nah, 2 and 3 is fine. This is just a very achievable 100%. You know what I mean?
like while you're there.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's one that you could do. Maybe we'll do it as like a victory thing if we beat them all. Unless I fail and can't beat the second or third one for some reason.
Oh, do not do the time trials.
Oh yeah, no, fuck that. I like
Fun,
I like to try to beat things quickly, but
The Crash 4 time trials are fucking insane because it's like those levels are 2 or 3 times as long. And like
yeah,
get
well, you
one
know, for
thing
modern
wrong.
audiences, they have to do it like that because everybody's like insane these days.
I would rather, yeah, I guess.
Where it's like, I could beat Mario Brothers in 12 minutes. The world record's 8. You know, I do okay, I guess, at 12. And it's like 12 minutes for Super Mario Brothers, man. It takes me forever. All right, we're gonna wrap up the poll here then. The best Crash with 171 votes. Ooh, coming out in force. Crash 1 and Crash 3 are tied at 33%. Impressive. Crash 2 eking in at 25%, and Crash 4 at the bottom at 7%. What do you think of that, Brian?
I gotta be honest, I voted Crash 4 as my favorite.
It's fair. I like Crash 1 because it is a little janky and it was like them just figuring it out. You know, it's like, how do we do this? So it's
Yeah,
got
Crash
nice...
1 I think is definitely has that I think it has that bite the other two don't have. I think
It's
Crash
a
4
little
is very
crispier.
polished Crash 1. It is crispier. There's a little jank to it, like you said.
Yeah, I don't really remember Crash 2 too much. I didn't play 3 at all, so that's going to be interesting for me since that's all new to me. I remember most of this. I remember as a kid, Ripperoo just being the fucking worst. Like, I just couldn't figure him out. Fucking drove me crazy. We got through him pretty easily.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
It holds up. Still fun. You can get this collection of games on the cheap, and hell, I would have, I mean, for like $20, I would have just been happy with this.
Oh yeah, totally.
No
Yeah, it's
complaints.
$60 for the first 3 Sonic.
Oh yeah, $60 when it came out. Yeah, I got mine on Humble Bundle, so I mean,
But like
granted-
Sonic was $60 for 3.
Oh damn. I'll have to try something like Sonic Adventure, but I have to have co-commentary for that because I'm going to be so angry at points. Like Sonic
Just watch
Adventure
me
is not
play
even
it.
that hard.
Yeah.
It's just there's areas to where it's going to be like, fuck you, game, fuck you. Come on.
You'd like Twin Sanity also, because Twin Sanity, you remember when The Simpsons rebuilt Flanders' house?
Yeah.
There's a point in Twin Sanity where you can actually see the budget decreasing, where they're like, we just painted the dirt. Pretty clever.
I love that. I think another time I ran across that, I was playing Gears of War 5 and I was on this sand sled. And I'm like, oh boy, the sand sled. And then we got rid of it. It's like, guess we got to get rid of this. I'm like, we'll see this again when we do the snow level, when they change the sand into white and they call it snow. I was joking.
And then it happened.
And then if you was like, let's get the sled out again. I'm like, no, come on. It's such a cheap fucking, like you turn the sand from sand to white. It looks like powdery crystal snow. And then you put in like 1 or 2 extra effects. And then, we got snow. And
Oh,
I'm like,
did I tell you the story? Helmet, did I tell the story about the shopping cart?
no,
There are
what
these
about it?
fucking kids. I live in a college area. There's these fucking punk ass college kids that were like day drinking on the bus the other day. Just
Hey,
laughing
told
and
me
having
about this
such a
one.
good
Finish
time.
the story anyways. I want to hear.
Oh, was your story not done?
No, you tell your story. My
Oh,
story is
okay.
done.
Okay. And I was talking to my friend. I'm like, oh, those are. I'm not really about that. Those are the kind of people that like. They end up like fucking around on shopping, like pushing each other on shopping carts. And then I was walking home later, and those same fucking kids, not only were they in a shopping cart, they were pushing themselves downhill. And I was like, oh, this is awesome. They're gonna die. And then I went home.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where I was making a broad generalization, and I was totally right.
Well, Brian, those predispositions that you have are just cruel, and that just speaks of your own personal hurt. I don't know who hurt you to make you this way.
Because I was playing Crash instead of riding around with my friends.
You should have been playing Sonic. Crash makes people insane.
Ooh.
I like that the Crash Bandicoot thing is like, look, he should have been in the oven a little longer. He's a little fucked up.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah.
It's the superpower. He's like, look at me, I'm onto the spectrum. That's a pretty cool superpower, though. I know quite a few superheroes that are on the spectrum, so it's cool.
quite a few heroes.
Numerous.
You ever play the Game Boy ones? They're good.
Nah, I can imagine them being good. How do you fuck up a 2D platformer, you know?
There's some good 3D segments too.
Interesting. Yeah, why
Yeah,
not?
there's,
You know,
like,
there's
one for the
there's,
camera
there's more
work.
Crash games than I remember, but I think the reason why I like the first one so much is that it does have that unique, like, hey, how do we animate the characters? Can we do this? Can we do that? And is really creative with its use of low polygon assets and, you know, just
And baking
not
that
doing the
stuff in,
basic.
too.
Well, how do we make them 3D? How do we do the camera? Like, the camera in this game can be bad, but because you always know where the camera's going to be every time, when it is bad, you can, like, adjust for it. To where when the camera's just bad at random, that can be really bad. Well, what do you think? I'm out. I'm tapped. I think Brian died.
That's not good.
Oh, there he is.
Oh. Well, I said the game was on rails, like the camera, and we just played something where we watched like objects on rails and they twitched, like whenever they clip the edge.
Oh, yeah.
There was something like floating around and you could see it like, oh, it was the bird. The bird would like shoot sharp left.
Oh, you're talking about the Sonic 06 Eagle?
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah, that thing was stupid. It's just a zip line, but it's a bird and just fucking goes places. So like, it like unintentionally confuses the shit out of the player because this eagle's not introduced at any other point. It's just there, and you're like, oh well, I guess the critters are Sonic's friends. But then you jump into it and it pulls you, and your initial instinct is like, oh shit, I better hit jump again, and then boop, in the water you go.
Yeah.
It's like they're trying to do a Sonic the Hedgehog 3 thing in 3D, but they didn't have the time, money, or interest to actually make it work.
That's true.
Well, speaking of time, money, and effort, I'm going to put some time, money, and effort into sleeping, but yeah, we'll come back with some Crash. I'm glad y'all enjoyed it. It's been good, and having Brian here for co-commentary has been fun.
Oh boy, thank you for having me.
It's great having you on. We definitely had more to say thanks to you, and it's always good to have some nice company, as I said. But we got to go, so thank you for watching. Thank you for chatting. If you clicked like, I love you. If you didn't, I understand. It can be tiresome. Sometimes you just want to pass out to a video and not have to touch nothing. But if you clicked like, I really do appreciate it. It does help out. Thank you for voting on the poll. And thank you for your generosity. The HR, Tita Between, Sleepy Dog Zone, Neon Man, Fat Pretzel, and Molten Amber. I appreciate you very much. As well as Sleepy Dog Zone again. Almost missed him, but we already got him once earlier. But it's two for you there. I appreciate you as well. Hey, Tita Between, thank you for being a member as well. And I appreciate you. We'll do some more Crash. I can't tell you what day. It was just a spur of the moment thing. I literally decided it this afternoon. I was like, I'm going to stream Crash Bandicoot tonight. Like a meat wad moment. But,
I'm a stream Crash Bandicoot.
I want to milk a cow. All right. I love that episode. All right. We're out of here. As always, thank you. We'll see you again Thursday. If I find time, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we'll show up. But that's usually when I'm working, sleeping, doing a little extra. But hey, you never know. Miracles can happen. As far as next Crash Bandicoot couldn't tell you. You'll know about that as soon as you know about the next Toons Talking, which will probably be any day now, I hear.
Woo!
Say goodnight, Brian.
Good night, everybody.